and princess. Remember the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you have the right, they say you are brown, they say you have the right, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now, only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Free down for so long.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. Welcome to today's show. Very important discussion that we will be having today. I hope you're having a great day and you've had a great week so far. I am your host, aka Electricity, anchoring this show this evening. We will be discussing on the topic on Nigerians in diaspora, identifying the one thing that divides us. This is topic is heavy in my heart following the broadcast where Madam Nelly actually put the question on the table. And after putting this question on the table, I dwell on it, I slept over it, I spoke to few people. I asked them the same question: what is that one thing that divides us? During the broadcast where Madam Lady asked this question, it was a case of different answers. Some say it's religion, some say it's ethnicity, some said it's values, and some said it's neo-colonialism. There were different answers were put on the table, but then looking at all these answers, the divide is still there. As such, it pushes me forward for me to, okay, let's put this on the table, particularly those of us in diaspora that we wish things back at home will change, the situation back at home will change, how we can have that effect change, because I've often argued that we sit in one of the most privileged positions in a time of history where we in diaspora can effect a change in that country, because we've seen a lot, we've passed through a lot, we've been privileged to see the other side of life, how things are really done, and it worked. Most of us that came from Nigeria, either for whatever reasons, economic reasons, persecution and everything, we got better in comparison to when we were in Nigeria. And the question keep asking, is it not possible for us to have such a system back at home? And I say it is very, very, very possible. But as long as that divide is there, that dream will continue what? To elude us. You must be familiar with the saying, united we stand, divided we fall. So why is this dream of achieving a glorious Nigeria seems to be eluding us day and after day? Particularly now, the hardship in the country. What can we do? We've come here, we've said a lot. If you want to join the broadcast, the link is already on the comment section. You can click the link and you can join us in the broadcast. Also in the comment section, I really appreciate those who are in the comment section, who often comment and write. Your comments actually are highly appreciated. And sometimes we remember we put it up there. But even if your comment don't reflect on the screen, it doesn't mean it matters a lot. So thank you, Tim Majek. You say you're not joining us. Well, you can listen at the you can listen and put in your, for the fact that you even commented that you are not listening, meaning that you are not joining, you are listening. And I'm glad that you are listening from wherever you are listening to. You can keep the comment coming. If you can clarify or explain why you don't, you are not listening, you don't want to join, it will be nice. I mean, we'll learn every day. So maybe you don't like my face, which is okay. Many don't. Some do, and we will survive it. And thanks for the emoji laughter as well too. That means you will be joining. You will be joining soon. I look forward to seeing you. I see you on this platform. And for Emperor, you said today we will get the solution that will change the story forever. Emperor, if you don't mind, if you could shed more light on what you are actually referencing to. What change are you referencing to? Today we will get the solution that will change the story forever. What story are you referencing to? It would be nice if you could highlight the story you are referencing, you're talking about, and we can look at it, and I'm going to weigh into it. Nigerians in diaspora identifying that one thing, that divides us. Now, there is a particular thing. Every other things that have been mentioned contributed to it, but when we put it together, it leads to one particular thing that divides us. Emperor, the link is already on the comment section, but I'm going to repost it since you are requesting for it. I've just reposted it, and it's just there on the comment section. I just sent it to you again. So, like I said, if you want to join us, please feel free to join and come to the panel. Don't shy away, because whether we like it or not, it's our country. We will talk about it, but we want to look at a positive aspect where we can change the narrative in the country. The president's speech that he gave during the week, it's also one thing we will talk about. If you were the president, what route will you take in that regard? What decision will you make? Will you end the subsidy? Will you do what are you going to do better than him, or you advise him to go this way? It's really affecting people back at home. But yesterday I was also shocked. Don't let me use the word shock, because nothing that comes from out of the country now shocked me. Where electricity was cut off to the country Niger by Nigeria, and it kind of surprises me again, and and brings this phrase saying back that why your house is burning and you are going to put out the fire in your neighbor's house. So There we are suffering from electricity, epileptic electricity for years. And we are providing our neighboring country, Niger, electricity. Fair enough. But the question is, where is the money that they've paid so far? I don't know. Timajek, you said if I was president, I would build lots of prison and re-education camps. Our people are showing signs of society steep into unintelligent behavior. My brother, I don't I don't know. Well, that is the route you would take. And Theodore Jesse Mono there. I don't know if this route is Timajek. I don't know if this route you want to take is the best route. I will build lots of prison and re-education camps. Our people are showing signs of a society step into unintelligent behavior. Could you shed more light on that unintelligent behavior to know if it's prison? Re-education, I can agree, but the camps, referencing to, I don't know if camps would be necessary. The re-education can take place without putting people in camps. It can be online, it can be town hall meeting, it can be, but prison also, I really don't know why you mentioned prison. Please do share more light on that for me. I'm going to highlight it. Theodore, you said one big problem is ethnicity. This will always divide us, and I don't think there's any solution for that. Ethnicity. Why did you say ethnicity? I need you to also shed more light on it, because it was mentioned in the broadcast that we had that this question was asked. Why do you say ethnicity? Because our ethnicity or it's unique. Your language is unique. Your culture is unique. My culture is unique. But we hold the same value regardless. And what are these values? The values is what we should focus on. The value of respecting one another. The value of looking out for one another's good. What has this got to do with ethnicity? So, how is that the problem? It may be part of the problem, but not the major problem. So, why do you say ethnicity, please? Theodore, Jesse Omonode, thank you, but I need you to shed more light on that, please. I would really appreciate that. Timajek, you came back again. You said that we already have the infrastructure for that to happen. A lot of churches and mosques everywhere, and this have brainwashed our people into thinking the happenings are supernatural. Okay, this is nice, Timajek. I agree with you to a large extent in that we believe, or we are thinking that the happenings are supernatural. I've often argued that from the Bible point of view, if the world is coming to an end, it's going to affect everywhere the planet. The country that makes it working, they're also part of the earth. So is there a different supernatural? Are they operating on a different supernatural power? As such, we cannot. I don't agree to that. I agree with you, but I don't agree to that thinking that some people have that what is happening supernatural. I mean, we as such, we don't have control of what is going on. That is incorrect. We have control of what is going on. We can change the situation back on ground. I know a lot of people think that way. Or what is happening is the last days, or what Christ spoke about. But the word of God is it's applicable everywhere. It's not just in Nigeria, but they make their system work. We have failed to make our system work. And I mean, when I use the word we, I mean the citizen. Emperor the Conqueror, you asked how long will this session last? The session will go on. The more people come on the platform, the longer it will last. But those of you on the comments, you bringing in, as long as the comments keep coming in and I'll be weighing into them, it can last for the next 4 or 5 hours, if God willing, maximum 5 hours, minimum, anytime. So you're welcome to join anytime. So, T-Match, thank you for this again. No, what is happening, that thinking is very, very, very wrong. I don't know why people think that way. Even Jesus Christ did not think that way in his time. He told his disciples, give unto Caesar what is due unto Caesar. It was more compassionate for people. He challenged the Pharisees and the Sadducees for putting the people in bondage, for profiteering on the people. So it is wrong for people to think that way, that what is happening in Nigeria is supernatural and it cannot happen anywhere. That is incorrect. Thank you, man of prestige, for joining the show. I will come to you now. Timach, you also believe that Nigeria is eroding unique ethnic, cultural, and linguistic identity. Many people don't know the difference between Robo and Okrika. They tell you that all na Igbo. Well, all is not Igbo, but I like the part which you mentioned that we're unique. We're unique in ethnic. We're unique, but it's not going to erode us. We will not lose it. I strongly believe in that this thing. Man of prestige, the topic we are discussing, Nigerians in diaspora, define that one thing that divides us. I don't know if you listened to me earlier, that I've said it over time, that we sit in a privileged position, and for that reason, we have that opportunity to change or to effect change back at home. But this has eluded us because we are divided, and we need to identify that divide and to know how we can solve this problem. Before I come to you again, Timajek, I don't know you. I hope you come. We have control if we take away. If we take time from we have control if we take time away from word of God. Need a big, nice jolt of reality. What do you mean if we take time away from word of God? We can't take time away from word of God, Timajek. The word of God is it's paramount, but the word of God did not ask us to practice stupidity. I can tell you that for sure. The word of God encourages us to practice what is good and to uplift one another. So those who think the word of God preaches us to practice stupidity, they need to go and read it again. Man of prestige, I'll come to you. I just want to highlight somebody's giving you a shout here. T-Mark, imagine at Man of Prestige, Alpha, happy Friday. Well, Man of Prestige will give you a shout later, T-Magic. Emperor, I guess we get right down to business. And first, the supernatural is happening everywhere. We are simply allowing us to affect us negatively. You are correct there, Emperor, the Conqueror. I agree with you. The supernatural is happening everywhere. The system they run in Europe, the social system, when you don't have a job, the healthcare system, these are all practiced in the scripture. That people don't read the scripture very well. In the days of the apostles, everybody bring what they have and they share it among themselves. And you cannot recognize who is poor and who is rich. So that is what happened in Europe. When you don't have a job, you get benefits that sustain you. You get that medical care. And when you have a job, you pay your tax back because it's what goes around comes around. It goes in circle. So, man of prestige, the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, said he he understands that things are difficult at the moment. And if there was a better route that he would take, he would have taken it. And but there is none. So the question to you, I'll start with that. The question to you now is, let me quote it right for you. He said, where is it? Give me 1 second. Uh, in his address to the nation on the present economic hardship following the removal of fuel subsidy, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu claimed, I wish there were other ways, but there is not. If there were, I would have taken that route as I came here to help, not hurt the people and the nation that I love dearly. So, do you agree with Mr. President? If you were in his shoe or his advisor, what route would you have taken or advised him to take? I yield the floor to you, man of prestige. Thank you for joining once again.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Electricity, for having us today. What you change your name? Oh no, not you. That one is Emperor the Conquer. But anyway, having said that, thank you for having me on this platform. It's my pleasure to be your guest. There's too many faces to this, but let me begin by the speech that he made. Then I will enumerate of what in my own opinion, I'm not an expert, I'm not a politician, but I will just give my own 2 cents in that regard. I thought Tinubu's speech was more fanciful than real. Why do I say that? Because what he enumerated, I listened to some of them, how it's going to give some people 50,000 and some other things he said, yeah, it's a good speech. But one thing I will give to him, I'm going to give him a credit. Like I said, I never supported him, but he's our president. I'm not going to deny that until the court decide. But in my own opinion, I don't have any faith in not anything is going to change. Having said that, the speech, like I said, was more fanciful. He avoided a lot of issues to discuss with. No security, no corruption issue that was addressed. That is paramount to sustain Nigerian stability. Security, probably number one before any other. Security and electricity. None of them was addressed. It was just addressing pandering, giving small things. Just fanciful in my own opinion. I don't have to go in detail. Everybody knows what he said. It's more fanciful. I don't know how far that can go. So having said that, if I was in that position, I'm just gonna give my own 2 cents. Remember, this subsidy has already been removed during the Buhari time. Buhari doesn't just want to pronounce it. According to what I had, and some money was budgeted, so I don't know where they are right now. So it was removed during Buhari time, but they didn't want to address the issue because of the election. It's APC. They don't want anything to truncate Tinubu chances, so they let it slide like that. Then he come. Anybody would have removed it. Obise was going to remove it. Atiku was going to remove it. But the way he did it is my own concern. I don't know if he meant to do it. It wasn't during his inauguration. Some people say it was just something spontaneous. Out of speech, he just made that comment and removed it, knowing that you are president. Maybe he's new, he doesn't understand the repercussion of being a president, but he claimed that he has been preparing for 20, 30 years. He should have known what to count, that whenever a president made a speech, it carried a very heavy weight to determine the country, direction. But making that speech at that time, I don't know what Obi would have done. I have some speculation that, Obi may not made that speech that day, but he was going to remove the speech, and Atiku was going to remove the subsidy. But it would have been on different face level. He probably was going to do it later on of the month. I don't know. But he would have implemented some stuff already before he made that announcement about removing the fuel subsidy. That would have been my route to go. I don't know what could have implemented. You have to stay and think about it. How you're going to implement it or what you could have, put in place before you made that kind of pronouncement. Because when you made that kind of announcement, it's not just fuel subsidy. It's going to be everything in Nigeria. You know how Nigeria economy is. When you make that kind of big one speech can just downthrone everything, and every had every right now. I mean, everything had down spiral. I mean, people are suffering. I mean, I talk to my people in India almost every day. Of course, that's probably applicable to you. If 10 used to call you before, they probably have trouble. It's probably not 30 people. Even at all, you call your phone, you say you're not going to listen to them, but look, we are Nigerians, you like to help your family. There's nothing you're going to do. I'm sharing more money than I'm normally share, but that's my own, that's my own prerogative in that regard. So the way he started this, having said I wasn't really good, that's where we are right now. He has put this country in a quandrum. He should have think about it before he made that pronouncement. I know it's good what he did. If there's anything, I don't even know if there's anything like fuel subsidy. I don't even know if there has been anything like fuel subsidy. Or they're just using that, to steal the whole country money. So there should have been a process. He should have, utilized the process to implement the fuel subsidy, one after other. Maybe in about 6 months' time, after he has laid the foundation, then before he can make that pronouncement, maybe around December, wherever, by the end of the year. So okay, this is what I'm gonna do. Make sure everything has already been in place. All these things he's talking that he's gonna do, make sure they're already in place already. You build the foundation before you start building the house, but he didn't do that. So that's where we find ourselves right now. I've not really sat down to think about what I would have done. If I had sat down, I probably would have come up with something to do, and I have a lot of friends that are economists and the other kind of things, that politicians that would have given me an opinion on that. Then I have to use it to see which one would be good for Nigeria. But he didn't do that. So that's a failure to me in Tinubu's side. But let's see what's going to do. People are suffering right now. They say let the poor breathe. That statement is very, very concerning. But that's how the impunity politicians in Nigeria think, So it's not a joke. Some people are clamoring that to be a banter. There's nothing banter about it. This is how they think. When they say let the poor breathe, they really mean what they say. So that gets to show you the mentrum of Nigerian politicians, in general. That's what I'm going to say.
Thank you. I will come back to you, man of prestige. I want you to think about this when I come back to you. I will give the floor to Emperor the Conqueror for you to think about this. In a speech, he said provision for the subsidy was made up till the end of June by Buhari. However, he made that announcement on May 29th, on the day of his inauguration. Now, if we put this into perspective, and his statement that it is not here to hurt Nigeria and the nation whom we love dearly, how can one reconcile those two things? You weigh on that after Emperor the Conqueror finished. Emperor the Conqueror, thank you for joining us, and tell us where you're joining us from, please. And the floor is all yours. Thank you. You have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you. You are muted. Thank you. You are still muted.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Emperor.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, you can hear me now, right?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm joining from Benin City, Nigeria.
Oh,
and
okay.
before
Welcome, brother.
It's a pleasure having you. I have to see the light behind. I don't know if it's a generator you are using or you are using electricity, but go ahead.
It's generator. That's the situation we are in. That's why I asked earlier that how long would this meeting last, because I know I can't stay throughout. So
we appreciate
it. It's nice to see you, brother. Whenever I see people from Nigeria, I always smile. Okay, nice to see you.
Let me tell you something. I love people joining from Nigeria because they will be able to weigh into this matter. So I yield the floor to you before the network. The network is good now, so don't let us jinx it. Go ahead.
I can't. Hey.
We can hear you.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you. If I can hear, if
Okay.
if you
I
can't
don't
hear me,
get what
just
to
go
say.
ahead.
Okay. I'd like to first of all chip in something about what Man of Prestige said. You see, when Tinubu made that statement, to him, he was trying to be, should I say, an authoritative figure. That's the way presidents would like to come up. You just come and say, this is what's going to happen, and that's it. It creates this sense of strength in the eyes of those watching. But what they didn't realize is that the Nigerian situation is a bit different as regards that issue. So even though Buhari had removed that thing since, the people doing this, running the trade, would have definitely gotten to know about it, and they would have known how to adjust without capitalizing on a frenzy. But with what Tinubu did, he just made the floor open to the whole chaos that ensued following that incident. So that's the thing, and that's what he has been doing since. For instance, the coup in Niger, he joined ECOWAS and he made a statement: no more coups in ECOWAS. You get, and then the next thing, the Niger guy did what he did. So it's almost like a slap on his face. And every single time he does that thing, it's always backlashes on him. But that aside, the main goal of this meeting is to talk about the one thing that divides us, and that's what I want to just talk about briefly. Now, I'm not used to shows. This is actually my first time on something like this, so I will just try and make the most of it. So, I think the one thing that divides us is our conflict of interest. For instance, we know that for those of us that are familiar with the story,
Unfortunately, Emperor the Conqueror, your network has kicked in. Team Z huge. Before Emperor the Conqueror comes back again, I believe you're also joining us from Nigeria. Am I correct?
Yeah, very correct. I'm joining from
Okay,
Nigeria.
Emperor the Conqueror is back. Let's give the
yeah,
floor back to
yeah,
Emperor the Conqueror.
it's MCN network.
Listen. Let
Even
me
if they are suffering Nigeria.
let me say this. Let me tell you guys in Nigeria. Listen.
Okay.
Your presence here alone means a lot to me. So don't worry about the network. You can go out and come in anytime. You will always be accommodated. I personally, want those in Nigeria to come on this show and talk. So, Team Z, I'll come back to you. Let Emperor the Conqueror finish his thoughts. Then I'll come back to you. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Emperor the Conqueror.
So I was saying that the issue is our conflict of interest. And as long as that conflict of interest exists, Nigeria cannot be unified. Nigeria cannot have unity. For instance, I was talking about the issues of the divisive issues that happened right from independence. Those of us that are familiar with the story, we know that the North didn't want to be part of Nigeria. And that was especially with the leadership of Ahmadu Bello for several years. And even after independence, several times they still wanted to split. I don't know if you're familiar with that story, with the history. It was the British that even came to intervene at one point. And that's because they just felt they want to live their own kind of system. And it is that kind of belief that led to the Sharia law implementation in the North during the birth of the Fourth Republic, even against the will of several Northerners. That's one part. The second part, that's the first conflict of interest. The second conflict of interest has to do with the Igbos, or should I say the East, the Southeast. When Ojukwu found out what was going on, quite all right, at that time, the Easterners were not without blame. Okay, there was still the corruption, the exact things that are happening now were happening then. Nepotism, intolerance, all those kind of things. So he decided he was going to split. And then the same conflict of interest issue came up. Because number one, the Southeast is home to most of Nigeria's wealth. Let me just say the Niger Delta region generally is home to most of Nigeria's wealth. So as at that time, letting that region split was going to cause a lot of economic backlash on the country. And number two, the West wasn't in support. Should I say most of the population in Nigeria wasn't in support of it as at that time. I don't know if I'm correct to this point.
Just keep
So
go ahead. Just keep talking. Don't
okay,
worry. People will ask you questions, and so just go ahead. Don't worry.
okay. So the third aspect now is okay. The two major issues now. The first one is the issue of national unity, based on the premise of economic sustainability and national pride. What do I mean? So people want Nigeria to stay together so that they will not stop losing the federal allocations that they get from what's the name of that organization at the committee, Federal Allocations Committee of Nigeria. That's the first reason. The second reason, some people just like this fact that Nigeria is big, great Nigeria. They like, it creates a sense of uniqueness in African sphere. That's for national unity. Then the second major issue is the movement for self-determination, which is driven by the secessionists and the nationalists. And when I say nationalists, I'm talking about the tribal nationalists. For instance, the Yoruba Nation, the Oduduwa Group, the Biafra, the Arewa, and probably several others that we don't even know of. And what's driving them? Two reasons also. One, they don't see any reason why we should be together. They feel the divisive sentiments deep, and it's not something that is hidden. So just why are we together? Let us just go our different ways. And then the second reason for some, that they just want to be in a place that represents their culture. You see, unlike the US, some people like to point to the US Civil War. These are almost the entire population of the US came from outside. We are the indigenous settlers of our land. The system that we have was imposed on us. And some people still have this deep-rooted connection to what their ancestors practiced. So, for instance, there are Yorubas who want to only speak Yoruba as their official language. The same thing with some Igbos, the same thing with some Hausas. They want to just speak their language as they don't see the use of English language. And many of them actually have credible points to this. Some also want to practice their own culture, wear their own native attire. Just practice their culture. And we won't see how that these cultures are thriving and even making waves outside the country. So they actually have a valid point as regards their reasons for wanting to split. But now, when you now keep the two warring interests, one, if these people split, we will lose our economic advantage. That's for this side. And for those that seeking national pride, if these people split, the great country of Nigeria will come to an end. And will just become like several other countries in Africa. Maybe it's Egypt or South Africa that will now take over the helm as Africa's largest economy. You get? But what I'm proposing is that we can actually harmonize these two interests. Because with the trajectory of the country now, no matter the outcome of the tribunal, I don't see any good path forward with the way Nigeria is. Because let's assume, first of all, these judges are human beings. Okay? In a neutral setting, seeing the case alone, they would have just ended it since. Like there's no case for Tinubu. But they are dealing with power here. If I use most of you in the US, if I use the case of if you remember, there was a case of the ICC, The Hague, wanting to prosecute some Americans over war crimes. I don't know if some of you know the story. And what did the US do? The US threatened the judges. As the US threatened the judges, man, the matter died there. Even the media buried the matter. It is the same thing that's happening here. Tinubu is a man who doesn't forget. The issue with Emefiele is just nothing but retribution. Emefiele is because Emefiele was the only person in that party who had the guts to stand against Tinubu's campaign by trying to change Naira notes. And we all know why he was trying to do it. So now that Tinubu is in power, he has to punish him. So these judges too, they actually try to be pragmatic. That's why I really can't blame them. They have to think for themselves what is going to happen to them if they pass this verdict. So, and Tinubu also is a person whose only chase right now is power. He will do whatever it takes. He has already proven that he has no value for life. He doesn't care about anything else. So we see how Asari Dokubo is talking, making threats, and nobody can stop him. Why? Because he's being funded, enabled by the state. So if Tinubu even gets a whim that the tribunal wants to pass a verdict against him, the guy is going to unleash chaos. I don't take his threat lightly. He's going to unleash chaos. And Asari Dokubo has proven that he's a man of violence. I don't think anybody wants to see violence start again in Nigeria. And even as we're talking about Tinubu, we've not even begun to talk about Shetima, his VP, a man who has been indicted for being a Boko Haram handler. What do you think is going to happen? Let's just remember Goodluck Jonathan's tenure. That's how they robbed Jonathan. They made sure that he could barely focus on anything meaningful. So what will stop them? What stops them from bringing back Boko Haram? Nothing. And we already know that there's a long line of people who are waiting to take.
Okay, we lost Oi's Emperor the Conqueror again. What he said the one thing that divides us is conflict of interest. He also weighing that make reference we can harmonize this culture and interest. We can harmonize both together, and we will get to where we are. So conflict of interest, that is what he claimed, alluded to that. That is what is dividing the country. Let me ask you, okay, it's gone there. I wanted to put a question to him, but this is what those in Nigeria have experienced when they try to join us. Yeah, Emperor the Conqueror. You said when the Naira was introduced, it's a target against Tinubu. Would that be correct? That's what you said? Emefiele. Is that correct? Am I quoting you right?
Network is breaking. I can't hear what you said.
You stated that the Naira change is a target against Tinubu. Am I correct quoting you right?
Yeah.
Now,
yeah.
In your considered opinion, is that a good thing coming from Emefiele?
A good thing, is that what you said?
Is it a good practice?
Now, you see, when it comes to politics like this.
No, Emperor. Can you answer the question for me? Because you said Tinubu is after Emefiele because of his Naira change and he's revenging him back. Let's, for the purpose of argument, say that was what behind Emefiele's mind. We don't know. Is it a good thing, for the purpose of argument, for Emefiele to carry out such an action that plunged the entire nation into suffering because of one person? Is that a good thing?
Well, it depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you.
If you ask me, I would say, although it didn't yield the desired results, but many people then knew why it was happening. And even though it went bad, if it had yielded the actual results, it would have been worth it. But unfortunately, it didn't, as you can see. And from what is happening now, we already know that this man, Emefiele, knew the kind of person Atiku is, even though they were in the same party. And he knew that, party aside, this man getting into power is worse than anything he will be doing.
Emperor, I'm going to ask you this question again. I have my reasons why I am asking. You remember, the topic today is that one thing that divides us. And you've made good point, harmonization, conflict of interest. The issue of the Naira is not only Tinubu spending using the currency. You and I equally use it. So if anyone changes it, it's going to affect you and I either for good or for bad. So the question I am asking you is this. For the purpose of argument, the action of Emefiele, if it is target towards Tinubu, is that action good or bad? Remember, the Naira is our national currency. It's not Tinubu's building. It's what you and I uses. Is that action good? That's the question, please.
Objectively, no. It's not a good action.
It is not a good action. So now let's do like for like now. Now Emefiele has done his own. Tinubu is doing his own. So who are we going to blame now?
I'm not hearing you.
Okay.
Come again.
That one thing that divides us is what we want to find. We can agree that, one, it is not good to do evil to your fellow human being. Okay? Because it will boomerang and it may come back to you at the end of the day. I don't know if you heard that. It is not a good thing.
Said what is boomerang?
It's not a good thing to carry out evil towards your fellow human being. Do you agree with me on that?
Of course.
So it can come back to bite you as well too. Do you agree on that?
Of course, yeah. I thought it was.
Unfortunately, the issue of the Naira note affects the entire country in terms of suffering. So if that is the reason behind why he did it, then it is wrong. If Tinubu attacking Emefiele is because of revenging him, that is also equally wrong. Let's call bad, evil. I hope you are still there. Stay there. I will come, man of president. Niger man, thanks for coming on the show. I really appreciate you coming. Nigerians in diaspora identify the one thing that divides us. You are in the diaspora, and we have often argued that we sit in a privileged position. But we left the shore of our country to come to Europe, America, the Western world, as they put it. And most of us have gone to be what we want to be, even beyond our dream, despite the challenges we face, particularly racism that we face. It didn't stop us. I know a Nigerian lady who is a mayor in Republic of Ireland, in Longford. I mean, she wasn't born in Europe. She was born in Nigeria. She grew up in Nigeria. She came to Europe as an adult, and today she is a mayor of a county. And these are the things we want to achieve back at home. But even in diaspora, we are still divided. Remember Madam Nelly, who asked this question. Until we identify that one thing that divides us, we will be running in circles. Honestly, I 100% agree with her, because I thought of it a lot. So unfortunately, we don't have much people on the panel, because in my considered opinion on this matter, when it comes to issue of trying to find a solution to a matter, we don't get people on board. But when it comes to arguments, you get people on board, which is very unfortunate. I use that word unfortunate. Niger man, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening, electricity. Good evening. Now we have spoken about this in at least last 2 weeks. Last week or last 2 weeks, I think. Last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks, yeah.
So that one is the solution. That is Nigeria problem now. Even we in the diaspora, as you said, we are divided. No, the problem is in the diaspora, like even Nigeria entirely, there is no love. There's no way. Nobody love each other, even family, brothers and sisters. No love. No love. If you come to Europe now, you meet somebody. If you are new, you just meet somebody. You ask in place, brother, the first thing we ask you, where are you from? Nigeria. No, where are you from? So you see, where are you from? If you say, I'm from the East Igbo. Okay, go that side. Follow your brother did that side. If you are from Edo, okay, go so place. That your research area. See that station, you'll see your people there. So that is the that's what I say. Everybody is the same. We are just blaming those in Nigeria because we are just everybody is the same. But you cannot meet go to Spain now or go to Germany. You cannot meet a Spanish people begin to ask you, don't they rest Espanol? Finish. You're not beginning to be asking is the Cape Pueblo, all this one. But Nigeria is master to us. Even we, your tribe. You even meet it. Where are you from? Those states. We are from Edo. We are part of Edo. Esan, Orobo, this one. You see, so Abiauchi. Nigeria get their own. The thing is already in our blood. That diversity is already there. It's already there. But that is not the way we grow. We don't know how this thing grow up. But it's the politician because the way to make their way. That is why the only thing I'll be saying, people, if we do all this, we are talking, the politicians are bad. These people make politics to be dirty to run. They make us to look it dirty so that we'll be afraid not to come into it. If people are not interested, like Peter Obi said, if people are not in, you are not a card carrier, you are not a member, don't register, the more of us in inside, the more we can able to chase all these old men out of inside. That is only the solution. If we want to change anything, look at what is going on in the Senate and this clinic. What are you seeing there? They are telling you they have their way. They have their law. Fine, you have their law. They are still going to. If we, the citizens, cannot even see the screening, this is what we are saying. You are telling them when you go to indoor, closed door, is there you do the main work. What are you going to do there again? That's so that you are giving people serving there with a king or a hand glove of king. So I don't understand Nigeria, everybody, all of them are there. That place you see, there is no tribe there. That is what we don't understand. That Senate you see, there is no tribe there.
Sorry for interjecting. You made a very valid point. In that house there is no tribe.
There's no tribe there. There's no religion there.
There are a group of communities
that is Nigeria. If you doesn't talk anything about Nigeria there, they will take you out of there within a day. You have to, everybody there is equal. There is no tribe, there is no region, there is no. Look at what is happening. Northerners defending people from Satana more than the evil people from opposition defending people from the main party more than. So they'll tell you, with the problem we Nigeria have, we don't want to listen, we don't want to see because we don't like the face, we don't even want to give ear and hear the difference and get where we are going sometimes.
But so those are the people. Those are the people representing us in our constituency. They are not divided. Why are we divided?
That is what I'm saying. Till we that we know we really believe in ourselves, if we too are not liars. Because when we are not, Nigeria is one thing, we are so drunk of power. Any little power, we are very drunk. So when you see, look at the during time of campaign, they will promise you heaven ahead. They will be saying everything as if they know all the problem. They will told you, politicians will told you they will build bridge where there is no river. Then when they get there, when they see after swearing in, you start asking, they call them after 2 days. They will start telling her what they written. Look at Tinubu now.
Sorry, let me interject you again. When this message was sent out, there was a video of one of the parliamentarians in the United Kingdom that was removed recall from our constituency. Did you watch that video?
No, that is I think Scotland, the MP.
Scotland, but it's a UK parliamentarian. I recall. And
that one break. No. That one break the law of COVID now.
Yeah, but it's a parliament. She is a parliamentarian, just the way we have the lawmakers in Nigeria. That was a recall. I have been talking ever since. That has been my pet project. Is my belief, and it's our idea, not my idea. And what I have been pushing the recall, which is Section 68 and Section 110 of the Constitution, where we, the citizens, are to perform checks and balances on our lawmakers. This is where I argue so far that If we can get that place right, even though they are united, they are still a bunch of thieves. You can quote me anywhere you want to quote me on that. And so until we get that place right, to me,
I understand, but what you are saying, my brother, that is very difficult. It's very
no,
difficult.
no. You see,
Somebody you elected. You have to read that constitution very well.
well,
Somebody you elected, you give your vote, you give your trust to represent you. And you are just looking where there is rule of law. That is where you will say that kind of thing. Those constitution is there. They don't even know if it's there. When it comes to them, they will tell you that thing does not exist.
no, it exists. You see, this is if you read if we continue with
even not that, but my brother, try, but you try. I don't want to discourage you, but I've gone through it. But even how many people that buy your vote? Just first start from there. People that buy your vote, how many are you going to get and register?
What is the solution you are now preferring? If you are saying,
if we the best thing for we majority who know he really want to save Nigeria, he really want to save everybody. One thing people are not understanding. I don't know why all of us we are just focusing on federal government. Federal government is not our problem. Honestly, unless everybody just want to be deceiving all this because this one is not there, Nigeria must stay apart. Because this one is not there, this one. That is why they are able to deceive us to where we have a senator, we have a House of Rep there. Everybody's for our constituency. Why are we not focusing? Federal government, okay, are we thinking about Tinubu or Buhari is coming to my village to come and give me tap water?
But that's what I'm saying, Niger man. Because I'm talking about the senators that represent us in our constituency, which is in Section 68 and Section 110. You're coming back to what I am saying.
Yeah, but we cannot. Yes, what you are saying, you have to look at what you are saying is law. But what you have to add, the brain you have to use to it, the Nigeria dynamic of situation.
What is the Nigerian dynamics of situation?
The Nigerian dynamic of situation, you have to look at it. These people, when they come for election, they pay people to vote for them. If these same people you want to tell on free to come and go and sign, you want to remove this person, then we buy them back. The best thing to do.
But Nijaman, are you suggesting that we are not capable? We are not capable of changing our mind.
The best thing for we to be forcing ourselves, fighting battle that we can know that it will be very difficult. If you get your own there, for example, in your constituency, you have three. In your state, three Senate. Maybe you're able to get one. Do you think you will go to House of Senators, only you, or maybe you get two in another state? You go there, you are not even having to talk to pass any law. If they die in the second reading and never be remembered again. So let us go.
Allow me to explain to you.
Let me finish this 1 minute.
All right,
we know we really want to change the dynamic of Nigeria. We really want to change the situation. We have to look at the people like them and Wolowo. How did they able to fight the British? How did they able to get out the independence? There was involved. Not talking from outside on social media. There was involved. Let us involve. We know if you have them, Keyam was involved. Them FF, all of them were involved, but there was corrupted. But we don't know that we are being abroad. This is what brought us. We don't need their money to finance. We don't raise money there. Don't let people raise money and buy you ticket. That is where they will control you. Go to lower party that doesn't have. You will get your ticket. It's people that will vote for you. It doesn't mean you have to be in big party.
So what you are suggesting is participation. We're participating in politics. Is that what you're?
Yeah.
That is not a bad suggestion. That is a good suggestion. In we participating in politics, that is one aspect that we have to do. The other aspect, which is one of the easiest aspects, because by the time we participate in politics, it takes a while, which is good because change takes time as well too. But the issue of Section 68 and 69, it's something that can kickstart right now. It's something you and I can kickstart right now. The question I want to ask you is this, because you said these people are powerful. They will still give people on the ground money. Are you suggesting that we are not capable, or the people on the ground are not capable to change their mind and not take bribes?
Oh, for how can you change their mind, Nigeria? Well, like today now, you want to go and preach to somebody in Nigeria that they buy for a 650 that is not, I'm not eating. You want to tell him, look at even Peter Obi when we started it by May, when he write on Twitter, he want to contest last year. All of us, we spend my money. I spend my own money, sending money here, sending material to Ibadan from Lagos, sending material to Benin, sending material to different local government where I know I work, for people, banner, all these things, and this thing. But later you begin to hear people begin to extort money from everywhere, from social media. Look at what came out last month. The Labour Party have to write a letter and publish by themselves. There is one guy, Kennedy Iyeri, who are extorting them online. They say they are fighting for Monday. So all this thing is so much. Because why? You understand? People, you cannot preach to Nigeria. People in Nigeria with that money, they will follow you today. Look at what happened in Plateau when they go for a rally. You see people was on social media shouting, they have not sent money, they will not meet anything, they will not do any rally, they have not prepared any. This is Nigeria politics. I'm telling you the fact. All this follower you think is going with all these politicians, it's not free. I'm telling you. So you have to start from grassroots, preaching to them. If you do it for nothing, if you start nothing next election, preach it to them, be frequent with them, telling them, galvanize them from, telling them, orienting them. Then we vote for you.
Niger man, I get lost, because when you go this way, you come back to the same thing we are saying.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell. What I'm telling you, I'm telling you about participation and winning election.
Yes,
for you to go people and say.
Hold on 1 second. You say, in respect to Section 68 and Section 110, is what is preaching to the people, is educating the people, is creating that awareness.
The person you want to remove, you are not getting it electricity. The person you want to recall is more richer than you can buy everybody before election day.
All right. I will come back to you. You see, what I want us to avoid is, you made a very good suggestion, let me be honest with you, which is on record, for us to participate in politics. But also you now sway to this, this pessimistic area, which I often struggle with, because if we are going to focus on solution, there's no doubt that we will face roadblocks. There's always roadblocks in everything we are doing, even in our own personal situation. And we find a way to overcome these roadblocks regardless. I'll come to you. Mr. James, thanks for coming on board.
Please, sorry, sir. Pardon, please, let me just give you one example. Let me give you one example. Look at, let me give you one example that just happened in this election. Look at Peter Obi. He was in PDP. When he saw the gladiator there, he cannot pay the money, cannot bribe the way with money. He have to go to a place. Assuming he was in APC, like PDP, do you think he will get that 6 million votes? He have to go to a place that he can able to talk that suits them and bring them in. That is, you think Obi, assuming he was there, Obi and Atiku, do you think Obi would be able to fight Atiku on an election, or Obi and Tinubu? You don't have that money to waste.
Okay, Mr. James, I will give the floor to you. I'm listening. I just need to switch something on, and I'll be back on my seat. The focus, the topic is Nigerians in diaspora identify the one thing that divides us. I'm listening. I will come back to, while I just quickly need to switch something on. Go ahead, Mr. James. You have to unmute yourself, Mr. James.
Unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm just signing in now. I'm not able to follow the trend of the discussion.
He's talking about Nigeria in diaspora, about the way they divide or something like that. Nigeria in diaspora, that we are divide, and what that thing that divides us, those in diaspora.
I see. That's what we're discussing. But the issue is that at home, are we united?
That is what I'm still saying. We are not united. If we are abroad, we are not united.
If we are not united at home, how can we be united abroad?
Exactly what I told him.
This is how I see it, because you know the Nigerians abroad is a reflection of the Nigerians at home. Just like I was explaining some time ago on I think this platform, it's like the police force. People will say the police is corrupt. Yes, it's corrupt, but I cannot blame them because they were recruited from a corrupt society. A corrupt society cannot produce a clean police force. So if Nigerians at home are not united, the fact that we're outside, we even create more division because there's nothing to cement us together. You know, life abroad is very funny to we in the diaspora. It's every man to himself and God for us all. If we find it necessary, we just come together, discuss issues, solve some petty problems. But when it's becoming very nasty, it's every man to himself. So there are more chances for us at home to be united than abroad here. You know, I mean, abroad here, there are just very little things that cement us or bring us together. I'm not supporting it, but that is the reality. For example, I've noticed that when we come abroad, people gravitate towards their churches, some to Celestial Church, some Catholics, or, you know, when they have problems, these churches in one way or the other try to, you know, ameliorate the degree of the hardship. I've noticed that. And also along tribal lines. If somebody from my tribe should come, if he's in problems like accommodation or whatever it is, we try to get him settled, show him the avenues of getting jobs or something to do. And, you know, these are petty assistance we render each other. But if there's nothing bonding me, you know, bonding you with somebody just arriving. In fact, normally when people arrive, let's say it's an Igbo man, we ask him to go to the Igbo Union. Then when he gets to the Igbo Union, they ask him, which state are you from? I'm from Enugu State. Okay. Then Enugu people now will direct him to people from his local government and if possible to people. That is how it operates in all the places I've been to. In Israel, in what's it called, South Africa, here in the Gambia. Even when I was in Uganda briefly, I noticed it. So that is just how we were brought up at home. So as I said earlier on, I mean, a rotten society cannot produce a clean police force. It also applies to the way we relate outside here. If we are well organized at home, automatically when we go out, we are likely to be well organized. So this is how I see it. There are a lot of things that I mean, it's very difficult to create unity among, anyway, it's a very funny topic. It's a very funny topic.
Why did you say it's a very funny topic? Are you saying it is impossible for us to be united? The reason why I bring this topic up is we've left the shores of Nigeria. And let's be honest with ourselves. Most of us passed through hell to get here. And in spite of those challenges, we were still able to achieve our dreams. Beside that, our children also who are here are also in that position also to getting a better life. And this is what we want back home. We want to achieve this back home. And we face racism here, even within ourselves, but nevertheless, that didn't deter us in pursuing what we want to pursue. How can we help? Like, Nigerian has made a very good suggestion, which, whether we like it or not, there's a saying here in Irish that you cannot win if you are not in. If you are out, you cannot win. You have to play the lotto to win the lotto. If you don't play the lotto, you cannot win. So we have to be in to be able to change that narrative. Yeah, unfortunately, some have left and they became parliament or parliamentarian, whatever it is. Unfortunately, they became more corrupt. than even those that are there. Now, that also should not deter us because we don't know their intention. Maybe that is their intention. It can be my intention. It can be Nigeria my intention. It can be Mr. James' intention. The intent that is their own intention. We come here every day to talk.
No, you see, sorry for interrupting you.
No, go ahead. Sorry,
good.
I'm Emperor the Conqueror. I know you are from Nigeria. Thank you. I will come to you, Mr. James. Go ahead.
Yes,
Mr. James, hold on for Emperor the Conqueror. Petrol is 66. Go ahead, Emperor the Conqueror. You are running your generator. Come again.
So I said I would like to give my submission, what I came here to say, without beating about the bush.
Right.
So I think, like I said, the problem of Nigeria is our conflicts of interest. And if we can reduce the conflict of interest, we'll have a better Nigeria. And from my ponderance about the matter, I will say the best way that we can reduce this conflict of interest right now without causing bloodshed or any other negative side effects is by making an amendment to the Constitution. And what's that amendment? It's an amendment to change the Federal Republic of Nigeria from being a federation to being a confederation. Now, what do I mean? When I joined earlier, I talked about the different issues that arise from different parts of this country as regards what people want in terms of self-determination and in terms of national unity. Now, if we can appeal to those interests and let these people know that these things can actually work together, how? Let me just use the three main parties, even though that's not how the nation will be carved in such a situation. There will have to be a referendum across the nation, and all the parties interested will have to come and campaign. So just assume, for instance, that we have Oduduwa Group, we have Arewa, and we have Biafra. Let us, for simplicity's sake, right? In a case where those are the only groups that win a referendum in a bid to make Nigeria become a confederation, those three groups will become full-blown sovereign states. They will have their currencies, their constitutions, their governments, everything that they need to be a full-blown state. However, they will be tied with a treaty to the Nigerian, should I say, Commonwealth. Why? The southeast, for instance, that the Biafra downwards, they are the main enabler of the federal accounts. So they will have to agree that, okay, the amounts that we normally pay out for federal allocation will continue paying out to help the other areas of the country. Then we'll keep our own internally generated revenue, and the net difference, for example, now we know that Akwa Ibom, for instance, receives, let's say, 600 billion, for instance, and let us say the net revenue generated from its oil resources is about 1 trillion. So that means Akwa Ibom will have to be giving out 400 billion, for instance, every year. The other groups will know that they're not going to lose the revenue they are getting. And then these things that are causing this division, which is all of us trying to work on that one particular system that is not even working for everybody, will end. Those who want to become monarchy or sultanates or theocracies or whatever, they will be able to have their governments. We see what happened in Ilorin recently. Two sets of indigenes of the same land, one wants to do a festival, the other one says no, this is not what is in our land. But after with such a referendum, the line will be drawn between the two areas. We won't be having, let's say, Kwara states. We'll be having the two separate regions, the two separate states that want to operate their different systems. And with such a system, once they operate their separate systems like that, there will be no reason to clash with anybody else. We will not have, instead of the National Assembly, we will not have a confederation, a confederate parliament, where each sovereign state will bring a representative to that parliament. Then, like ECOWAS, the leader of the confederation will be rotated around the
we lost that last part because you from.
did you get?
No,
So,
we lost the last part, please.
okay, so the leader of the confederation will be rotated among the member states, just like we have in ECOWAS.
Okay.
So we'll be
before
almost
you
like
go, let me summarize. Let me see if I can summarize what you just said.
okay.
Instead of federation, we have confederation. Correct?
Yeah.
We give, let's say, for argument's sake, we have the Biafran, the Oduduwa, the Yoruba nation. All these will be a sovereignty of their own, but will still be within the same country, and the resources will now be shared evenly or be spread accordingly to the needs of the nation. Is that correct? Am I correct? Am I quoting you right? Okay, it's frozen again. Okay, I hope you come back and you're able to establish what I am, what you say. Mr. James, the floor is yours. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, sorry, Mr. James is back again. Mr. James, we are giving him the floor because he's joining us from Great Nigeria, where the internet is the best in the world and the electricity is the best in the world. As you can see, please, Najama, please bear with him. Thank you. Go ahead, Emperor the Conqueror.
Okay, so when we choose a system, for instance, let us say we bring it before the Senate, before the House, and it is approved.
I am going to stop you there. I was actually waiting for you to mention that we will bring it before the House. The same House I have been talking about in respect to Section 68 and Section 110. So we will bring that to the House, okay? And for us to bring this to the House...
I've gone through...
Go ahead. Can you hear me? I don't think he's hearing me. If you're hearing me, we are not. Okay, Emperor the Conqueror, I will come back to you. Let me give the floor to Mr. James. Mr. James, the floor is yours.
One unfortunate thing or the tragedy that has befallen the country is that history at a time was not being taught in schools. If probably he did not offer history in high school, I do not know. Maybe he was a science student. If he had studied the history of the Civil War, he would have known the treaty, or he must have read about the treaty Ojukwu and Yakubu Gowon signed at Aburi in Ghana. When they signed the treaty, Ojukwu had confederation in mind. Yakubu Gowon could not understand Ojukwu because Ojukwu was holding a degree in history or 2 degrees, I can't remember. So his level of reasoning was far much higher than that of Yakubu Gowon. When they finished signing the treaty, they came home, then they explained the implications to Gowon that you've ceded the sovereignty of Nigeria, that what you signed is not what you had in mind. So Ojukwu now said, on Aburi we stand. That was the beginning of the Civil War. Now, what he's preaching is confederation. If you create a confederal republic of Nigeria, what it means is that the components will be stronger than the center. Those who are clamoring for one Nigeria are likely to lose their, they are likely to lose because what is suggesting will lead eventually to the disintegration and breaking up of Nigeria. It's as good as that. And this is the reason why those who are benefiting from the monumental rot in the system do not want to hear the word confederation or referendum, in particular referendum. You see, when you cede powers to the regions, it's as good as telling them that you are free to go because the powers you are going to give them, it will work so strong with time that if they choose to break away, there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. I'm not saying Nigeria should remain one, neither am I saying that it should break, the country should break. What I'm telling you are the implications. Now, one of the defect of the federal system of government is that it can lead to secession easily, just like what we saw in the East during the Civil War. Whereas in a unitary system, like the type they practice in Ghana, the Gambia, and probably Sierra Leone, they have unitary system. They don't have federal system. Unitary system is good for people who are almost the same, but with some minor differences. But if the differences are getting too much, you break it down into a federation, like we have in Nigeria. Our differences, in most cases, are sharply contrasting. So let each man develop along his own line. That is this present setup we have right now. But however, it's a very funny, it's a complex topic, let me put it that way, because as I said, those who are benefiting from the present arrangement, they are prepared to die more than once than for them to agree that the country should go confederal instead of remaining as a federation.
Mr. James, Niger man has profiled a solution, which is we getting involved into politics. I take that one because, like I said, you can't win if you are not in. It's not possible. That's just the truth of the matter. We can't sit on the fence either. Emperor the Conqueror said we have to address conflict of interest and confederation, which you said you are not for either federation or confederation because those who are their interests will be affected. Those who want federalism, their interests will be affected if they go to confederation. At the end of the day, let's say this: that whichever route we are going to take, we still have to go to the House of Senate, to the chambers. If we want a referendum, we have to get there, and they have to push. We have to push for a referendum. But so far, we still have not identified that one thing that divides us. Now, let me throw a spanner into the wheel. Okay, Mr. James, you are an atheist, but nevertheless, you possess so much knowledge.
You think so?
Okay. Come again?
You think so?
Well, should I use the word knowledge or education?
People taught me. If you say I'm knowledgeable, what about those who taught me? How will you describe it?
Okay, Mr. James, in the context of this our discussion, you are our historian here. Let me put it that way. You've traveled wide and you have a better understanding. Niger man is a PhD holder, hypothetically, okay? And Emperor has gone. We all are knowledgeable people or persons here. So someone pasted he said, this person said, with the intelligent minds in Nigeria, why can't they understand this simple fact? Now, I'm not going to read that last part. I'm only taking the first line, with the intelligent minds in Nigeria. So, meaning that we are what? We are intelligent. And with this intelligence, it still appears that we are ignorant. Now, it does not necessarily mean that we didn't go to school. So, Niger man said, let's join politics. 100% correct. The issue of confederation, I made this suggestion the other day, maybe not in the way you made it. And someone got angry with me. I said, I'm not in the position. I said, if the Igbos, they are clamoring for their own nation, go mark your territory, print your naira, have your army and everything, and start to do business with other parts of Nigeria. The person got angry that why will I give? I'm not in the position to be giving advice. I don't know who is to be advised again. I really don't know. It's when I ask these questions outside this platform, someone I know said, our issue is what? Is ignorance. And this individual is somebody who is well-read, a learned person who has been in court severally in his lifetime, still said that we are ignorant. Ignorant of what? But we share the same value. Regardless of our ethnicity, we have the same value. Mr. James is an atheist, whatever it is. But Mr. James understands that he will not want to hurt me. That's value. I also understand that I should not hurt Mr. James. That's value. If we go to tribe, Nigerian man is a Yoruba man. He understands, if I'm correct.
I love Yoruba.
Okay. All right. It doesn't matter where you are. Nigerian man is an Edo man. I believe you're from Edo State. And he is scared. He is scared from his name. He's from Delta State. If I am
actually, Edo State.
Okay.
You see,
Mr. James is Edo State as well too. So
no,
3 against 1.
No, I'm not Edo State.
Okay, where are you from, Mr. James?
I'm Delta.
Okay, Mr. James is Delta. Okay, so we have to.
However,
I don't get 2-2 now.
Despite the fact that I'm from Edo State, are you listening?
So now,
despite the fact that I'm from Edo State, Oba talk by he said, "So that you say webo."
No.
Yes,
I'm not on that level.
I don't have a song. I don't have the audio.
So
okay,
we share the same value. We uphold the same value. And because we uphold the same value, if we only can come to that point to say what we uphold, what we are looking for, we are searching for, is the same thing, whichever way we pursue it. But it has to be pursued in peace and in a democratic way. So, like I said, throwing a spanner into the wheel is that one thing that divides us is ignorance. Now, if those of you who are familiar with the Holy Scripture, the Bible says, even God who created us says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. And the opposite of knowledge is what? Is ignorance. I yield the floor to anyone who wants to weigh on it. Thank you.
Yeah, you see, okay,
let the part of first.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You are suggesting that we should go into politics. We all cannot be politicians. There are enough people in politics. So those who choose to be politicians, that is their responsibility to fix the country and how it should be administered. That is how I see it. I cannot go into politics when I don't have flair for it. Just like this man, what's his name? Gani Fawehinmi of those days. He was a critic of government. But he would never aspire to become a minister or whatever it is. To criticize is one thing, and to administer is a different thing altogether. We have surplus politicians. So we all cannot be in politics to fix the country. Let the politicians do their job, because it is their responsibility to govern. They choose that profession for themselves. So this is how I see it. But this problem we are facing in Nigeria, from what I'm seeing, it seems we are going to solve it unknowingly. Let me put it that way. Just like apartheid in South Africa, while they were fighting, nobody ever knew that F.W. de Klerk, the last apartheid president, will automatically make a U-turn that will lead the country into independence, even 1 month to that time, when he made the U-turn, that Nelson Mandela should be released. There should be democratic election. All of a sudden, the ANC, for example, they did not prepare for leadership. This is one thing also disturbing them up till now. It came unexpectedly. So what is going to fix the problem of Nigeria? I'm of the opinion that it's going to be something nobody planned for, if the problem will be solved. And if Nigeria will scatter, nobody actually will be able to say, this is the last straw that will break the camel's back, that will scatter the country. Because you were saying that we have the same values. I don't think so. I don't think so. Because you see, the country is made up of different sets of people. And each set of people have their own interests, which they are protecting. So this is how I look at the country. Now, a country whereby terrorists will come from nowhere, cut away a lot of people, demand money, government will pay money through the back door, and they release the people. To me, it's very strange. But that is the part of the country I come from. It's very, very strange. And people go to negotiate. In the course of negotiation, money change. So I cannot say that we all have the same values. The values are different. So this is how I look at it. And now, even look at it from another perspective. Most Nigerians who are traveling abroad, those from the South, they go to Western countries. Not all of them, but majority of them go to Western countries. Whereas those from the North, you find a lot of them in Sudan, Saudi Arabia, and the Arab countries. This shows that we don't, our values are actually not exactly the same thing, the way you are probably looking at it.
Mr. James, hold on 1 second. I want to highlight something first here. I'm coming. Let me see if I can find it back again. Someone said electricity is conflicting religion with education. No, I am not. I am only trying to extract the aspect of knowledge where it says in the scripture that my people perish for lack of knowledge. Now, education, I stand corrected. I stand to be corrected. Education is us gaining knowledge of one thing or the other. I stand corrected. So my point is, if God who create us says that his own people perish as lack of knowledge, the opposite of knowledge is ignorance. Now, does that mean his people are not highly educated? Most are highly educated, but yet he still says, in respect to his word, they are still not knowledgeable. So what I am trying to extract from there, and not to conflict, is the aspect of knowledge and ignorance, because I can be ignorant despite being educated in this aspect. I can still be considered an ignorant person in another area. It's not an insult, and it's not belittling anybody.
Anyway, Najama can come in.
Yeah, I'm coming. You said we don't have the same value.
Yes.
What are values?
Please.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm very sorry to interrupt. Please, let me just give my point and leave.
All right, Najaman.
Oh God.
Go ahead. So
I was saying that we'll get to the Senate. The difference, first of all, we have to choose what we want to prioritize. Is a unitary system? Having a unitary system at all costs more important than having a functional system? Because I listened to what Mr. J was talking about, part of it, but I
Najaman, the floor is yours. We lost him again.
Yeah, you know, we have to look to things. I don't understand the way we are trying. I don't think we the diaspora, because we have hoping for those in Nigeria before we find solution will be very hard. Because people that is hungry in Nigeria cannot answer you all this what we are saying. All this they can't even have Wi-Fi to stay 1 hour or 2 hours to
It's
come
on
to
again.
this
Let's give
program.
him time. It's on again.
Okay.
So,
Nigerian, let's be patient with them, please.
okay, the
Go ahead.
difference between then and now is that there are no, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, go
Yes,
on.
yes, we can hear you.
But now there are many units, many organizations that are willing, that are pro this kind of system, that actually want to have.
So this is one of the major problems we have in the country. Issue of electricity and internet. It's a big problem. Most of us probably don't understand this problem of electricity. That is why I give myself that nickname, electricity, because I strongly believe that if we fix that aspect of electricity, we will not be talking this much on some issues, because the reason why people are feeling this pain of subsidy is because we depend so much on generator. So we buy fuel to power our generator that now gives us that electricity. So look at the internet. Reason why you and I, Nigerian man, Mr. James, and any other person who are in diaspora, we are able to sit down for hours to talk, is because we have that constant electricity. Even though we pay for it, but we have it constantly. Fuel prices are increased.
But Nigeria will not pay for lights. Even though you give them from, they will not pay for light. I know people have not paid for life for 10 years. 15 years.
I agree with you. Honestly, I agree with you, because the problem
even
is
here in abroad. Even here in abroad, pay water is problem somehow. They are owing water 1 year, 2 years. You are saying in Nigeria. I don't know why people are blaming. We will know the problem. We are just trying to be blaming government.
No.
You have to obey law.
I am
abroad
not.
We are, but this electricity. Okay, talk. I have a lot to talk. Just talk, because
Nigerian man. If you have been listening to my argument, I have taken a position that. Come again.
Let the guy. I think he's back.
Okay, you are back. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, just in case it goes off again, I posted a link at the top of the charts, the first couple of charts, a Medium link. So if you would like to know more, you can check the article and let me know what you think from it. Because it's a breakdown of what I'm talking about. Okay, and for what Mr. Nigerian just said, the issue with we paying bills is not, you can't really blame the Nigerian man. Because, for instance, those of us that are using, in many countries, they use prepaid. I still remember several times we here tried as much as possible to get our prepaid meters, and we couldn't get them. They refused to release the meters to us. They wanted to give us estimated bills. And not everybody can live like that, because the bills are just random. So there are actually many people who are willing to live a normal life, but the government still doesn't make it easy for us. So, and these issues happen everywhere. In the US, people used to litter the streets before. People used to smoke in airplanes before. It was the government that changed it. The problem in Nigeria, let us stop blaming our citizenry. It is the government. If the government changes, it will trickle down.
The government changes. It's government that told you to be traffic light. These people are sometimes.
You said?
The government that told you to jump queue in the bank. The government that told you to jump queue.
I think
the government that told you to jump us, not to pay.
Get my point. We have our issues. I'm talking about the issues that plague, the main issues that plague Nigeria. All those things are things that can easily change. If everybody is living well, is as in, for example, now I don't think you will go to certain places and you find people behaving like that. Nigerians actually. It is because when you are too poor, there's nothing for you to even live up to. Is it queue that will not be your challenge? Is it to stay on queue that will be your problem? You will not, as in, there's nothing for you to lose. life is already too bad for you to say you want to go and start maintaining queue. But when you are living a decent life, there's certain things that you will not be able to do just out of self-respect. So let us not blame that's why as things keep getting worse, we still keep getting worse and worse behavior. Because that is what the system is encouraging. And when the system stops encouraging that, things will start changing the other way around. Like I said, in the US, people used to litter the streets before. But they're not, these same Americans, they used to smoke in airplanes. Somebody smoking inside aeroplane. But it was changed. It wasn't the people that chose to change. It was the government that changed. They wear seatbelts in the US. It's not because everybody likes to wear seatbelts. In France, people don't care about seatbelts like that. France is a European country. So I just want to know that if the top is right, for example, if Peter Obi, for instance, were to have his way, even though that is highly unlikely, but if he were to have his way, you will see the trickle-down effect. We were much better than this now. Let us still remember, as bad as when we want to make OBJ out to be, OBJ's tenure was far better than the way we are now.
Mr. Emperor the Conqueror, sorry if I have to interject you. Are you suggesting that the citizens don't have responsibility or a role to play? I don't understand.
I'm saying that when we put the blame on the citizenry, we are actually shifting it from who it's supposed to be. Let me give an example. If I pour excrement on the ground and flies come around to perch on it, I shouldn't be blaming the flies. I have to take away the excrement first and clean up that place. Then if I still see flies, then okay, these flies actually have spiritual problem. So what I'm saying is that the behavior of the citizenry stems from the environment that they found themselves in. In 1960, we were not behaving like this. We were not behaving like this. Things kept getting bad. Society kept degrading as time went on. And it kept degrading.
Okay, Nigerian, the floor is yours. We've lost him again. So, because we have a lot of things to cover right now.
One thing I just want to start with, because there are a lot of things I even forgot one. People, they don't know, maybe I've said this thing. Before we say something, before we make a suggestion, it's okay, you are putting more time off. Because before we begin to say, because you hear the comment, you hear people come, let's break up. I thought maybe because many people doesn't know what is going on, or they don't know anything about their country, or they just want to throw propaganda or concoct life from pit of air to sell everywhere. First and foremost, before the British left us, what did they give us? Regional government. Everybody was on his own. That is what the British give us. Abi? So why did that regional government, what happened that made them to abolish it and come to federal government system? Then you are not telling us we should go back to regional government. How can we go from where we are coming to where? People have to suggest, not people be suggesting, let's go to regional government. We are in regional government. That is what the British, and people are telling you, British bring the country, we are not there. What is the full meaning of Wazobia? The three of them was signed to agreement to become a Nigeria. Even we are not even part of them, that we are talking now, that's supposed to be complaining. The people that signed, the Arewa, the Igbo, the Yoruba, that signed the unity, that signed, okay, this country, we agree. The people will just be telling you, British bring it, we don't even know about. The British all wake up with the money, give you country and leave it. You people sign to it. Let's talk about this conquer of land everywhere. Why did they remove it? Why did they abolish it? They said the country was bad then. It was bad. Niger Delta want to go. It become problem. The Niger Delta Republic. They said this Nigeria is non-negotiable. They went there, kill those people, take Adakaburu away. After 8 months, you come, you said you want to go. Nobody is going nowhere. Let's forget about all these things. Every problem that people cause, which everybody should face it. Don't be come and be telling who want to fight, should fight for himself. Don't be putting everybody together. That is what I don't like about all this issue. They remove they abolish the regional government. They abolish Nigeria is not the 10 Niger data they cannot go. Nigeria is not negotiable. Why are we not coming back? We should go back to there now. What that can't we think of something else that we should learn from other countries that we can go? So we should go back to where we are coming. That they say it was not bad. They said there was too much corruption by then when it was regional. That is what made them to abolish it and bring this government, federal government, that everybody should come to the center. Have one government in the one unity government in the center. Bring all your resources to center. Then we share it. Why did they agree to it by then? Why we don't say we should go back there? Please, people should bring a good solution and let's go. How they do Nigeria? We too like recycling.
Sorry, Najama, my apology. Dan, welcome. Najama, you made a point. We were formerly in the regional government. They said the regional government is corrupt. We are in the federal. They said the federal is corrupt. So which government are we going to use now? Are we going to drag the...
America is multicultural. So when everybody just say it is only Nigeria.
Exactly. This is what I don't understand. If you come to Britain, they have different cultures there.
They have, the problem is just peculiar to only Nigeria.
That's why I say, what is that one thing that divides us? It could not be. I disagree that it is ethnicity or it is religion. I don't think so, because all these countries
please 1 minute.
Go ahead.
When I use that Wazobia, do you think if it's religion, tribal, Azikiwe, Awolowo, Amadu Bello, know that they are divided, they are religion. It doesn't like Azikiwe, or Azikiwe doesn't like Awolowo. Do you think we agree for them to sign to become one Nigeria? So we have to leave all this sentiment that people are selling to us. These politicians that want to hold power, this is what they are selling to us now. For we to scare away from the politics and scare away from the powers. For we to get it, for me, I said one thing. Everybody in Abuja doesn't know if you are Igbo, you are Hausa. All of them are one mind, one thing. Me and you is shouting, you be Igbo, you be Hausa, you be Yoruba. We are just shouting on social media. Those people don't even know if we exist.
Okay.
Come back as one country. Come back as citizen and take our country if you want to fight. All this tribal divide. You divide, you are coming. They say we should form unity government. We form unity government. You are saying we should go back to there again. What did they say corruption be? Now they cancel one. And the abolition. So you say we can't go back to there again. Who's kind of
I just posted the link on the Najaman. I agree with you. I mean, I have to be honest. Dan, sorry you keep going in. I think your network. I'll yield the floor to you before coming to Mr. James, because yesterday, so before you speak, yesterday or 2 days ago, there was this post of Nigerian government cutting off electricity to Niger as a part of sanction. I don't know if any of you saw the video. And really,
no, they haven't read it. They read it in the National Assembly today. You've seen it today. They read it. It's true.
Okay. Now, I was actually taken aback in the sense that we are supplying Niger electricity. Now, I don't know the population. I thought I was going to do the research, but I was depending on Mr. James, that I hope Mr. James will come, who is our researcher here and our historian, to tell me. Honestly, I'm telling you the truth, Mr. James.
Yeah,
we are supplying Nigeria electricity. We should put something not out of context. We are supplying Nigeria electricity, not the generation, not the distribution.
No, the issue is
the dam.
You see, the dam at Kenji Dam.
Okay, go ahead.
It's using river water to generate electricity. Now, River Niger took its source in Republic of Guinea. That's where it started flowing. It flowed up to Mali, then it made a curve around Timbuktu to Niger before entering Nigeria. Now, the water is coming from that end. The government of Niger, they said they want to dam the river in Niger. Niger is on top of Nigeria. If they dam the river over there, most of the water will be stored there. So we will not get enough water to generate our electricity in Kenji Dam. We built our dam first before they decided that they want to build another. So the Nigerian government convinced them that if you build your dam, our dam will be useless. So don't build your dam. Instead, we will supply you electricity. So that was the agreement they entered many, many, many years ago. So that is the reason why we are supplying.
So the point is we are supplying them electricity.
Electricity, yes. But the irony is this. Niger is producing uranium. They have surplus uranium in their country. They said, I mean, what called the French take the uranium to France to generate electricity for themselves, virtually free of charge. Virtually free of charge. Now, it means Niger hasn't got electricity of their own, but they are powering the electricity in France.
Okay.
And we Nigerians are selling them electricity at a discounted rate.
At a discounted, but we don't have electricity.
Of course, we don't have, because...
Now, here is the question. The argument, Dan, I'll come to your apology. The argument they've been making in respect to this fuel subsidy is that if this fuel subsidy is not removed, that the country will collapse or will crumble. For how long now? The question now will not be, for how long have we been selling electricity or giving, regardless of the amount of money they've been paying, whether it's a subsidized rate or not, how long have we been supplying them with electricity, and where is the money going?
Now, if you ask me where is the money going, let me answer that first. we have to answer what happened to the crude oil sales. I mean, what happened to the money we derived from crude oil sales over the years?
It's the same thing. They come up with this argument, we have to remove. Sorry, Mr. James. We have to remove the fuel subsidy. We have to remove the fuel subsidy. If we don't remove it, the country will collapse. This and that. I just find that argument, as far as I'm concerned, rubbish.
The gold is mined at Elisha. The gold they mine in Zamfara State. What happened to the money? So these are issues we are going to resolve in future. We cannot resolve those problems.
We'll resolve it in our time. Dan, the floor is yours. Let's give Dan the floor, please, Mr. James. Thank you. Dan, you have to unmute yourself. We're not hearing you.
Yes, I was saying greetings to Mr. James, yourself, and the brother who just... German, you know. I just came back and I was listening while I was coming home. And I came in home now, listening again. I thought, let me just chip in a little bit, you know. I know the time I joined the conversation, you were talking about Nigeria going to war. I mean, to Tinubu asking the Senate to grant him powers to attack, and you were talking about the diaspora divide in diaspora. Why is Nigerians divided, or what is dividing us or keeping us together, or whatever?
What is that one thing that divides us, that it appears that we cannot agree, have one voice?
Yeah, you know, Mr. James also was very, very intelligent in describing that situation, though you were a little bit trying to argue with him. But I think he made it point clear. When the home is not in peace, we are divided as a Nigerian, whether we like it or not. You know what I mean? Our unity in Nigeria, I must tell you, most intellectuals know they are questioning it, you know. Many people have questioned it over and over. Are we really to be together? Was Nigeria created for Nigerians to be together, or was Nigeria created for us to just live a life of every man on his own? And Nigerian just made a statement right away before he left. The video went off. He said something that the British, when they left us Nigeria, they left us in a regional system. You understand? Because they themselves, who were our leaders or who were taking care of us, they saw Nigerians. They know that we are not together. They know we are not people who were supposed to be together because of the divide, languages, culture, attitude, religion. So when they were leaving, they used their seniorness, mind of thinking. You know, when you see a professor in university, sometimes when he's dealing with students, he watched the students and he direct them. So the British left us the way they feel we should be. Before they, let me use Fela's word. He said the VIPs. You know what the meaning when Fela say VIP, you know what it means. I don't want to use that word so that
No, it means vagabond in I think it's vagabond in power.
So when the brothers who were vagabonds in power came on with their different ideas, and they are from all parts of that Nigeria. It's not like it's from one particular part, but they met themselves, especially those who were educated at that time. Those people who was educated abroad, like UK, those early masters, you know, that we have. Sometimes we give them kudos. They say Awolowo, they say Nnamdi Azikiwe, they give them all these big accolades and all this shit. They are the problem of Nigeria. They brought us together. And since they brought Nigeria together, Nigeria has not known itself up to today. And you have seen that mistake. Let me call it a mistake. Maybe they thought it would work, but let me just call it a mistake. You understand? Bringing Nigeria together. I used to have the belief that Nigeria should be one. Up to tomorrow, I still have that belief because we know where the problem is right now. It's those vagabonds in power who are trying to divide us in a way that we cannot. I mean, most Nigerians, in fact, the only way you can be a good Nigerian now is when you run out of Nigeria. So now let me come to that point of today's topic. Now you come to the abroad. I've been in abroad. I don't say I'm one of the oldest. The time we left Nigeria was when Nigerians was talking about abroad. You know, there were people who were going to abroad those days, the children of the rich people, but the time, our own time in the 89, 90, when we came, that was the time the poor man can even come. You know what I mean? Hustlers entered. People knew that Nigeria, no. So that time when we came, Nigeria, going abroad was raining. If you are in abroad that time, you'll be celebrated. But when I came in the system, thinking that I left Nigeria with the hope of, oh, Nigeria is not good, let me go and hustle. That early time we came, you will see some Nigerians, they say, oh, boy, let's form a unity. In case something happens, we help each other. Brothers, some people, those people who were heading those things, they did what Tinubu is doing today. When they come there, they will bring one system. Before you know, they start to tribalize it. If you are an Igbo man, if it's an Igbo man who is in the leader, he will settle his Igbo brother. If a Benin man come, is in the group, he will carry all the Benin people one side. All of them. In fact, they will be greeting in their language. You know what I mean? The Yoruba people came, they grouped themselves. But people like us, who were Lagosians, you know, when you grow up in Lagos, Lagos is no man's land. People are arguing that Lagos, when they say no man's land, people will be arguing. But Lagos was no man's land during our time. So those of us who grew up in Lagos, we know that everybody is one. Because in Lagos, you will see a Benin guy, you will see a Sapele guy, you will see Igbo guy, you will see everybody. And all of us spoke Yoruba. And we know they discriminate as far as we're Lagos. But when I come to the Europe and saw these divisions, you understand? It became a thing for me like, what? So we came all the way from Nigeria to divide again in Europe. In fact, if you enter trouble that time, it's a Nigerian man who put you in that trouble. Some people will be telling you, boy, if this guy fall into my trap, I go show him. Not be anything, maybe sometimes it's out of jealousy. Maybe you are doing better than them. in the whatever they are doing that time, whether it's hustling or whether you dey chop aduro. You know, that time some people go chop 100 aduro just making money. If you buy one canvas, somebody will hate you for that. So that's one thing that divides us in diaspora. It's a system of jealousy. You understand? If you want to succeed in abroad, the time I learned my lesson, I never communicated with any Nigerian again. I was on my own. Even my wife was telling me that time, these people you are following are not your brothers. But that time you go even swear heaven and earth, oh, it's my brother, just to convince your wife so that you will get where to go. You know, a white woman, oh, where are you going? I'm going to see my brother, just to escape from house those days. But sometimes when you bring them home, she will see that you people are not brothers. You know, white person, they know they lie. When those friends go, he go tell you, say, but you say this is your brother? No, I don't think. You go to argue with your wife self that time. Say, what do you mean? Just in case, so that you go feel escape the next day. You understand? But later, when you calm down, the time where they show you pepper, when Nigerians start to show you pepper, where you begin to enter so whole, now you go know, say, no, this woman, he get eye. So the division, why Nigerians, that one thing dividing Nigeria abroad, to me, is simple story. That song that Edna, this Benin woman sang that time, jealousy. For me, it's jealousy. And for anybody to succeed in abroad, you must behave like the white people. You go on your own, whether you survive or not. That is also what is happening back home in Nigeria. Jealousy. That's all. I rest my case for now.
Let me buttress one thing Dan said. I grew up in Lagos. I mean, when you said it, it kind of jogged me back. I grew up in Lagos, and truth be told, there was no issue. You'll be very surprised if I tell you that I speak Yoruba very fluently. In fact, I speak Yoruba, I don't speak my own language. There is the issue of, is a Yoruba, is an Igbo, it wasn't there. To be honest, I'm thinking back now. It wasn't actually there. That time we go and sit down in Meti. You know that malas that do Meti, that prepare tea that time.
Yeah,
Meti.
yes, now.
We go and sit down there, Meti. They do the Meti. And I really don't know why, when we now, you see, why I brought this topic up is, I repeat again for the record that John Abazi, I think you're trying to come in. I don't know. Hold on 1 second. If you said, let me change. Okay, Mr. James, I got that. John Abazi, I think you are trying to come in. You see, why I brought this issue of us diaspora up is this. I know there are issues on ground in Nigeria. I'm not blinded to that. But because we have left, we came to a place that is not our place. And we faced challenges. Most of us overcame these challenges. We complain of racism, we complain of discrimination, we complain they don't like us, they don't love us, they hate us. And some of these complaints are actually correct. Nevertheless, we still pressed on, we still pushed on. And I said we sit in a privileged position to see how we can come together and see how we can transfer this knowledge. And Najama made a very good point. We have to get involved into politics. And that's just it. I mean, not every one of us can get involved in politics because not every one of us love politics. But that doesn't mean we can't be part of it even as citizens, because for crying out loud, these leaders they will govern over us. They make the laws, they make the rules. And whatever laws they make is going to affect us, whether we like it or not. So whether directly or indirectly, we have to be interested or we have to take part somehow. I highlighted, I sent a video, Dr. Dami sent a video in respect to the Scottish parliamentarian that was recalled over COVID-related matter. She was recalled, she was taken out, and so these are the things, a message we can preach. What we can do from here, like I said, it's education, awareness. That's what we can do. Besides going to be part of the politics, or if you are interested in politics and you want to change, you want to write your name in history to help to change the narrative. Nigeria is not a God-forsaken country.
Electricity, please let me just disturb you a little bit.
All right, go ahead.
You said something about we in diaspora getting involved in politics. First of all, you have been hammering on this. You said there's one recalling our people in the parliament.
Yeah.
And the first time I heard you say this, I told you something. In a system, Nigeria has a system. There's one program they used to make in this VIP, Voice of the People. There's one ex-policeman who used to come there with one Jude. This man will be telling you that this is how it's done in Nigeria. This is the system. And when he's be telling you that system, you'll be confused. But this is not supposed to be like that. But the man will stress the point that this is the system in Nigeria. Okay, now you always make, which is true. What you are saying is true. Is the right thing to recall those people who we put there who are not doing what they're supposed to do. And if you look at the background, we supposedly elected them there. But Nigerian system, the people we wanted to be there are not the people there. Or those of them, when they get there, they take their share clean mouth. If you are talking, they won't listen to you again. You understand? The other brother was telling you, when they go there, then give them the money now. There's nothing you can, when they want to do anything, it's based on money. When they pay somebody money, forget about, they even remember what you are saying now to recall. He has already bought everybody. Poor man like me now, maybe if I was based in Nigeria, I never eat belefu or I get picking way. Pay one, one pays. Wait, let me just land this before you carry on.
Has not be professor the ring election for the.
Okay, look, that's what what they call those people? Educated illiterates. That is the name why they call those those professors. They are educated, but they are illiterates, which is what electricity is saying. Education. Don't be educate somebody to become a professor. Educate people not to be cheating. This is our problem in Nigeria. As far as then give somebody money, Nigerian system, case closed. Even pastor, all these people where they say they are man of God, woman of God, just give them small, not even give them plenty money, self. Just give them 1 million naira. You go change your mind. Straight. I know that. So recalling people in a system in Nigeria, for example, nobody go answer. Even that your letter of recall say no go reach table. That is the problem. You no go reach anywhere. That is why I give my baseline. That baseline where they take support Showore. The thing will go solve Nigerian problem. Now we are getting nearer there now. Those wicked people now, vagabonds in power, they are now treating Nigerians very badly now. Hunger everywhere. I think you saw that video where they bring down the gates at National Assembly. I don't know if you have seen that video.
I see all those one people.
No, brother, but that is what will happen now.
Not be NSC. After that place, what did they do?
No, brother,
they never shut up.
No, brother, leave that matter. I know say they don't collect money. Some of them withdraw. But when the poor people, they suffer, as they make poor people suffer now, no food, children no fit go school again because parents.
The citizen will start, yeah.
Now the citizen, the time where the hunger. In fact, I was even proposing we were the Europe, make we stop to they give money to our families, at least for 3 months.
Hey, I think go.
No, but now be that problem now. When they know say something, brother, now be that problem. When they know say something go arrive, they're not gonna do anything now. They go just they pray for you.
Well, I don't think that will. I don't think we should do that. But the truth about the issue is that
That one not work, I think.
Ed,
Sorry for that.
welcome to the show. I'll come to you simply. Actually, what that said actually crosses my mind. I have to be honest. Let's be honest with ourselves. But I had to push it away off my mind again. That honestly, I won't lie to you. It crossed my mind. You know what? Let's just stop all this sending money. Maybe it will wake in there. But truth be told, not everyone has people in abroad, and they are surviving. So it will only affect those we're sending money to, not everybody. But there is hunger in the land. Let's be honest with ourselves. This issue of palliative or whatever it is, to me, I don't know why we do something we can't sustain. I mean, how long do you want to be giving people rice for? Governor is doing this.
Well, you thought everybody where they give money for Nigeria. Just a lot that they're hungry. I go Nigeria. My friend where they call me. Oh, finish. We say they do a job. Now this thing they do that.
Osusu.
They do. I say the time. I don't say I lie. When I go Nigeria, I can't call her. I don't even know. I can't call her. Say I don't do like 1 week. Can't find the number. Can't call her. But when I go meet this guy did too flat. Where he build. That's when they say they do Osusu. Then they look at that kind of holding days before me come up to 5 naira, 10 naira. They walk out for street. Then you tell me, but this guy is just big boy. So they knock our money every time.
All right, Dan. Welcome to the show. Ed, I beg your pardon. Ed, welcome to the show. Let's give Ed the floor. Then I will go around again. We will be here probably for the next 1 hour before we call it a day. Ed, I beg your pardon. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Electricity. Your voice sounds so much like one Andrew. Is that you?
Come again.
Can you hear me? Your voice sounds so much like a Mr. Andrew that I've had some sort of conversation with in another platform. Is that you?
Which platform would that? With that,
The fantasy they put on the year though.
Black said the guy won't expose me now.
So it's you. I mean, it's you. We've met on another popular platform.
Which platform? Let me know if you mention the platform.
It's NW.
NW.
Yeah, NW. Nigeria Watch.
Oh yeah. I was there before. Yeah, I'm the one, Andrew. I was there before they banned me because.
Oh, they did. Okay. Well, I didn't know. Like, I know at some point I used to listen a lot to the platform. Okay, yeah. So that's by the way. I really like the kind of conversations that have been going on here. A lot to learn from Mr. J. Like, he's a reservoir of knowledge, historical facts, and I just, whatever comment I'm going to make, I really want to hear his own response to it, because he's way older than us and he's lived through some of the things that I might be pointing to. So I read these things, but I believe he's lived through it, right? So I would like to hear his feedback on it. So to start with, I think when we think about the things that divide us as Nigerians in the diaspora, to be honest, there are also the things that divide us back home in Nigeria. So I think there's just this mutual suspicion every ethnic group has for the other, right? Mr. talked about how I don't know if he said it today, but he said it before, how agreeing in Ronsi shifted us from regional government to this unitary government, which is true. And that was mostly in response to what had just happened in the coup in 1966. From all indication, he was trying to see ways to unite us together as a people. Maybe he was naive, but that was what he was trying to do, because at the same time, he was going around the nation, meeting with different traditional rulers, trying to like just repose some sort of confidence in them that we are one people. It was a very naive thing he did, but it wasn't really ethnically motivated, because that was the interpretation that the rest of the country had. They felt like this man was trying to engender Igbo dominance in Nigeria at that point, right? But that was not necessarily the case. It was just a naive attempt at trying to unite the country, just the same way Gowon came up with NYSC. These are military men. They don't really know about governance. They don't know about administration. They just happened upon the government of a very complex nation like Nigeria, right? So the fact that the rest of the nation felt like this was an attempt to impose, because the Igbos were to an extent very well educated, and other regions were feeling, okay, this man, because you're making a unitary government, that means an Igbo man can get a job in the north, can get in the west, so you're going to feel all these our own positions as region. You see, they were holding on to regions then, and they bashed Agui and Rossi. But now it happens that because everybody has tasted the power of unitary government, these same people are fighting against going back to the regions. The same thing they criticized Agui and Rossi for. I don't know if you get my points, the panel, right? The same thing they fought the man and even killed him for is the same thing that they are holding on to very dearly, because they've tasted the power of power. Let me put it that way. they understand now that that's why our presidential elections are so keenly contested. And you start to ask yourself, what happens to the grassroots, right? So there's just that mutual suspicion we have for ourselves that when someone from a particular place does something, the other region interprets it in some other way. And so to an extent, I've actually thought about the idea of a confederation, but as Mr. J said, that would not be totally a good idea, because we know that we are our natural tendency is to just go our ways, right? So putting that much power in the Confederates might lead to the breaking of Nigeria. But then I think the best thing for us is really to go back to what we were in 1960, where at the regional levels, we had some level of development. Every region was developing at their pace. They weren't having so much. Well, there were some problems. There were still some problems. For example, the Midwest, which I come from, which Nigerian comes from, which Mr. J comes from, wanted to be separate from the West because they felt marginalized there. But guess what? Even in the process of our trying to separate ourselves, there are also people who felt the Midwest was going to be a platform for the reincarnation of the Benin Empire, where the Benins will dominate every other region. It was only the Benins and the Urobos that strongly initially fought for it. In short, the people that fought for that Midwest region, from my own study, they are not even people we hear a lot about today. People like Humphrey Omo Osage, who was the Yase of Benin, people like Shaka Momodu, and then the people from the Urobo region who also fought for it. We don't even have any buildings dedicated to them. But you see that the Edo State House of Assembly today is called the Anthony Enaro House of Assembly, whereas Anthony Enaro was had more affinity for the Western region. So I'm just trying to point out the little dynamics of suspicion. And this thing was so much that for the Benin people to show that they were not trying to dominate, someone like Omo Osage, who was supposed to be the first premier of the Midwestern region, had to cede that to Denis Osadebe, so that just for Benin City to be capital of the region. So it also tells us that we still need. For me, I appreciate that maturity to say, okay, just to show you that I'm not trying to dominate you, I'll take the backstage. You go lead. But we don't have that kind of thinking in the national level today, right? There's hardly
Sorry, let me interject you, Ed. Apologies for that.
No problem,
I want to twist something. I don't know why I'm echoing back to myself.
Maybe because my mic is on.
Can you? Yeah, thank you very much. I want to twist this thing now. Let's be practical now. We are presently in a federal system. So let's project regional government. How will it look like? How is it going to be divided? Into how many segments will it be divided into? And how do we achieve that? Let's say hypothetically that is the solution that will end this divide between us. Hypothetically, let's say that is the solution. Can somebody please give me?
Let me quickly make this point. I don't think it's even feasible for us to go to the regions again. Let me tell you what I'm actually suggesting. I'm suggesting true federalism, where as the states are currently constituted, they control their resources, and then we remove that strong power we have at the center, right? And each state, just like it is in the United States, where each state has some level of control over their resources, and while there's power vested in the president of the United States, a mayor can say, "I don't want you to come to my city," right?
Right.
It happened with Trump.
Let's take a vote on that. The motion Ed just put on the floor is where the state controls their resources. To the aye and to the nay, please. We're in the parliament now.
I think we have to comment first before we can vote this one. If I say parliament, everybody must comment first. You cannot just pass a vote like that. There's no monopoly here now.
Okay, the floor is open for argument and for debate. We'll start with Nigerian, then Dan, then Mr. James, then we'll have vote. Go ahead.
This is a true federation. Fine. Everybody's clamoring for true federation. One thing we have to see, that is what I said. I started with my. They started with regional government. They abolish it. They go to federal, unity government. Now they said no. We are not clamoring now. Maybe we are 5 years now. Okay, let's have a solution. Let's go for true federal system. Every state control your resources. Even you just think from let's put it like this. Leave southeast, leave southeast. Come look that seas in south. The Niger Delta will not say they want to go because they have their own republic right from time. So the resources
no. Nigerian, sorry.
Wait, Ed.
Finish my own. Democracy. Let me finish my. You bring your own.
Hold on 1 second.
So. If we not say state by state, look, we have 6 states there. Okay, those states on its own, we have gas on our own. Okay, the Niger Delta, they will say they want to go. They have their oil. First, they will cut the one going to the east, the pipe going there. They want to start. They will not say they will take care of their oil, everything. How do you think people from Lagos, people from the north, will not agree that true federalism will come? Let's start with it.
Okay, Nigerian.
When everybody attests as a detox, everybody attests the national cake.
Nigerian, they don't necessarily have to cut off the pipeline or whatever it is.
Why not?
Controlling your state, your resources. Controlling your state is controlling the revenue.
No.
Yeah, revenue that you are generating.
Controlling my state, controlling my resources, paying tax to the federal. If I make 1 million, I can pay 2 million. Federal them will be bringing an investor to me. I deal with them myself. I pay tax to them. Don't you know that's the way we be?
All right.
So you not expect me now. Come and take my gas and take it to go and pump like for north or south. Then I would not say because we are we pay and buy.
No. You definitely, if the issue of controlling resources is you are controlling your resources and whatever revenue you generate from there, it's yours beside the normal contribution to the federal purse. You are controlling your resources. You determine that.
Electricity. You have to. Don't you know why they went to court? The governor from the south went to court with the federal government.
Remember, we are arguing the motion.
Because they said they should be collecting the revenue and be paying tax to the government. That they pay tax to the federal. The federal don't have the right to come and be collecting tax in their states.
Okay. When you finish your argument, then we have it on man of prestige, Mr. James. Then we will put the vote to. We will vote whether
people should remember there is more problem that we're supposed to talk about. There is a big problem in Nigeria.
Okay, what is the problem?
Tinubu have rights to the Senate to authorize him to send troops to Niger.
Okay.
And the Senate, if you look at all of them today, they were so weak that they didn't even say anything. So we are asking now, if they're rejected, will Tinubu go by himself, use the executive order to go and fight war? That's the problem in Nigeria now.
All right.
And those people are prepared. They say they are ready for Nigeria.
Okay.
They are training.
Ed, we will take your motion. We will come back to your motion. Okay. I'm not dismissing it. Okay. Thank you, Nigerian. If I understand you clearly, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, according to this information, which I have not read, but I think most people have talked about it, wrote to the Senate to grant, to give him permission to send. I need clarity. Is it peacekeeping mission or to invade another country? Could you please give clarity to this letter, please?
When you read the letter today.
Okay. Let's give a part, Mr. James, who is our historian and our
I saw when the letter came live and when they was reading it like that. Okay.
Okay. So what I need clarity on is this. Is it like ECOMOG issue that we have ECOMOG, or is it a Nigerian own initiative that is trying to create to go into Niger or to invade Niger? Mr. James, please, could you clarify that?
I saw it on social media today. There's a section of the Nigerian Constitution which states that before the president authorized Nigerian troops to fight abroad or something like that, they need approval of Senate.
Yeah, correct.
Now, he wants to do it under the umbrella of ECOWAS. ECOWAS or no ECOWAS, they are still Nigerian troops. So for Nigeria to donate troops to go and fight in Niger, they need Senate approval. I saw it in the Constitution. I can't remember.
No, go ahead, Mr. James. If it's not there, I'll tell. Don't worry. Just go ahead.
The government of Senegal, Ivory Coast, that's Cote d'Ivoire, Republic of Benin, and Nigeria, they have agreed to donate troops. Then the government of Guinea-Conakry, Mali, Burkina Faso, which other country? Excuse me, Guinea-Conakry, Mali, Burkina Faso, the Nigerian, what is called military, and Algeria in North Africa, because they have boundary with Niger. They've agreed that any declaration of war against Niger is automatically a declaration of war against them. And somebody mentioned Sudan. I've not been able to confirm it. So that's Northern Sudan, where fighting is going on now. Then I also heard that this woman, what her name, Sophie Mukwena of South African Broadcasting Service, mentioned today that they found these what's called Wagner men, this Russian Wagner group. Their representatives were in what's called Niamey in Niger, discussing with the government of the country. So this is. Did I mention Senegal?
Yes.
I don't think so, but it's okay.
Senegal is among those to donate troops to ECOWAS. So anyway, the issue is that there's already a division in ECOWAS. Mali and Burkina Faso said categorically that the moment they declare war on Niger, automatically they cease to be members of ECOWAS. So that is the situation right now. And there are rumors, it has not been confirmed, that the Nigerian military in Sokoto, they've been asked to be on the alert that any moment they will cross the border into Niger to force them to, to surrender, to release the president of Niger and reinstate him. But I find it difficult to understand the move Bola Tinubu is taking, because these men who are now in power in Niger, what they have done is treason. Should they relinquish power, it's as sure as the sun will rise that they will face firing squads. So nobody should expect them to backpedal. And the president whom they captured is still in their custody. So if they want to invade, do they think that by invasion, they will be able to release the president? That is a very childish way of looking at the matter. And also, this man, what's his name? Abubakar, sorry. Abdul Salam.
Abdul Salam and the other one was there. The top failed. No.
And the Sultan of Sokoto, they refused to even meet them. I think they sent people to meet them at the airport. The meeting did not take place. So these soldiers, they have something in mind. Nigeria should tread cautiously. As for the House of Assembly in Nigeria, the rest assured. Maybe this night, they will go and see the whole of them at home. Give them money. When they meet tomorrow anytime, they just give it unanimous approval. And that's all. That's what I'm expecting. But this war, what is going to cost for Nigeria?
Allegedly, you are another person. You have to be using allegedly. See the way,
right.
The way you just said it, like Nigeria is a person.
All right, Dan. One of the rules is not to lie down, not to be sleeping or lying down.
I'm not lying down. I'm just putting
it
back.
Okay, you are flying. Okay, I understand that.
I'm not lying down. I put my back.
So, for the record, the issue is not just Nigeria. It's a combination of several governments, including Nigeria, who is the current.
No, not quite. The issue is this: all African countries, they are very, very bitter. I was watching a program on Ugandan television today, online TV. They are badly disappointed that Nigeria, a country that spearheaded the fight against apartheid almost single-handedly, is now the very country fighting or planning to fight an African country in the interest of the white man. This is the question of South Africans.
Mr. Jim.
No, look, let me tell you. Check the what called social media.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm not challenging what you're saying. What I'm saying is that yes, Nigeria is spearheading it, but it's not just Nigeria. It's spearheading it. So we pray this should not happen, or we hope the Senate will not approve it. But like you rightly said, it is very, very difficult because the Senate president was handpicked by Tinubu himself. Well, I wouldn't say handpicked. There was an agreement that you and I will never know. So it practically has every one of them in his pocket, unfortunately. We don't know. And I pray rather than...
Not even that. Tinubu will want to find a way to take fronts because he want to fight the war. He want to head the front.
Why do you think he wants?
Okay.
Why do you think so?
He want to prove his legitimacy with France so that they should deal with him. He's still battling with legitimacy. That's the problem.
And not only that, remember,
is the problem of all this one.
Remember
this is not supposed to be his war.
These are all speculations, if I'm correct. They're all speculations.
Look, the issue is this. Look, this man has some issues with the U.S. Justice Department. What the matter is, we don't know because they are refusing to release the file. So if they ask him to move into Niger, how do they say it? A rat has no voice to call the cat to order. If they ask him to move into Niger, if the allegation is true, he just cannot tell them no. This is the dilemma he's facing. And I made mention of this on, I think, Ovie's platform some time ago, that assuming Bola becomes president, and one of these days, the U.S. government will say, gentlemen, you have a case to answer in Sacramento, whatever court it is, or Chicago. come and stand trial. Of course, he will not like to go. Then they tell, okay, we can settle this matter easily. We need 10 crude oil wells to settle this matter. This was an example I cited. I never knew that there was going to be a coup in Nigeria.
Okay, Mr. James, what you are alleging to is that whatever information they have on him will be used as a leverage against him. Is that correct?
I'm twisting technique, leverage. That's correct.
Okay, just allegedly. So
allegedly.
Just for the records to reflect, because so
I'm not saying he did anything wrong. It is alleged that he did something wrong.
Man of prestige. The issue we were about to discuss a motion, but Nigerian motion, superpower or whatever it is, that of Ed. It's about the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, writing to the Senate to give approval to go into Niger with the Nigerian military, and other countries. I believe you must have seen that that information. So I will start from because he just came in, gentlemen. I will start from Mr. Prestige, then I'll go to Nigeria. Mr. James has already weighed in. Dan and Ed, just to touch on it. I mean, there's practically nothing we can do. We pray this shouldn't be, because the war if it goes ahead, other nations are taking a different position. The war may spill into anybody's country. Mr. Man of Prestige, if you are still there. Okay, I think it's frozen. Niger man.
Eddie before me now. Eddie before me.
Okay, Ed, sorry. My Man of Prestige.
Democracy we did. Now go ring election here.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really have much to say about this. I'm not
I'm going to forgive you, Niger man. Sorry, Ed.
No problem. I mean, it's a very dicey situation. As Mr. James said, the coup plotters, what they did can be seen as treason. So it's like you're fighting with someone who has everything to lose, right? So it's a very dicey situation, and also like one needs to be very clear. Why are you fighting this battle? Why are you sending troops? Is it because it is the right thing to do to return the Nigerian sovereignty, or you're doing it because you're being goaded to do it by an external force, right? So it still boils down to how do we define ourselves as people of Africa? You know, what are we really trying to achieve? Are we trying to, do the thing that works best for us as Africans, or we are just trying to do things that maybe we are being asked to do by external forces? So on that, it's a very dicey issue. I'm not an expert in international diplomacy or conflict resolution, so I'll leave it to the experts. The only thing I wanted to point out was the issue. I mean, I wanted to clarify what I meant by going back to federalism. So what I wanted to envisage was...
Ed, we will come to that. Don't worry, we will come to that. All right, Dan,
no problem.
It's yours before we go.
Well, for me, what Tinubu is trying to do in Niger is just personal to him, you know. All he's doing is personal to him. Nobody's asked to do it. My own view, he's doing it just to ascertain his power, to close people's eyes about what is happening in Nigeria, to show that he's a president, you know what I mean? To show that he's going there to, okay, when I engage myself, I don't know if you have had this, there's this topic going on in Nigeria. When he goes into war in Nigeria, anything that comes out from the tribunal will be suspended, because he will get this some kind of power from the National Assembly that since he's fighting a war somewhere else, he cannot be touched. I don't know if I got it right, but I was listening. They brought out this topic from somewhere that if he's engaged in a war outside, it will delay whatever comes from the tribunal. And because Tinubu is bent on sitting at that power, he knows he could lose at the tribunal. You understand? I know he has that fear that he will lose or he might lose because of the evidences and because of the feelings of the common Nigerians in the streets, all this uprising, up and down, the hunger, his bad policies. You know, he's so unpopular now. Maybe he's just popular among his cronies. But Tinubu is very unpopular in Nigeria to the normal people now. Nobody wants, even those who voted for him, according to the polls, recent polls, there's this online channel called SAO or something like that. This guy has been going around asking Tinubu's people who voted for Tinubu. SAO, yeah. They are all against, many of them are regretting, even the market women who voted. Even some say they will go naked to swear for him. Things like that, because he disappointed them totally. They thought he would do something, but unfortunately. So whatever he's doing in Niger is, to me, is personal. Despite the fact that the Americans, the French, they have this feeling there because of the uranium they say they find there, and the Russians trying to come in, you know, these big three powers trying to use Africa to show to fight in African soil because of the bad leaders we have. But for me, personally, if you ask me my opinion about that war, Nigeria has nothing to do with that war because we have a problem back home. I mean, before you start to fight somebody, you yourself have to make your home good first. You understand? You can't just say because you are the president, you send the soldiers who are poorly paid. Some of them say they don't even know where they are at this moment. You tell them so because you have the power of a president, you can order. You are the commander-in-chief of the armed forces to say. You can always use your hammer to say, okay, go to war, and he has to be obeyed. So for me, going to that place is just personal to him. It has nothing to do with Nigerians. So he's going there for himself, and I doubt many people have been rumoring it that this could lead to a coup in Nigeria himself. The military might use this opportunity to rise against him because he has offended many of them, retiring them when they are not supposed to retire just because they think it's a kind of system. Any president that comes, we have to retire everybody and bring his own guys there. Many of them are not happy about this. And the bad leadership is showing in Nigeria today. You understand? Because this is why they have the coup in Niger at the first place. These civilians, they thought, okay, they have passed this revolution. They don't want no more military rules in Africa again. They can do what they like. You understand? This is the reason why these guys took over. These people, they come to power. They do what they want. They steal our money. Nobody holds them accountable. So Tinubu, for me, should be very careful because you have to remove what is in your eye first before you start removing telling somebody, oh boy, see what's in your eye. When your own eye is full of shit. You understand? Mr. James, please carry on. I think you are trying to interject something.
Yeah, just one.
Is it not my turn?
No, it's my turn, man of prestige. Okay, Power to talk. If you want to talk,
just very brief. You know, the people to finance this war, from what I'm suspecting.
Sorry for interjecting. My apologies for that. If I understand what Dan is saying, Dan, what you're saying is that Tinubu wanting to go to this war is to distract, a kind of a distraction from his current troubles in Nigeria. That's a summary of which is likely anyway. However, how would that distract his troubles? Because it won't stop the judge or the judges, the court, from taking their decision. We are not at war. I mean, the country not necessarily fighting a war, but it's taking some of the.
No electricity. There is what Dan is saying is true. There's a lawyer have clarified on that. There's a constitution that back it. When if it's fighting a war, they cannot be removed. Cannot be done. That matter is already dead on arrival.
Okay. let's say that is the case.
Let Mr. James say something. I think
Hold on, I'm coming. Mr. James will talk. If that is the case, in the present Nigerian context, that means the letter he wrote will be approved. If that is the case, the reason why I said the letter will be approved is the people that are there are his people. His party control the house there. The Senate president is in his pocket, and if that is the case, so this is just an argument. But we'll see.
Anything that Tinubu wants in that National Assembly, he will get
he's gonna get it. I know that. I agree with you on that 100%. So, Mr. Man of Prestige,
49. We are having 48 ministers now.
Mr. James, Man of Prestige, I'll come to you. Mr. James, are you going to stay long or let Man of Prestige talk?
Just briefly. You remember when Jonathan Goodluck was in office? They postponed an election for about 6 months or so because of the crisis in the Northeast. When the country is at war, the President of the Republic has the right to postpone election. There's somewhere in the Constitution empowering him to...
I will search for it. Let's just go by the argument that if the country is at war, every other thing comes to a standstill until the war is over. Let's just go by that argument for now until I read it. I think I've come across it, but I need to read it again. If that is the case, then let's just argue. I don't know if it's blindly, but let's just go by the argument that he is going to get his wish. That means considering how that red and green chamber is made up. Man of Prestige, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to speak on one thing that divides us. I speak on that later. So let me go on this present topic we're talking about right now. There has been different school of thought why Tinubu is doing it. One of them being that he's trying to cause any kind of distraction in order to remain in place. I mean, nobody's knows, it's just a speculation. The second one is maybe he's trying to appease the West, which includes America and France, because when this first started, who did they call? Tinubu? Although he's the person, he's the chairman of the ECOWAS. Not with that, even I thought he wasn't the chairman of the ECOWAS. Because of the position in Nigeria, in the West Africa, they would have called him too because he's new. Whether they have something on him or have something on him, nobody's know. We just all speculation. And third, maybe because he wants to show the kind of person that he's a man or the man that say, I'm going to, I do what I say, try to show that, he's very battle ready or whatever, So that may be some of the school of thought, we're speculating on. But having said that, going into that war right now is not good for Nigeria because we have a lot of problems we are going through. That's probably the last thing we need. It's like a distraction. That's going to play a very big role. We're not even talking. We can handle even at all 2 or 3 of those countries, whether Burkina Faso, Guinea, or Mali, John. I mean, we can subdue them. There's no doubt about it. But what's going to be the repercussion? I'm saying that we're going to subdue them on paper because we don't know. Look at what happened in Iraq. America, I think they're just going to walk in there, and people, it's going to welcome them, with celebration. But the war lasted for so long, I forgot how many months or whatever it lasted. But anyway, having said that, it's not going to be, there's a lot of, repercussion to that. I mean, refugee that will be piling in from I think their population is like about 26 million, if I'm right. I mean, the turmoil is going to create in this Western region. And why are we doing this? Why didn't the America fought for the war or try to they have the intelligence when the military coup was about to take place? They should have known about it with their drone and everything, their capacity. They have over, I think about 100, 110, 100, yeah, I think about 1,000 plus over there, and the France has up to 200 too. Yeah. I mean, that is their biggest base in Africa in terms of in terms of intelligence and everything. So I'm wondering why didn't they find out about this? Because they always have good intelligence and everything, but they let the coup take place. And now they want us to get involved to that, regional fight that might be very catastrophic to the whole Western region. I mean, like Guinea, everybody has properly said, Guinea, I think Mali and Burkina Faso, said they're going to join the force. Of course, Guinea, said, against it. And I think the second person I had was Algeria, which has a close border, said, if there's any fight, if there's any fight, they're going to send troops or whatever. So what's going on in West Africa? So it's a problem. I mean, I don't agree for this to happen, but if I have to guess as of right now, even after all these people who have sent over there for peace accord or dialogue, nothing has, emancipated from that. So Tinubu doesn't want to look like he's weak because he has made a mistake already in the first place, giving them this 1 week ultimatum instead of going for a dialogue first before you give, he already drawn the red line. And when a leader had Tinubu, Tinubu is very pompous, a person of Tinubu caliber. When you're already drawn a red line, it's very, very difficult to go back. So I'm not going to do that again. So if I had to guess, I will give you 60 to 40% that it's going to be a war. And because I don't expect all those juntas to back down. Definitely. They're not going to back down. Look at what's happening in Nigeria today. They are protesting. You saw Bola Tinubu picture, I think they call him Ebola. Yeah, that's what they call him. They cross-state Ebola and call him Ebola Tinubu. That's what they have on their placard all over their city today, protesting. They feel like it's Nigerian Niger war. They don't even think about ECOWAS anymore. So that's a problem for us. I don't see, like I said, Tinubu has drawn the red line. It's going to be very difficult for him to, say, we're going to withdraw. And those people, like I said, not going to back down. So it's going to be a war if I have to get, but I hope not, because that's going to spell doom, for the West African region. I mean, the after effect of, what's going to happen to the guy, the ex-president, Bosso, whatever, that is held in captivity. You thinking those people are going to let them, if Nigerian troops start coming, they're going to let him go? They're going to kill themselves or kill him. That's the way military work. They wouldn't like to be captured. They're going to kill the guy and kill everybody, kill everybody there. So they need to think about this before they venture into this action they're trying to do. He should have dialogue first. What he's doing right now, like he said, that police alarm and everybody, that would have been the first step. I think we have 3 more days to go for this for the 1 week that he gave the ultimatum. So I don't know how this is going to pan out. It's a mistake in my opinion. They are fighting American and the France war. That's my opinion. There's no way Tinubu is going to be doing this if he's not fighting American war. I mean, we're supposed to be Pan-Africa, and now you're invading your neighboring country. Yeah, I'm a Democrat to the core. I don't support military coup, but let the people solve their problem. Let them learn for it. If that's what they want, let them have it. Maybe they will grow from it. You have to learn. Even after you go there and invade, what's going to happen tomorrow? Because they haven't learned any lesson. People have to learn from their mistake, particularly when you fight, you fight a war within yourself or, then you learn from yourself. But having a foreign invasion to them, I don't think that's the outcome. So that's my opinion on that. That's not a good thing.
Thank you, man.
So let me go. No, let me say something about I have some point to make, about what divides us.
Go ahead. Let's give him the floor. Go ahead.
Okay. I think you have to let me just 1 minute give a history background to where Nigeria is right now. I mean, this Nigeria has been trapped, into identity crisis, getting back, going back way from the people that colonized us. That's what people don't realize, when they came here, they took away our culture, and the way they divided the country, they divided us by ethnicity. I mean, they have put us together as one country. By that time, all this ethnicity religion we're having right now, when they divide us into East, West, and North, it seems like they put a boundary of different ethnicity, and we have never become one country since that time. I don't know if you only to think
Mr.
about
James,
what
Mr. Man of Prestige, let me do a little bit pushback. Let me do a little bit pushback with you. Okay. This language or ethnicity of ours
Okay.
It wasn't the white man, the British, that gave it to us. It was a God-given gift. Would that be correct?
I got it. We all have our own culture. The Yoruba, the Igbo, they have the Fulani, and they have some.
Yeah,
it's
a God-given gift.
And we do have that already, and we were striving. Go and read their history. We were striving by that culture.
Okay,
but what I'm
Mr.
saying,
James,
when they came and colonized us, they still maintain that boundary. They keep that boundary. They even make it more tight because they divided east, west, north, and south, and pretty much put a border on it. So the ethnicity,
man of prestige.
Amplified.
Are you suggesting is that, let's say, for argument's sake, they didn't put boundaries, north, south, east, west, whatever it is. We ourselves, are you suggesting that we are not going to put boundaries?
But we are already striving. We probably would have been where we are. We probably would have been where we was before, and develop whatever we are doing by that time. I'm gonna feel the colonization has an effect or not. I'm not saying that's the most important. I'm just saying that's one of the effects, And the second one has to do with we after they left, has to be born out of imagination from the colonization. That has to be the second one, and it's probably the last one, that put us, in this condition. It's not anything by our own making, by our design, that brought us into this into this state where we are right now. But having said that, that has been a long time ago, about 60 years ago. We should have gotten over it, and move on from there, and try to be our own master, instead of subjugating ourselves to what happened before, something like that, and amplify the ethnicity and the tribalism that is killing us today. So we have a problem. Then let me make some point about what I think that might help us. In the United States, where I'm in California, where I'm right now, and I kind of feel that we have problem because I've raised this issue in one of the meetings that we have. Every year, the Nigeria have we have all Nigerians meet. It's like thousands of people. We call Nigeria independence. We always have a party every day. There's never like a unique meeting that we come there, and table what we're going to discuss something in Nigeria. It's every year, by Independence Day, we get together, we start preparing for it. We have secretary, president, and everything. Then we have a big party, everybody get together. But look at where the sectionalism starts, travel. Igbo will have their own meeting. The Igbos here, we have our own meeting almost every month. The Yoruba does it. The Edos have it. And they discuss something important. We are still going, nobody's discussing something about Nigeria. We are still discussing about our own tribe, our own section of the country. But there's never a discussion about Nigeria. Every tribe, I'm not saying that tribes shouldn't have any kind of meeting and culture, but we should have a Nigerian meeting whereby not just come there and eat your wambi and dance. That's it. That's what we do. So during that time of once a year, there's nothing to discuss about Nigeria. If we can start from there having meeting like we have right now, Igbo have meeting every month. Why not making a Nigerian meeting and have meeting and discuss something? Then we have our own wambi during the Independence Day. Discuss something that is happening in our motherland. Meld the three or the four culture, whatever culture, how many culture, Fulani, Hausa, Igbo. Then you meet one day in a year and come dance. How is that national? Where's the nationality in that? That's a problem. So we should begin from there.
Man of prestige, we are here now. This is our own Parakpo meeting. You are
okay. That's what I'm proposing. The diasporan should start getting together, not just getting together by tribe.
I agree with you 100%.
Right.
That is what we are trying to do. That is why this topic is very important. Identifying the one thing that divides us. When we come together, maybe it's going to help us. Like I said, this is a solution. I don't want us to criticize our leaders. Yes, it is within our right to
No, it's not. That's not why we're here. Okay, right now, I only know about 2, 3. Let me say 3 platforms. Dr. Damage. One man. Yeah, I mean, he's all right. He talk about national something, about Nigeria. I don't know about any other platform. If you go to Mayego, he talk about one thing. I mean, it's not that I disagree with him. I'm just mentioning that to say, he has his echo chamber, but it's never something about Nigeria. It's about criticizing Nigeria. He has the right. I'm not saying I listen to him sometimes, but what I'm saying, we need, maybe more platform we have. We only have 2 or 3 platforms that I can only say that discuss about Nigerian issue. The other platform there is echo chamber. You go to some about them, there's something wrong with them over there. So, I mean, another platform, there's never a platform that, we congregate to say something about, nationally. Only this one, maybe I give one man half a bake. I know VA, too. Let me, but it's not, but we don't have any kind of national platform, a place we can go, or a podcast. We can go, and discuss, you have people in the audience and you have people, I'm talking about live podcast, people like you are moderate. You have people in the hall, free or whatever. Maybe, not on this live. I'm moderate, that's
okay.
what I call a podcast.
Let me share one good news with you. There's a podcast coming up by a friend of mine. You probably must have seen her before, met her before. Her name is Ernest. She's based in the US. So our podcast will be coming up soon. I'm putting it out there. Once I get the link or the timetable, I will share it. I'll share with Dr. Damage. So our podcast will be coming up soon. And so, yes, you have a point. I think this is, let me say this, and maybe it may sound offensive to other YouTube platform that talks about Nigeria. I was having a private conversation. I'm not going to go into details as to who the person is. And I told the person to, you know what? I said, I want us to collaborate together. And so that we push this message to Nigerians through your channel, because you are based in Nigeria and you act drama. I made him to understand that this is not for fame, not for gain. And to credit to this person, he was willing to come on board after explanation and everything. Why am I saying this? History will judge those of us who owns platform as to if we actually are using it to want to change the things in Nigeria, or we are using it to benefit our pockets. Now, I'm not against anybody working, earning a living if they have to, because YouTube pay when you go view it. But in the context of Nigeria, I repeat for the record, in the context of Nigeria and the present situation that people have channel and pushing, and they get support, they get tithe and offerings and free will gifts. I hope that is not the primary purpose. Because
let me say something. I cannot consider that to be diabolic. You use a platform. There's nothing wrong with having a YouTube on, making money. But when you use Nigeria for, for your own detriment to make money, that's blasphemy to me. You're just making money, by condemning the country or doing whatever you're doing. There's nothing wrong, having a YouTube. But if we're going to use Nigeria to, and castigate that country called Nigeria, whatever, to make money, I think that's totally wrong in my own opinion. But everybody has their own opinion.
All right, we are saying the same thing, man of prestige. So my hope is that is not the case. Who is next? Mr. James, I think. Who is next, please? I think I've
lost me. It's
me.
Niger
man. Then I'll come back to you, Ed. Thank you.
Yeah, and man of prestige, you have spoken well. Nigeria, the problem we have, you don't lie to them. You don't say what they want to hear. You cannot find people there to bring that unity. That's the problem. Most platforms today, you can see them. You can't really hear them talking about the unity of Nigeria. It's just to say what will sweet people and donate for them, because everybody know now. Lazy job, you go there, you make money, you lie, you concoct lie that never exists. But say what will bring the unity. Here in the diaspora, they don't want to say it because nobody will come. Yeah, and if you let everybody is here, it's no fight. We are talking like a gentleman. But when you want to if you bring one lie here that doesn't exist, that people you will see everywhere with food in before 1 month, That's the problem of Nigeria. My own suggestion, what I'm just trying to say, going to regional, we have to look first and foremost what bring this problem that caused the first time that they abolish it. Agbo-Irosi abolished it because there was a problem on it. That is one thing that people need to fact check out. Because if you see why the Niger Delta, if you read about them, what made them to declare Niger Delta? They said because their resources is being taken to the east. You understand? That is what made them to, maybe that is why Agbo-Irosi is okay. If you look at what Amadou Bello said, he said, the Igbo will come. After 1 year, they want to take over you. You understand? So those, like what we are calling Fulanization, maybe was still Igbo, they were still taking Igbolization or something like that at that time. Maybe that is why make Agbo-Irosi is okay. Now let's break this thing. Let everybody come and form a unity government so that we become one place, have one sense of belonging, reason together. You understand? But if we say we should go there, we have to know that this is our forefather that created this country. We are just blaming them, blaming British. That is what I ask. Do you think if that there was tribalized, there was ethnicity, they believe Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Amadou Bello will never agree for three of them to sign to one Nigeria. You understand? We have to think that place. So we have to find a way and look. We cannot go back to the error like the way our leaders are doing today. Doing one thing, you're expecting to see different results. It can never possible. If those people were there, they know the root of they say, okay, let this thing go. Let's form a federal government, federal unity government. Unity government now we come this generation now. We are clamoring. It's not working. Okay, what do we do? Majority of us in abroad supposed to be coming with good idea the way the Europe is going. Not all this trying to be bringing tribal, like what Dan, I just want to say one thing. You see why that Tinubu that he retired generals. If you look the time of Obasanjo, all of them will have come the same thing they do. But it's the highest is Tinubu who have retired the highest general. Obasanjo did the same. All the old presidents who have come, they did the same up to Buhari. So that is their own. I thought that maybe there's a general way for them.
Brother, before you drop that point, should it be like that?
No, I said maybe that is their way because it started from Obasanjo.
Yeah, that is why I say when they have this, Nigerian problem generally for me is leadership. We have not come to that consensus where a leader comes in and he will just focus on leadership, not first of all dismantling what he met on the ground to put his own people, because that is
like
why
the Western world is continuous. It doesn't come and be reshuffle like the Western world here. Once another leader comes, you don't see them reshuffle. It's continuing. But in Nigeria, I don't know why they will reshuffle. Everybody will go. You have to put your people there. This one will go. You have to put your people there. This one will come. You have to put your people there. I don't know why. And look at general. The general that they have been retired. Do you know to become a general? Nigeria has spent. If Nigeria had not spent money on one general, it would be about $3 billion to get to general. Because and most of their courses abroad is foreign.
Sometimes you retire them in their prime when they are not even ready to retire.
Ready to retire. Do you know how much Nigeria lose for that 140 plus and the 120 plus a general retire? Do you know how much Nigeria lose there? We have to have those people. We have to have them in reserve. Like all these are people you needed.
Najama, you're making a very good point about this retirement of general. America doesn't do so. Yes, every regime coming, they want their own general. Yeah, good point.
So because a military man was interviewed about this, and what you actually said, he highlighted it. That do you know how much they spend on training them, and you just come and you just retire them? It has to be for a justifiable reasons. I don't know. There are a lot of things we need to address. I really.
Electricity. It's not just electricity. Hold on. There's no justifiable reason. What happened was any leader that come in, they want their own people that they can manipulate.
To be so. I don't know why. I don't know why. Maybe for example, now let's put something in the context now. Maybe for example, now the tribunal decide otherwise. You understand? say Peter Obi, he gave him the mandate, he win. Do you know if he come, he will still change all this one? You have to put his own. If we never say because they are 2 months or 1 month or 3 months, he will still retire all of them and put his own. That is what I don't understand about them. Even look at states, when they come as a governor, they have to retire the ADC or the police commissioner, bring another one for their own self.
But let me tell you the reason why. The reason why is because Nigeria is not a sincere country. There's no truth there.
The politicians are not a sincere, not the Nigeria. Nigeria is just,
brother, let's talk. People. Nigeria himself is not a sincere country.
All right. Gentlemen.
The Nigerian name, did the name move? Did the name work? It's the people.
Nigeria. Jama, don't pull out your AK-47 yet, please. If you pull out your AK-47, that is always prepared. Anyway, welcome to the show. Mr. James, I can see you have your hand on your distance. I don't give up on us yet, okay? But anyway, before I come to you, let Mr. James speak. Ed, I'll come back to you. It's interesting, and let's anyway.
Electricity, please, can I ask a question? I don't want to talk. I want James to also speak to this issue of how we went from a regional federal system to a unitary system. What was like? I'm asking him a question, as I mean, he knows more than most of us here. Like, I want to know what's like the temperature of Nigeria at that point. What was the rationale for that? And how does he view that vis-a-vis where we are today as a nation? I just want him to, because I really like.
Can everyone please mute, please? Can you mute yourself, because we're echoing back, sir. Mr. James, a question. Anyway, I'll come to you. Can you mute, please? A question is put to you, Mr. James. Ed wants to know what was the temperature like, the atmosphere like? Were we walking on the clouds? When we were in the regional government, were the women more prettier then, and where the fuel was 0.1 kobo or 50 kobo. So we want to know, was there values, and so please, was no corruption, and just please, can you educate us as our historians on this platform? Thank you, Mr. James.
Thank you for the compliments, but I'm not. I did not read history at university. Please, all right. Now, I wanted to talk about this Niger problem, but I think I better answer his question. To answer this question requires a lot of story. Before the outbreak of the Civil War, the politicians were misbehaving. Maybe because of immaturity, I don't know. They were misbehaving. And the military too, they could not get themselves properly organized, because when independence came, there was what they called Nigerianization of the Nigerian military. Most of the British military officers were asked to go. They left, and they started replacing them with inexperienced Nigerian military officers. Because of their inexperience, they do not know where to draw the line between their professional duties and their association with politicians. So they got themselves mixed up with politics. So politics entered the barracks. So there was confusion among the soldiers in the barracks. Now, among the politicians themselves, they were badly corrupt in their own way. I mean, the level of corruption is not as complex as it is now, but compared to the administration Britain left behind, they were corrupt. There was no doubt about that, and people were complaining. Then the minority ethnic groups were also complaining of marginalization, particularly in the Middle Belt. So in the year 1962, there was a crisis in Tivland, in Benue State. In that area we call Benue State now, there was a crisis there over this marginalization issue. So eventually, the first coup, 1966 coup, January 15th or so, was launched. The coup did not succeed. Now, unfortunately, people were killed all over the country, but the Easterners they seem, I mean, they were not taken care of. Let me put it that way. They were not taken care of. So, and this annoyed the country. And because of the annoyance, if I'm not mistaken, yes, because of the annoyance, the country plunged into crisis. I'm sorry. After they killed everybody, the position of head of state was vacant because Tafawa Balewa was killed. The next in command was a Yoruba man they called Ogudikpe, Brigadier Ogudikpe. The man gave command to some junior officers from the north, and they defied his command. In the Nigerian military, that is a very serious problem. A non-commissioned officer, under no condition, should defy the command of a commissioned officer. So the man got the message clear. He fled the country and went to Britain. He never returned. He died in Britain. So when he left, eventually, Agui Ironsi, being a senior man in the military, was made to be in charge of the country. Now, the country was already divided because of the sectional killings. In his attempt to unify the country, he decided to embark on state visits. I remember I was a very small boy those days. He came to Midwest States, and after the visit in Midwest, he now went to Western Nigeria. It was while he was in Ibadan that they killed him and the governor of the West, Adekunle Fajuyi. Anyway, before then, he said that to unify the country, to make us have a sense of belonging according to him, he promulgated what they call the Unification Decree. I think, was it Decree 34 or so? Unification Decree, abolishing all the regions. That is now one federation. It's now a unitary state. When he did that, the Northerners said, I mean, they cried out that, look, you see, these people have come now. The little freedom, the little independence we got, they have taken it from us. They killed our people, they are taking political power from us. So that was where the Wahala started. Now, that decree, what's called Decree 34, so unified the country. And
yes, you are right about Decree 34, yes.
Yes, he was killed on, I think, July 29, 1966. When they killed him, there was vacancy again for head of state. Eventually, Yakubu Gowon became head of state. Now, military officers who were supposed to hold the position, I can't remember their names anyway, they were not given the chance, but the Northerners made sure that one of their sons became head of state, and that was Major General Yakubu Gowon. When Gowon came, that unification decree, he set it aside and created 12 states. Now, the creation of 12 states is a bit contentious. Is it because he wants us to go back to what we used to do under regional system, or he did it to weaken Ojuku's base? Because Ojuku was already talking about forming an independent republic. And as a result of that, people alleged that Yakubu Gowon created rivers and cross-river states out of eastern Nigeria in order to weaken Ojuku's base. But he said that is not the reason. The reason is because the minority ethnic groups in the country, they have been complaining bitterly of marginalization, particularly rivers, cross-river. And Midwest State was created out of Western Nigeria because of the cry of marginalization. Then Benue Plateau State was one state in those days. It was also created to satisfy the interests of minority ethnic groups in that part of the country. So that was how this issue of 12 states came into being. Eventually, 12 states was increased to, I think, 19 states. 19 states, I can't remember this clearly. Babangida created 2 states, I think Akwa Ibom and Katsina. And that is just how the whole crisis started. Now, the issue now is the center, which Agui Ironsi created, supposed to have been dissolved. The power is supposed to go to the states. But the way they structured the Nigerian constitution, or the way the country was governed, the powers remained at the center. And the states were just appendix. I mean, they were just appendix. I mean, they were just, what's the right English word? They were just attachment to the center. And not only that, during the regional, period, the formula for revenue allocation was called derivation policy. The Yorubas were growing a lot of cocoa. The Igbos, they were mining coal and some oil in river states. Then the Northerners, they concentrated on groundnut production. Then the Rivers people, that's the former Eastern region, Eastern region, they were producing palm oil. So what they do is that whatever you sell, you pay something like a tax, I don't know what they call it, something like a tax to the federal authorities. So that was how it was. But when Yakubu Gowon came, this issue of revenue allocation changed. Instead of derivation policy, it's now the system we are now operating, whereby everything goes to the center. And not only that, they promulgated decrees that nationalize all the wealth of mineral resources of Nigeria to be under the federal government. It's no longer properties of state governments. So this is how the whole problem started.
All right, Mr. James.
Mr. James, I have a follow-up questions.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. James, let's make this more interesting. Anybody that speaks, okay, you can ask the person question or ask the person clarification. Great. So, yeah. Mr. James, there's a follow-up question from AY.
So, Mr. James, thank you for that history. I really love it. So, I've always wanted to hear this kind of story from the unbiased mind. So, my question is, first of all, is there any cause for you to believe the 1966 coup tag as Igbo coup is not an Igbo coup? That's one. The second question is, do you think some historian will tell you somehow Ojukwu and Aguiyi-Ironsi, they were kind of underground planners of that coup? They were part of it. What's your opinion about that? The last one is, why do you think Aguiyi-Ironsi was reluctant to punish the perpetrators of the coup?
These are very crucial questions to ask. To answer, you see, to purge my mind of bias, to remove bias from my mind.
That's what I want.
Yes, up to now, I have not read any book on the Civil War written by Nigerians. All the articles I've been reading and books, they are written by foreigners. Most of them are British authors. Now, let's answer the first question. Was it an Igbo coup? In the planning stage, they included Yorubas and other people in the planning stage. They allocated assignments to people. You go and take care of the Southern, you take care of Lagos, this, that. Now, at that stage, it was not an Igbo coup. But there's something I want people to understand. In the coup business, it's a strictly confidential matter, strictly confidential. Now, it is true that Nnamdi Azikiwe, what's his name, Dennis Osadebe, Michael Okpara, Akano Ibiam, Mbadiwe, and others, all the prominent Igbo men, most of them were not in the country. What's his name? Michael Okpara was in the country. He had just returned from the Commonwealth Conference somewhere, I think, East Africa or so, with the Archbishop Makarus of Cyprus. Archbishop Makarus was, in charge of Cyprus those days, so they were in town. So the excuse people, the boys assigned to take care of him gave is that he was with an important personality. That is the reason why they could not carry out their assignment. That was the reason that they gave. As for Zeke, he was in the Caribbean, somewhere, I can't remember the country, on medical holiday. His doctor was a Benin man, I can't remember his name also. Now, it got to a point, the doctor told him, you are health-wise, there's nothing wrong with you anymore, let's go back home. But Zeke was just dilly-dally. So the man had to leave him in the Caribbean and return to Nigeria. And about a week or so, this guy struck. So anyway, that is for the, that's how this, the Igbos got spared. Now, what I want people to know is this. It is very difficult to say that it is Mr. X or, that it is an Igbo conspiracy. What I want to suspect is probably one Igbo man, just one, must have informed, let's say, Osadebe of Midwest, that, oh, my boss, this is what is going to happen, you better take care of yourself. Just only one. Osadebe might inform Okpara, Okpara might inform Zeke, Zeke might inform Mbadewe, just like that, the information will go around there because there was already division in the country. People are trying to protect their friends, and so probably that was how it leaked. But the truth is, you will never know who revealed the secret. Even if you know the person now, there will be cause to doubt the integrity, to doubt the information that it is Mr. X who revealed it to the Igbos. But one thing is certain, they killed the Northerners, they killed the Westerners, they killed the Midwest man, Festus Okotie-Eboh, finance minister, and they said nobody in the East was killed. That is, so I will not be able to tell you if it was an Igbo conspiracy or not. But one thing is that the information leaked. This is why somebody like Zeke was malingering in the Caribbean on medical holiday. So Zeke knew something was going to happen. But who told him? Frankly speaking, I do not know. Okay, now, did Ojukwu and Aguiyi-Ironsi connived? There's a book I read, I can't remember the author. I will send it to Electricity tomorrow when I get to my place of work. I will send you the, what's it called, the reference, so that anybody interested in it should contact him. Now, the book said that when they were asking Aguiyi-Ironsi how he escaped assassination, he gave two accounts of how he escaped. So that made people to suspect that he was not telling the truth. He gave two contradictory accounts. The first account he gave, he narrated it. When they took him up, asking questions which he could not answer, he changed the story. So people suspected that probably Ojukwu and what's his name, Aguiyi-Ironsi, there seemed to be some working agreement between them before the outbreak of the operation. Now the last question was, can you remind me again?
Why Aguiyi-Ironsi refused to punish, was reluctant to punish the
yes,
perpetrators?
that's a very important question, because the Northerners were saying that the penalty for corruption is not death. It is true the politicians were corrupt, but the penalty was not death. So that for Kaduna Zogu and his guys to kill those people on the ground of corruption is against the law of Nigeria, so it should stand trial. But surprisingly, this man was not, the perpetrators, they were arrested and locked up, or I think they were locked up, yes. And to everybody's surprise, nothing seemed to happen. So why is it that they were not put on trial? Now, people are trying to read tribal meanings to it, because, even in the military, what they did, it was treason, at least in those days, even up to now. But why they refuse to put those guys on trial, that is what really annoyed the Northerners. Because they killed prominent Northerners, like there was an army general, so they called Mai Malari. They named the barracks after him in Maiduguri. Mai Malari, what's it called? S.L. Akintola, Festus Okotie-Eboh, Tafawa Balewa, and a lot of others I can't remember. Awolowo and others, they even escaped because he was in prison in Calabar, cell number D2 Calabar prison. That's where they locked him up. So he escaped. If not, it's very likely he would have been sent to hell as well.
Let me.
The reason, yes, continue.
You can finish first. I want to put us.
Yes. The reason why they refused to put these guys on trial, unfortunately, it's only Aguiyi-Ironsi who can answer that question. So, it's only Aguiyi-Ironsi, because a lot of people read tribal meanings to it, that if they were Hausa people who committed such atrocity, or Yorubas committed such atrocities against the Igbos, and he is head of state, there's every likelihood that they will put them on trial. And to make matters worse, when the nation eventually slided into civil war, Kaduna Zogu teamed up with the Igbos, fighting the federal government on the side of Biafra. So if actually he is
Neutral.
very nationalistic, that they killed all these people because they are corrupt, want to clean Nigeria. When the country was about to break up, he should have done what Wole Soyinka did. Wole Soyinka risked his life, went to the east, discussed with Ojukwu. When he returned, Yakubu Gowon put him in prison throughout the period of the Civil War. That is somebody who tried to build a country. But for you to commit this horrendous atrocity, if I'm to call it atrocity, okay, for them to do what they did, and at the same time, when the nation is disintegrating, instead of you to build bridges, you now team up with the part that is breaking away. That raises a lot of questions. But one thing I want people to know is this. I'm not blaming what you call both sides, the Northerners or the Yorubas.
Yeah,
because the country is very...
Yeah, actually, that was the reason I asked you the question, right? Sometimes when people are discussing this issue, I just ignore them because I see a lot of bias. I started learning about this war from high school. I was a friend of the government subject. My government teacher used to be very good. Despite I was a science student. So good. One of the things I also learned was when these people were arrested, they were given executive treatment. But my very final question to you is, so from the history, Nigeria history I study, even today when they discussing politics, discussing everything, division in the country, I have my whole personal opinion that the very foundation, that problem of Nigeria started with that coup, not even the Biafra war. Everything we experience today from politics, division in the country, I just have the belief that that is the genesis of the crisis. That even till today, some leaders that are alive, that thing's in their mind, it's not gone. So that is why the country is difficult to heal. It's still in their mind. Like the Northerners still have this belief that, oh, you kill our people. Now they went ahead to the Biafra war. The Igbos now have the belief that you massacre our people. So sometimes I get to believe that these issues, they are really like big issue that we are really suffering today. I might be wrong. That's just my own personal opinion.
Okay, I have a question for you. I have a question. I have a follow-up.
Well done, Mr. James. You will continue. Majama. I just want to highlight something that crosses my mind. I may be right, I may be wrong. I stand corrected. I stated earlier that in identifying the one thing that divides us, I put out ignorance. Now, here we are being lectured by Mr. James. Every one of us forgot what tribe we have, what religion we have, what ethnicity we belong to. And we are what? We are learning, understanding, with the hope that this knowledge will unify us, will help us to build our bridges. So, is it correct, or I don't want to use the word am I, that our problem, that one thing that divides us is ignorance. It doesn't mean that we are not educated, though. Please.
It's bad leadership.
Nigeria. Let's continue. Let's continue in this trend. Najama, you have a question for
let me finish.
Mr. James.
Let me answer what. Let me make a point related to what Mr. A. last said.
Okay.
Now, the issue is this. Both sides have their blame. I mean, the Hausas and the Igbos. Both sides, they have their blame for this simple reason. Let me start with anyway, it doesn't matter where I start from. Now, most of the prominent Igbo men during that time, they grew up in northern Nigeria. Zeke was born in the north. Ojukwu was, I think, in Kano or somewhere, heading an army barrack or something like that.
Kano.
Good. Now, Nzogu, I was told, grew up with the Sultan of Sokoto. That is what I was told. So the Northerners, they saw the Igbos as our adopted children for one reason. When it was time to form a country, the NCNC and the ACP, they formed an alliance. When they formed the alliance, the Northerners, majority of them were not educated. The Igbos were educated, the Yorubas were educated. But because they formed an alliance, most of the positions were held by the Igbos. The customs, the post office, Nigeria Airways, you name it, they were everywhere.
All the DG, everything.
It was the Civil War that denied them of the, those positions. Anyway, so the Northerners, they saw them as our adopted children. They grew up with us. So to them, it looks so bizarre that a people regarded as our own children could have the effrontery to kill the Saldana of Sokoto, our spiritual leader. To them, that is an unpardonable atrocity. To them, good. Now, look at it again from the other way. The other way around. Those who killed Saldana of Sokoto, Balewa, Akintola, Okotebo, and others, these people are known. In law, every man should be held accountable for his offense. You get the point? Now, why not punish those people? Now, the people, the Igbos who were killed in the north, they run into thousands. They knew absolutely nothing about what Kaduna Zogo and his people did. So from our point of view, Yakubu Gowon, for not being able to stand firm and make sure the perpetrators were brought to book, I think he is at fault. Because a lot of people died. Let us not joke with it.
Yes.
And if Ojukwu had not taken the steps he took, take it from me, they would have marched down to the east to continue the killing. So that is not how to build a country. No matter how terribly angry you are, an innocent man should not die for what he knows.
Die for it.
I'm of the opinion that it is better for one innocent man to be let loose. Sorry, it is better for the whole prisons in Nigeria to free all the prisoners than for one innocent man to face the gallows. That is like facing a firing squad for an offense he did not commit. What's that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Niger man, Mr. James, hope you don't mind you are in the firing squad. I am just moderating.
Thank you very much. God bless you for the. We have been hearing this for. We have been hearing. You have said it, so I've been hearing a lot of things. But
sorry, Niger man. Before you continue, one of my good friends actually said, "This history of our country is very important for us to learn," and it went further that the powers that be right now will not allow us to learn history.
But the history is back in the school now. They brought it back.
The history is back in the school. And with the help of God, we'll probably...
Even Lagos have started already.
We'll probably have an history segment on this. I will have a talk with Rudolph and have an history, which they cannot stop anyway because we are in the
but you have to, if you want to bring history, you have to bring people who really know what they want to say.
Yeah, I will do that. No. We're not going to be arguing. Trust me on that one. You know I'm not cut out for all this argument and all this.
What I want to say, thank you, Mr. J. You know, what I want to put in, just to add or just a contribution, you know, many things in Nigeria, what I believe on my own, for what I've seen, because I followed the Oputa panel during that time. See most of all the Okate, the Harewa, the Igbo, the way there's many things I go, because it was live coverage then. So many of all those things, if you really deep, then nobody's going to say the truth. There's still some to hear from the eastern side, but there's many lies. The Arewa too, there is still many lies. But
gentlemen, please, I want to rush somewhere. I will join later, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is still many lies. The truth cannot.
All right, John. Thanks. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
The real people know the truth. Those are all of them are dead. So nobody. Most people who have come in at night. See one man that was interviewed that was about 90-something years, I'll be 80-something. I think he's even dead now. Huh? So most of them, they are not one. I don't know why they don't want to bring the real truth to the light. But thank God this tree is back, maybe by then. But where I know they did the wrong Why is what I believe Aguiyi abolished that regional, because there was no unity on it. There was many division on it. There was a problem before, because if they really want to do it, what I blame the Easterner on my own opinion. Because if you said politicians are corrupt, all of them are corrupt, you cannot kill, you three of you signed the accord to be one Nigeria. You cannot tell me you kill the Sultan, if the Sultan is corrupt, the wife and the unborn child is corrupt, fine, it's war or it's casualty. But what about the premier and the sitting prime minister? So, and nobody died here. Ojukwu was in the north.
No, let's get something.
Even when they come to the east, the governor, Michael Para, was there. When that was, so this thing is too much.
Let's get something.
But the problem now, two of them have faults. That is what my own.
Let's get something.
It's not one side.
Let's get something clear. During the planning stage, there is no evidence to show that they conspired to exclude their people.
Yes.
You get what I mean? Now, the thing is that one person must have told somebody, and that somebody will tell another person. The multiplier effect.
Even the informed Sultan of Sokoto, but he said his life is in God's hand. They inform me.
Sorry, I'm interjecting you guys. I want to bring something up that made me laugh. It's for CM. CM, I want you to read it and laugh. Don't attack the person, please. CM, please. This meeting is going on, so now we are learning. Keep it at this level. CM, are you reading it?
CM is a very objective man.
CM is not listening. He's not hearing us.
Can I ask Mr. James a question, please?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. James, for your even-handed lesson you have given us today. It's very, very, very important. Very even-handed. Thank you for that. It's just going to be a two short question. The first question is that who was assigned? We know Zob was assigned to the north. Who was assigned to the west? And who was assigned to the north? If you are privy with that information. Then my last question is going to be, what was the hierarchy of Nigerian military? You can just give me two: number one, number two, number three. So it was do you know the hierarchy?
No.
Was Agin Rosie number one or it was number two before before the coup? What was the hierarchy of Nigerian military from number one to three? You don't have to go in detail.
Brigadier Ogudipe.
Hello, please. Can I chime in? Because I think
this question you've asked is very important. I don't want to give wrong information.
I think we're one.
Okay, Mr. James, what will happen is I will give you time to make your research, and when you find it,
tomorrow.
Mr. Electricity, please, can I make just a few comments?
Okay, CM, welcome to the show. I will come back to you, CM. I'll come to you, CM. Ed, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Brigadier Ogundipe was actually the second in command to Aguiyi Ironsi. Aguiyi Ironsi was the highest ranking military officer in Nigeria as at when the British left. That's something I've researched. Ogundipe actually was supposed to take over after Aguiyi Ironsi, but because of fear of the Northern conspiracy, that's why he ran away. Right? So we should have. There was also another point about.
There was another Igbo.
I said who was assigned to the east and who was assigned to the west.
No, I don't know. I don't know I don't know the answer to that. But there was another point that Mr. James made about Kaduna Iziogu. I don't know. I'm not really sure of this. It's a bit foggy to me, but it seems like he was assigned to prison in the east, right? And that's why he was easily conscripted to be part of the Biafra army. So he was not in the tent to confront Nigeria at the onset of the Civil War. I mean, that does not just justify anything he did, but I just wanted to chime that. Thank you.
I used to remember those names, but
sorry
I think
for
I
this. Let me
forgot.
just highlight one thing. One thing about coup that Mr. James actually highlighted is it's covered in secrecy.
Mm-hmm.
So we will never know the truth except from the players themselves. It's fully covered in secrecy. Reason why it's covered in secrecy is they know if it leaked or if it failed, it's dead. So they cover it in secrecy. So, but we are learning. This is history. It's not to divide us, like we said. It's to build bridges.
Can we hold on? Can we call on Gowon to come and give us the history of war? What's wrong? Why can't Gowon come and give us history?
People have said that.
A man of prestige. If you can bring him on the platform, will be it will
man of prestige. Gowon will never do that.
Even Obasanjo, if you can bring Obasanjo,
they know Obasanjo Gowon. These guys they know, but they will they will try to.
Yeah, Obasanjo too. Yeah.
Obasanjo. Okay. He knows everything now.
All right. CM, are you there? Because we are talking about you, and you seems you were not responding. Can you hear me, CM?
Thank you very much.
Which network are you using? Simon Ekpa network or which network? Because you are not responding quickly.
I take
CM below. CM talk.
I take that to be a. Debo said when a child insults an elder, he say, "Listen, no, I know. It's a this is my words. Joking. When a child insults an elder, he said, I've given her the best wisdom ever given by man." But that is by the way. The coup of January 15th, Friday, 1966. I like making reference or using context. I wasn't there. I wasn't part of the people. I wasn't even born. Nothing. But one of the people that participated in that coup, incidentally, that person is not Igbo. Ademola Adeboyega. He wrote a book, Why We Struck. He explained, because he is part of the planning. There were 21 that planned it, and the people they killed were 21. These are facts. I want people to put the number down. If you like, I read out the names for you. Those that planned it and those they killed. 21 planned it, 21 people were murdered. On that why we struck, he explained everything. He said it's not an Igbo coup because they together planned it. But in terms of execution, like James is saying, coup is secret. Nobody can tell. That's one fact because I read it from that book, and anybody can go and look for the book and read. Now, my own fact, this is my own deduction. That is Ademola Adega. My own fact is the Igbo to which I belong never sat down to plan a coup. Ndi Igbo, the Igbo as a population, as a tribe, as an ethnic group, as a nation, whether they are 1,000 in population or 10 or 1 million or 2 million, they never sat down to say, let us plan a coup. So take that from me. I can defend it anywhere. It's a tragedy.
Sorry for interjecting you, CM. You will continue. You will continue. Just to have it on record, if I stand to be corrected, the coup was not planned by Igbos. Therefore, the argument that some people are making that it was an Igbo coup and whatever it is wrong. Would that be correct?
To me, it's wrong. And my reason for saying it's wrong is that one of the people that planned it wrote a book before he died and explained it. So who am I to dispute him? I'm coming. That's why I mentioned the name. Who am I? And there's another one, not just that person.
No, the reason why I want clarification is just because what we're trying to do, let's just
exactly.
If you look at the topic and we're trying to build bridges, it's a solution finding based discussion.
Exactly.
So we've received lecture from Mr. James. We all forgot our tribe, our religion, or whatever it is. We in diaspora. can write our name into history by effecting a change in Nigeria, where possible, if possible, by the help of God. I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. One of the 21 people again who helped to plan the coup is a Yoruba man called Fola Oyewole. The title of his book is The Reluctant Rebel. It's a Yoruba man. He fought on the side of Biafra when the war started. He was fighting for Biafran side. He also wrote a book. What I want to say is that, one, if you tell somebody that the people they killed from Sadwana to Tafawa Balewa to Maimalare to Abogo Lagerma to Akintola to Okotiebo to, these are the top people anyway, and some others that made it up to 21. One Igbo man was also killed, Ato Unebwe, apart from, among that 21. I think he's the either quartermaster general or something like that, in charge of Amori. I'm coming. So I don't forget my train of thought. I'm not trying to make it. So if people analyze it based on the ethnicity of those that lost more, because Igbo will say we lost only one, it's okay. I mean, not it's okay, but at least it's not good. Those that lost more than 3, 4, 5, 6, Ichekri will say, or Urobo will say we lost Okotiebo. Yes, if they now sit down 10, 20, 30 years later, say, you people, okay, of all that, it's only Ato Unebwe you killed because he's in the army, you refused to release the armory. What of your regional premier and all the one they mentioned? If they say it like that, the only answer I will give them is that I wasn't there. But the man who was there, those that planned it, wrote a book while we struck and said the mistake people make, because he wrote it not in 1960s. The book was released in the early 80s, maybe 81, 82, when Shagari came in. He said people should not make the mistake of calling it Igbo, that they were united in planning it. That somehow some people, maybe they fluffed their line. Just like if you are what is it called? If you are reciting for a drama, they give you the roles to play. You are Macbeth, you are Julius Caesar, you are this. On the day, maybe you fluff your own. So something like this, that's what they say. But to me, that's what I want. The facts. People can make this, can make their own judgment. But for me, that's why I quoted the book. That's why I quoted. So if you want to read the book also, go and read it. Because why I believe that book was, the person who wrote it is one of the planners. Fola Oyewole, the reluctant rebel, is also one of the planners. But he wasn't as prominent as what they call the 5 top majors. That's what I'm trying to say for that. Now, moving away from that, because there are things they said you cannot cut your nose to spite your face. Nobody can do that. Nobody can build a house, go and clear thick bush, and set up a mansion there and decide to put fire to it. No way. Nobody can do that. Only a madman. So the coup even set Igbos back. Because as at that time, Vice Chancellor University of Lagos in Njoku is an Igbo man on merit. PhD Manchester. Vice Chancellor University of Ibadan, Kenneth Dike, PhD Harvard, on merit. He was handed over by Kenneth Melambi, University of Ibadan. Then, of course, UNN started with though a white man, somebody, Alexander or something like that. So, Ikejiani in Rewe, Ebuna in Nepa. So, when you look at all this, because people will now, some of us will now say, does it mean you have an empire and you are gunning for a province? Because this is purely military. Remember, I take one thing James said, it's purely secret. Even if your wife, as a man, you are planning a coup, you may not tell your wife because your wife may go and leak it and they leak and then they get you. Sometimes they said you don't say it. But that is a tragic part of our history. Where I sort of get people when I want to discuss something is that I'm being honest with it. If you ask me, I blame it because you are virtually in control. So why are you removing yourself? What else do you want? But people say it's because of the wild west. Trouble started in the west between Akintola and Awolowo. Akintola was trying to move the north the west to the north. I don't know, because there are a lot of histories there. But then the military feel that they want to change the situation in the country. Awolowo was a star performer with what he did in the west. Nobody can dispute that. So they felt that if we get this corrupt government out, we bring Awolowo. According to, again, the account I read, if Awolowo refuse when they bring him out from prison, they will put him in house arrest and be issuing decree, because it's not a military decree, on his name. As simple as that. That's what I read. So in any way, I don't really, what gets me icked is the way people look at it. I don't believe that. Okay, if because of that, somebody will now say, okay, that is not the only coup we had. They planned and killed 21 people. 21, including Sadwana and everybody, and all the things, because the list are known. 6 months later, where I'm heading to, yes, please.
I think you are going too deep. Let's ask you questions. Then
okay, yes.
I know where you're going to now, because
can I ask the first question?
May you not carry us go where we don't know.
All right,
let me
gentlemen.
ask the first question.
Yeah, okay, you will ask your question, gentlemen. You ask
thank
your
you,
question.
Thank you, very much.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. We are forging ahead, and where I think this is one of the.
Let me just ask Sam one question.
Well, Mr. Man of President, you will ask him. You will. You can ask him 10. We are all here all night. Don't worry. This is education. Don't worry. We are not in a hurry. I'm not working tomorrow, so don't worry. If I was working, I'll be rounding up now. This is education. I just want to highlight this for the viewers and for those in the comment section. This is education. Education, I beg your pardon. And we are gaining knowledge for the purpose of, where possible, God willing, building bridges and helping us to identify that one thing that divides us, and for us to be relevant to our people back at home. The floor is yours, Man of Prestige. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sam, for that narrative. I think it's about time we change that narrative that it's an Igbo war. You can call it majority of Igbo in the military, because this is making the the new generation feel that kind of embedded.
Oh.
Okay, we lost Man of Prestige.
Okay.
You didn't use the word.
Okay, it's back. It's not among the 31 people that was killed. It's back. Man of Prestige, go ahead.
Right. When they say it's an Igbo war, it's misleading. They should change that narrative to make it say maybe it's majority of Igbo. I've not read any book about that. This was I've never read anything about Nigeria, because I never really care.
Man of Prestige, your network.
So my question is, hold on, this is my question. Out of those 21 people, do they have Northerners? I know just Westerners, just Easterners. Do they have any Northerners in that 21 group of soldiers? Do you know? I know you are young.
Yes.
How many Northerners?
Yes. If you unless I open it and then count it again, because the 21 that killed and 21 that planned it, there are Northerners. I will show you. If I open it now, I can read out the names. Those that planned the coup. Yes, there are Northerners. There are even what is it called? I think Abacha was even some. They were very junior. Even think they were more all these Bisala. Was it Bisala? If I open, I can show, but I'm sure I'm not there, because I wasn't there. I only lifted it and read. Even Ozekome, Professor Mike Ozekome gave a lecture on it, in which he even named the 21 that planned it. I think 21 that were killed. But the place I'm going to is this.
Let me ask my question before you go.
Okay, yeah. Continue.
Thank you. So you see, I'm not from Hausa, I'm not from the Igbo, I'm not from Yoruba. So I'm looking for the truth. I love truth. I actually like the way Mr. James actually explained it to us. What I discovered actually long ago, I'm a seeker of knowledge. When you talk to people from the north, they give you one story. Talk to Igbo, they give you one story. Even Yoruba, sometimes some of them are not. They are not like they have their preference of the story. But from what you said, right? Even Man of Prestige says something. He said people should not call it Igbo coup. I think it's gonna be unfair because of the story what happened. to give some people slack and be able to convince them logically that this was not an Igbo coup. Because from my own understanding, I'm actually, it's hard for me to believe it's not an Igbo coup.
Okay, okay.
Wait, let me finish. The way Mr. James narrated it, the planning stage, obviously it was not an Igbo coup. That was not the intention. I actually agree with Mr. James. From what I know, like some of the stuff you said, right? You make mention of there was an Igbo man that was killed. To be honest, this is the first time. But you need to understand the difference between this killing. The killing in the north and in the south, in the southwest, were leaders. They were leaders, political leaders, military leaders. They were leaders. They were not ordinary people.
See, listen. From what I said, I never commend them. Oh. I'm only trying to be objective to bring a fact. You see what? No, I'm coming. I never commended anybody. You know, I told you. Okay, look at the paradox I used. How can somebody build a house and set it on fire? As at that point, because of the knowledge base in Nigeria, Igbos and the Yorubas were ahead, and Igbos were in charge of so many things. The British were handed over to them. Now, what are you then planning a coup to go and remove yourself from a vintage position? That is what the logic people will look at it. That's why I said it is not, and I believe it is not. I'm not saying it because I'm a Igbo. I want to be sentiment.
No.
One of the people that planned it, Adebola Adeboyega, wrote a book before he died. Say it's not an Igbo coup. So who am I to dispute him?
So hold on. There is every possibility it's not an Igbo coup. But here is the reason why people are saying it's an Igbo coup. One, none of Igbo leaders was killed. This was the first. No. Hold on. Calm down. When we analyze this thing,
we've done the analysis now. From what I said before, I explained it. I did not in any way. I said these are the people that were killed. I said it's only one. That all the prime. This one, only one, and was in the army.
Sam, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
I think you are the one taking us through a rabbit hole, not CM.
Exactly.
It is true. Actually, I wanted to say something before somebody commented a comment there, so I had to stop you there. That it is not an Igbo coup. Even if it's an Igbo coup, you have to tell us what is the intention, because according to CM and Mr. James, the Igbos were in position of authority. So why would they want to work against themselves?
That's a good point.
Foolishness.
That's a good point from CM.
So that would be
I want to learn about it.
So
CM, that point you made is a very good point.
It is a coup that happened. We don't know what were their intentions. Like CM rightly said, the man who wrote the book, I don't know if he highlighted their intentions of planning that coup. CM, could you clarify from the
corruption? It was corruption in the country.
They said that of all the regions, the Southwest was sort of on top because of what Awolowo was doing. Not really because Awolowo, Southwest was doing, but cocoa that the Southwest rely on is like crude oil or cocaine today. He's selling. I schooled with a Yoruba chap who told me that then they don't count money. He said Awolowo said they scale money. So cocoa was like gold or cocaine or anything. So Awolowo, being the type of person he is, educated, a lawyer. So when he was getting this money, he felt what he could do with it was to be a pioneer in so many things, free education, television, infrastructure, everything. Because he had the money, not that because he had the money, but at least he went to do it for his people, because he could have been corrupt and stole the money and go away. But when he was doing it, so the other regions were doing their own, but you can't compare because the East couldn't give free education. They have to tax to primary school, like I was told. The North couldn't, but the West can afford to do it, and the Oluyole Industrial Estate in Ibadan, Ikeja Industrial Estate, the first estate they built, housing estate they built in Nigeria, Bodija, is in Ibadan. Awolowo built it. There was money. University of Ife, imagine the scale. University of Ife then. The way they should have built University of Ife, thank God Lumide say, might correct me. I was learned it should have been in Ondo area because that is where they cultivate cocoa. The people said no, we want our farm. So he took it to Ife as the cradle. That's what one Yoruba chap told me. So Awolowo was on top. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
He was on top. So the people felt that with all this corruption, and they found what Akintola was hobnobbing with the North, Awolowo did not like it. Awolowo preferred the education to expose the West. So because of that, the intention, that's why we struck also. They said if they take over, they are going to bring Awolowo out of prison because Awolowo was in prison then. Put him down. Even if he refused, they will be issuing decree on his name. These are military. That's what I'm saying. So to all intents and purposes, the trouble started in the West in terms of misunderstanding wide West. And then it's spilling over the TV 62, they said the East was relatively calm. The idea to change the government, ideally the East should have been happy. Said, okay, we are Eastern region. Let the West kill themselves. After Akintola and Saduana and hobnobbing, they sent Awolowo to jail. We are virtually untouched. But because of the idealism, they say, if you read the speech they wrote that time when they took over, they said that we are tired of 10% or all these things. They were idealistic. But maybe in the execution, the thing failed. The way it failed. That's why I'm only saying. And why I want to, the way for me to justify, like, you cannot cut your nose to spite your face is electricity. You know that somebody came to your house, take over your house, change the position of your bed. You were not happy. Change things. 6 months later, you had the opportunity of regaining that your house. What do? Will you still be blaming the person? You put back things the way they are. So that's why when people normally say, I say, okay, 6 months later, at their own convenience, the North with the West plan their own coup the way they happened. And to tell you again, that 29 something, that's why sometimes when people are talking, there's a way a twist of history. Why did Fajui not say, okay, take Ironsi away, after all, it's not me you want? But Fajui said, no, he's my commander-in-chief on 29th July. That either you take me and Ironsi or you leave Ironsi. I can't live without him. They took Fajui away and killed both of them. What did Fajui do? Nothing. Because he's a host. So 6 months later, you took over the house. Why did Gowon? It was Gowon that started creating state. When Ironsi was in charge, Ironsi felt as a military, the regions will remain, but administratively everything should be at the center. But we still have regions. Ironsi didn't abolish region in terms of structure. Hassan Kassena, Ironsi appointed, was military governor in the north. David Ejo, military governor in the Midwest. What is it called? What is this man? Fajui in the west, then Ojukwu in the east. Only that they have one common federal service. That is the meaning of Decree 34. The regions we are still, in terms of structure, the geographical boundary is still 4 regions. It was Gowon that dissolved from 4 regions in 1967, 27th May to 12 states. Is it not 12 states? Yes, 12 states.
You are correct.
12 states. So that was how this thing happened. So there's a lot of contradiction in this history, but when emotions, people interpret it the way they do, I only resort to the books I read. And I always quote, why we thank God the guy wrote that book. At least, even if you don't believe whatever he says, at least one can say, if you want to be objective, say, but this man planned the coup. And he wrote this book before he died in his own words. And he stated that the mistake people should make is to call it an Igbo coup. That they were all united, they were idealistic to change the system. But it happened the way it happened. So,
right. Thank you very much. I need a favor from CM and Mr. James. Hold on 1 second. Who is that? Hold on 1 second, please. Najama, hold on. I need a soft, if you can send me the soft copy. I don't know if I can get it. So, CM, wait. Mr. James, you are going to send me a document, okay? CM, wait.
Yeah.
We are making progress. To be honest, there are some things coming to light. And I said it, we were trying to identify, and I said we mentioned a lot about the major problem that is dividing us is ignorance. That does not mean that we are not educated, or people. I hope people will not take it as an insult, or viewers. It's not meant to come across as an insult. And like I said, this is one of the most educated, interesting discussion we've had so far, because we've put everything aside to learn, so that when we learn, we can now see how we can make. So, Mr. James, I know you will send me the copy of that stuff. See if you can send me, because I want to use it to prepare for the next discussion, so that I can include it when Rudolph is sending out the message, so that people can read it proud to coming on the platform to have this educated discussion. Olumide, welcome. We're focusing on the topic, identifying the
ones. Let me talk now. You didn't let me talk. You want to call somebody else?
Sorry, Nigerian man. I apologize. I'll come to you. So what we're gonna do now is this. CM, you just finished speaking, so I'm gonna take you last, please. So we start with Nigerian, we go to Ed, we go to AY. If you have questions, CM just finished speaking. Nigerian, if you have questions for CM or clarification, you throw it at him. When Nigerian finished speaking, if you have questions and clarification, you throw it at him. Applies to everyone. So, Nigerian, I give you the floor. Thank you.
Okay, well, good evening, everyone. I want to ask some clarification and some maybe questions to CM.
Please go ahead. We have all the nights
for your
here.
own belief.
Thank you very much.
Mr. CM, he said for your own belief, please. You don't believe it's a Igbo coup, because me, I'm not Yoruba, I'm not. So I'm trying to get it far for many years, but what I'm hearing, I've never heard anybody say the real truth for the both side. But it's all history, it's all gone. But sometimes we have to do all these things, because what we are hearing these days, people are concocting so that everybody doesn't have to. Because the way we grow is now maybe about 10, 15 years, I begin to know about all these tribes. I don't know people like that before. So you said for your own belief, you don't believe it was Igbo coup, because it was only one man, the man that refused to give them the key for Hamori. That is only what I've heard, that is dead, the only Igbo man. And have you read the book of that captain from Enugu, Bembuli, the 5 soldiers?
Bembuli, yeah, I think, yes, I have. The one that gave evidence at Oputa panel.
At Oputa panel, God bless you. Okay.
Yes, he gave.
Okay, he mentioned the 5 soldiers there. So, and then,
yes,
because you said the other one that you see 21 soldiers, that they mentioned not 21. And because that one, I only said the 5 soldiers, which he mentioned there. I never see all those Northern soldiers. So that is it. But only one thing I would like to ask. You have said it again. You said you are not there. All is still both of yours, all of us, we are seeing history. But for my own, as I said from beginning, if they said it's cool, because I grew in the barrack, if they say there is cool, I never, because one thing I'm asked, why ROC abolished that regional, with that decree 24th of May 1966, because when the British left, it was regional government that left. There must be something that make ROC to abolish it. There must be something that was not working for Nigeria before they now say, let's come as a unity government. That is why, maybe, because I thought maybe he planned for good of the unity for Nigeria. Because if he doesn't plan for good of the unity for Nigeria, he will never abolish it. He wants us to come together. Maybe the country was so divided, maybe the way it is now. There was marginalization. Maybe that is what when the Niger caused the Niger Delta wanted to go on their own. You understand? But maybe Aguiyi wanted to bring the country together. Let's have one unity government, so everybody will be here. There will be no more. But at the end of the day, something went wrong, or maybe their blood was so very young that time. Like the one in Mali now, beginning, but they are all young there, so they are just doing anyhow. They don't even know where they are going. So that is what I think. But I don't really say it on my own way. I don't really say maybe Igbo because some died or something that. But what I begin to wonder that I'm not confused is that what I heard, it said that there was so much corruption like this time. All the government, even before the white man left, I read the book. He said that Festus Kotiebu, that financial minister, the British give warning to Nigeria that man is so very corrupt. It's on record, But the people that died, if they are all politicians are corrupt by then, and 3 of them from the government, from the unity of Nigeria, and they now said mostly the Northerners are the ones that lose their life. They killed the Sultana, they killed the Premier. Nadia Zikiwe, he was in abroad for compulsory medical leave. So, and they went to the Eastern region. Governor was there. They didn't kill that one. So those people were not corrupt. It was only the one that don't give them the key for Amori that was corrupt. That is what made people to believe. Azumi Aguiyi Rosi have took those people, put them in the tribunal. Nobody should have believed they were celebrating. Even that Captain Bembule, they asked him that question. Peter Panel, that when they saw it, he testified. He said nobody will see that will not trigger anger. Because today we are looking at Fulani is killing Igbo. Fulani is killing Igbo. But we have to still remember, before I slap you on the street, you cannot just say I see you, I slap you. There must be something that happened. But those people was overreacted. Not too much. That is it. But
Najaman, let's get a bit of.
Please let me just finish. Go ahead. What I want, please, just 1 minute. What I want, my own suggestion, what I want to know, is there any way people, because all this propaganda, hatred, they cannot do any way we people think, we the diaspora can come together. We have a power, mostly we the diaspora, just we don't know it. Yes. The way we can think, we can come back and solve all those issues and talk to this issue in one common mind. You have to be, because when Nigeria, I saw the constitution, sorry. If you say one region want to do something, it cannot possible in Nigeria constitution. You have to get to third of the state. You have to get more people from different opinions, from more states together and achieve any goal. But if you are doing it one region, it can never come, honestly. It can never come. Let's be realistic. The way the constitution is designed, you must have to talk. Anything you want to, even that Senate you see there, before they pass any bill, 2/3 must go with it. Everything. Even in the state, before you win a government in your state, you must have 2/3 of that local government. That is the way. So that is only what I'm trying to know. If there's a way, we can come. We have to be united and come with abroad. We have to see life. We're not supposed to be hatred. We can come talk. Argue and know. This one, see the way you talk now, this one talk now, the other man talk. We are getting more fat, getting more, but before this one will be thinking is this one, but what are coming?
All right.
Thank you.
Benjamin, there is something on the screen there. What's the name of the book with the 5 soldiers? Somebody asked on the Victoria.
It's called Nigeria's 5 Majors. I think so.
Okay. Victoria, by Bembule. Majors. Okay. Yeah. Now let me put this a little. Let me see if I can put it in. Let me see if I can put it in perspective. One, the coup is not an Igbo coup. Just for the purpose of this argument, this discussion. One, is not Igbo coup. 2, we are arguing that it's as a result of corruption. So let's go with these 2 points going forward, that it is not an Igbo coup and it's a coup that has to do with corruption, which is corruption is still disturbing us till tomorrow, but we have to overcome it. So I don't know if anyone has a question or clarification from Nigerian before we move to the next person.
I know. Cannot ask one question. Ask CMO.
No. The thing is that
Benjamin, you just finished. You the one that just finished talking. So why would you ask a question?
What I know, I'm trying to say.
No, I welcome. To be honest with you, Nigerian, I welcome the spirit in which you spoke, because it's like somebody looking for facts. It's like he's open to analysis. Let me hear and then ask questions. I welcome the spirit. Like what you ask, is here people in the diaspora? Let me tell you, the greatest weapon with which to change everything is dialogue. The moment me and you, the dialogue, it means we want peace. Do you know that, Niger man, if I wake up, I know they say good morning to you. You didn't do me anything, oh, and I didn't do you anything. But you throw away face, they go me and they throw away face. You know, we be like we are fighting. But if every time we always dialoguing, we can never go far away from each other. What Nigeria need, to be honest with you, what Nigeria need is continuous dialogue. Do you know what it means? If you bring, in terms of population, I'm not trying to belittle any ethnic group, because to me I feel that everybody so many what we call tribe in Nigeria are nations, because they have their value system, their civilization, everything. Let me say something like people they call the Jukun. I don't know their population, but definitely Igbos are more in number than them. Yorubas are more in number. Do you know what it means? You go and bring, okay, let's say Ogoni. You bring Ogoni man, bring Yoruba man.
So tell her we don't have Olumide anymore. Not until, sorry.
Okay. Do you know what it means? You bring Yoruba man with over 30, 40, 50 million population, 60, depending, maybe more than that. And you bring Ogoni that I believe not up to 30 million people. You tell them to sit in the table and they are dialoguing. Do you know the peace you want to bring? In other words, when you're on the table of dialogue, everybody is equal. When you are at the table of, that is what Nigeria has been running away from, and it's not good. I do not, because I was saying something that if I lord it over Ogoni man, that doesn't mean I'm civilized. It doesn't show civilization. Civilization is when you treat the least, who you consider the least. Now you go consider the person, say you are lower than me. Then you treat the person as a king. It means you are civilized. The person you already taking, say your population, you are not more than 100 million, but I'm 1 billion. Yet you treat him. That is the height of civilization. That is what Nigeria need. And the moment Nigeria starts it, just because of the question you asked, the moment Nigeria starts it, I'm telling you, within 5-10 years, nobody, no third world country can get close to Nigeria, because whatever Yoruba man is what Ogoni man what. Whatever Bini man what is what a Hausa man what. Whatever anybody, population is immaterial.
Yeah,
yes,
sorry,
please.
CM, you are making a very good point. You know, but what I'm trying to
Niger man, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Niger man, relax. This is your AK-47 way they carry, so I don't know who give you this AK.
You know, we are saying when the thing is going like this, we have to make sure we get
Niger man, wait first. Okay, go ahead. So talk, speak, Niger man.
Finish now. Okay, I should go. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I'm trying to bring us here, you know,
I appeal to other panelists. After Niger man, we go to Ed. See, we'll come back to you. Go ahead.
There is no way we. You look at what electricity brings today. What divide us in the diaspora? I bring one. I tell him something. I say, we in the diaspora. I've been in Spain for 20 years before I come to UK for more than 6 years. I've been in Finland. I've been in Germany. Only one thing you see in people in the diaspora. If somebody come now from Nigeria, you meet it the first time. If he's seen on the train station, you see you as a black man, good afternoon, bros. I may be Nigeria. The next thing you will ask, where are you from? You will say Nigeria. No, where are you from?
Okay, Niger man. Wait. Niger man, I'm appealing to you. Niger man, this is a special appeal I am making to you. We're trying to change the narrative, okay? CM said something which we all agree on, dialogue, okay? And don't let us push. We're trying to change people's minds so that we can come together and unify. And the point you're making is a valid point. I'm not dismissing it, but now we need to preach the gospel on how we can have a change of mind and see ourselves as one, like CM actually highlighted just now, regardless. Okay, so that's why I don't want us to go back to that same spot again. Now, secondly, going forward, on the segment I will be moderating, it's going to be dialogue on finding a solution for us in diaspora. Now, to the I say I, to the nay say no. Please be careful before you say I and nay, because I'm going to say something after it, please. So if you agree to that,
your democracy, you don't favor anybody.
Mr.
You don't get opinion before you say nay, say
wait, no. Wait, your opinion will call it. Opinion, this one is different. This democracy is different. Opinion will come. We all agree is dialogue. This meaning that anything that is going to take us away, anything that will take us away from that dialogue, we have to shut it down. That is where I am trying to go. So this is on any show I cover. Maybe Rudolph will take his own differently. Show it on what I moderate is strictly dialogue. Anything that will take us away from that and pull us into tribalism or religion or whatever it is, let us shut it down. That's the way we're going to progress. Niger man, thank you. Ed, the floor is yours.
Electricity, let me quickly ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead. But I thought we agreed that questions should be thrown to CM and not to me.
No. This is about this show. So
all right, go ahead.
I did join early, right? So what did you guys concluded was that one thing that divided us in
I mean, I threw a spanner in. I came up. We had this discussion 2 weeks ago. Niger man was there, Mr. James was there, a few other people. And Madam Nelly was the one that brought up this question. What is that one thing that divides us? Now, since then, I have asked a lot of people that same question. Some says it's ignorance. Some said the Nigerians are too arrogant. That's why we cannot submit to ourselves. Some said it's religion, ethnicity, blah, blah, blah. But I spoke to a good friend of mine who is well learned, who has been in court on a tribunal issue. He said, listen, electricity, it's one thing, which is inclusive himself. He said it is ignorance that is worrying us. And that is what we're trying to do here. And we can only do that by this means here. Education, dialogue, and he said it's not an insultive word. People may perceive it. He said, I'm highly learned. It's highly learned. He said, but it is ignorance that is worrying us. Now, CM have come up with a book. What's his name? Mr. James have enlightened us on a lot of things. Now, we all have heard that it is not an Igbo coup. So we can shut people down and say, listen, it is not an Igbo coup. So we can't make this a tribe thing. And for argument's sake, we said it is not an Igbo coup and it's a coup against corruption, which we are still fighting we are still experiencing till tomorrow. Did I answer your question?
Yes. Thank you.
Ed, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's a lot of learning going on here today, and I really appreciate your moderation, Mr. Electricity. Quick question to Mr. CM. I just wanted you to probably speak to how the coup was doused and the major actors, because based on my own study, I know that people like Agunyi Ronsi and even Ojukwu played a role in bringing the coup to an end. So I want you to speak to that. And I also want to just make a very offhanded, funny comment. Indeed, ignorance is very expensive. And I mean, to the point that Mr. Electricity has been making, I tried looking up those books that references were made from. I mean, these books are expensive. You see a book going like The Reluctant Rebel by Fola Oyewole on Amazon. I think it's about $462. Mm-hmm. You go to
Go and buy in Nigeria.
You can
go to Nigeria.
You can go find it.
No, where you get it. Let me tell you where you are going to get it. This is what you do. Because something like why we struck the reluctant rebel and all those things. When you go home, or if you can send somebody, places like Department of History, University of Ibadan, University of maybe Benin, Ife, these are old universities in Soka. When you go there, you mention it. They may find one lecturer in the department because they teach African Nigerian history, sort of, depends on history, or even in the library. Go to something like, I believe, go University of Ibadan because it's one of, or Ife, this western area, and in Soka, or Benin, each of all these premier universities. When you go there, you mention it. You may not find it like, let me say, you may not find it as a book like this anymore. You will find it. Somebody will guard it. Tell the person, please, from here to here, I want you to do a photocopy and bind it for me. I will pay you. It's still the same thing you are reading. That is the only way.
Does that not violate copyright?
Okay, copyright. The publisher no longer bringing it now, but you need the knowledge. You need the knowledge. No, it's true. Okay, if you can buy it for $100 and something, it's up to you. I'm only trying to help you.
I know you're trying to help. I'm just saying. Don't worry.
Okay, but it's okay. Okay, do you know? Because the book, most of these things are going out of print. So that is the only way you do it. If it were in the British Library here, like in the UK or maybe in US, okay, sure, go to Library of Congress in United States. If you go there and mention it, any book, even if they will know the title, they will say, okay, come back, we'll get it for you. But they will reach an arrangement because they won't give it to you. They may serialize it and send it to you in a sort of, online or something, so that, but you still read the same thing. So that's because these are, in any book that is out of print, this is how you get it. Maybe the publisher, if it's Nigeria now, nothing works in Nigeria. If you say you put your money for New Nigeria Bank still there again for Benin, no way. If you say you put your money for SCB don't die now. Stay there. So these are a way you can do it. As for the question you are asking, before then, because what Nigerian said, I so much fall in love with it. Nigerian is dialogue. Dialogue in the sense that, because with this dialogue, people will know what they do not know. Do you know that I've read more than 40 books about Biafra, starting with Frederick Forsyth? I've read so much about it. Some of them, when you read about 3, 4, 5, you find out that they're following the same line of logic. You may say it's true. Some will just start from the treatment they gave them. There's a Benin man, I've forgotten the name. The title is 8 days in Biafra. He was detained by Biafran rebels, just like arrested him, detained him. It's also an atrocity. When he was released, he says 8 days. You know how many days is 8 days? Almost like more than 2 years. He was detained. Somebody, Eweni, EWENI, 8 days in Biafra, something like that. I've read the book, and the man gave his own account.
We'll come back to you. Ed, I think you've asked the question, or you finished your talk. AY, okay, you know what? I'll come to Lumide then, Mr. Sorry, I'm not seeing your name clearly. Mr. TJ, welcome on the show.
TA.
Mr. TA, man of prestige, is back. So I'll come to Olumide, then Mr. TA, then we will take AY, man of AY, and Mr. James, because you guys have spoken. AY question, he hasn't really spoken about questions. So Olumide, the floor is yours, please, on the topic that we are talking on, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My greetings to the whole house. So yeah, I've been listening to most of the submission. CM, thank you for your frankness too on the issue, especially with respect to whether the first coup was caused by, was the brainchild of the Igbos or not. But I personally believe, in my own opinion, that Nigeria ceased to be a country the moment that first coup happened, because that first coup truncated a system that would have been allowed to naturally evolve the way the American kind of system, constitutional system, evolved over time and years with changes and amendments to their laws and constitution to what they have today. They will always say they are not a perfect union, but they are striving to be a perfect union. That is why you have that change. But the moment they truncated that regional system, I think for me, if having read and listened to a lot of people and haven't read a lot of write-ups, I would say that our problem started right from the commencement of that coup. And for me, at this point in time, I would say for me, it is immaterial who even started the coup. Because who started it and who didn't start it has created a lot of animosity and even worsened the animosity within the various ethnic groups. But I think that we should be looking at our current state. Where are we today with the current constitution? And where did we originally come from? The system that was truncated, what was the system like? I mean, it is very obvious from all of us here, if we took a book, we would say that it was a lot better than what we have currently. Maybe if those who wrote or fashioned out this current constitution that we are all working with right now, allow that constitution to even work the way it should have worked, and people benefited from it the way they should have benefited from it, maybe a lot of us will not even be talking about having to change it or asking for our own state. You understand? But they have not allowed it to work the way it should work. They have manipulated it. They have used it to oppress the people, even worse than what the colonialists, I mean, the British did before they left. I mean, there were things that the British would even dare not do to us, even though they were lords over us, that we do to ourselves right now. You understand? That has led to some of us to even say, okay, fine. Where did these original documents come from? The one we are using presently. How did we come to arrive at that document? And I think it is going to be very pertinent to solving a lot of issues, because majority of people have questioned it now. I agree with CM that, I mean, so many issues, there are so many stories, and I think that there's a truth to some of these stories, that majority of these elites, I mean, elites from the other tribes, the North, the Middle Belt, or from other places, saw the way they saw that Awolowo was a star, in quotes, and they were upset with the fact that this guy was paying more salaries in all of the regions. He was paying more salaries than even the center, and it was some of those reasons why everybody ganged up against that system to truncate it. Those who decided to truncate it, whether they were Muslims or Yorubas, or even me, people like us, Yoruba, we are questioning somebody like the Yoruba son, Obasanjo, supporting a kind of system that has not benefited anybody, not even, I mean, much more the Yorubas, that has not benefited. Why are you supporting a system that has not benefited anybody, but has even, what it has done is that you are saying that somebody like that is saying that he doesn't respect Awolowo, he doesn't respect his legacy, but you have not even built upon that legacy. You have not churned up, you have not created your own legacy to beat his own legacy, but rather you have eroded his legacy, and today you are part of the problem of that country. You have joined hands with people to I mean, I don't know how to describe the state of that country right now. An American said, former American president said, you all know him, it's a shithole, and I like to use that word. I don't blame him for saying that. It is a typical example of what that time is. So what I am saying essentially is that before we can heal as a country and move forward, a lot of things have happened since that first coup. And if we keep giving excuses for, oh, this is the Igbo, it is the that, okay, let us even assume that Igbo was orchestrated by the Igbos, and that coup was orchestrated by the Igbos, and that the system that we have now, they said that the unitary system originated from Meronsi, okay, fine. If it came from him, and some other people have latched onto that system to benefit themselves, most especially when not even when cocoa ceased to be a commodity for the Western region or for the country, it was oil from another minority state. You understand? And for me as a Yoruba man, I'm not happy that those people, even though they are minority, did not benefit from the wealth that is feeding the whole of the over 200 million people. And rather, it has been a curse on us, just because some people think that they can take advantage of the people and the system with that unitary system. I mean, like I said, even if they have allowed it to work, they claim it's a federal system, but they are operating a unitary system, and they have not even allowed it to work because of their own greed and wickedness. You understand? But what we are saying, what majority of us are asking for, is very pure and simple: justice, equity. Let it start with fiscal equity, fiscal justice. If wealth is coming from a particular area, now it is the Ijaw people today, their wealth is being taken without them benefiting from it. And they took a few people, elites from those regions, to give them money to shut their mouths, while the poor masses from that region is languishing. Now it is the Ijaw people today. Who is it going to be tomorrow? Is it going to be that small? Who knows what they're going to find in Benin tomorrow? Who knows what they're going to find in this place tomorrow, in Benue, in that? You understand? The other time, Zamfara discovered gold, and that same governor, Matawala, who is going to be a minister in this cabinet, this current government, was saying that the Zamfara gold belongs to the Zamfara, not to the whole of Nigeria. How is that Zamfara gold, that is the natural resources, different from the oil that is from the Niger Delta? You understand? So some of us are seeing this thing, and that was what somebody like Parawo saw. You understand? That made him a star. He was able to see far ahead of his time, and everything he did for his people. You understand? And fine, we're not even saying we want to go back to the regional system. We don't want to go back. We've gone too far. You know, some will say, "Oh, do you not want to go back to the regional system?" No, fine. We don't want to go. We want to keep the states the way they are. Maybe but allow true federalism. Let the resources where it comes from. Let it be for the benefit of the people, and let them pay taxes to the center. The US that we copy federalism from, that is what they do. I mean, I don't know what else is I don't know how else we can put it. If they allow this to happen, there won't be so much cry about this agitation and let the states create their own police. Let them police. Let the people who are involved in the community create their own police. Let the states develop according to their potential. If they want to do a seaport, let them do a seaport. If they want to do this, it should start from the local government level. We're not even talking about the local government. In America, the city, the mayor of the city even has more impact than the governor of a state. But everybody's waiting for federal government. It has to be from the local government level. It should be true federalism. We need to redraw that constitution, and it is unfair for the military to force that paper on us, knowing fully well that it was largely drafted by people from the north. Even if they say it originated from...
Olumide, let me interject you there, please. You've made some valid points, and I think it would be nice for me to highlight those valid points, and we'll put it on record and have it. You made a valid point in terms of your reference to equity, justice, fairness. This is what we all agree with, that we all identify with. Everyone wants to be treated fairly, justice, equity. Also, you also raised the issue of the Constitution up, which what I will do again is that I will get a soft copy of the Constitution just to help. Like I said, it's
No,
This is
I can read it online. I've access to
yeah,
it
yeah. That's what
online.
I'm saying is that in the next discussion, I would like to sometime I got this idea to attach some of these documents to it so that people can get to read it prior to coming on the platform, so that we can educate each other. History is very important. So those points you've highlighted, like you made the mention of what is the difference between the gold in Zamfara and the oil in Bias or in any other. And that is also a very strong point, because at the end of the day, they're going to produce money, and we're going to use it to benefit everyone. No difference between you and I. I don't know if anyone has a question or clarification for Olumide.
I have a question, please.
All right, Olumide, they have a question for you, please.
Olumide, you are saying about creating a state police, creating this and that. First and foremost, you have to ask yourself, why have they not created? Have they not allowed state police? Have you asked yourself?
Who is that?
Or have you asked the question?
Why we don't have a? I know why we don't have a state police, because it's in the constitution that
because they asked because they asked, people have asked, and they asked Buhari have taken interview on it. Maybe you are not following when it is in Nigeria, you are just on social media 2 minutes, 1 minute video.
No,
they have asked Buhari on this in more than 3
hours.
Just
go straight to the point.
No, I want to tell, the side is bringing it. I know from the side is bringing it. That's what I have to tell. Because they asked Buhari about it. Buhari said, let me tell you, Buhari said they have come to him for restructuring. He has what type of restructuring? To create more state or what? He says some say, okay, they should create state police. Then they now told them, he said when he come in 2015, 28 states come to him that they have not paid salary for the past 3 years. This was live video, is there? It was with they have not paid. He said they have to take, they are talking about loan. That is after his second tenure. That was at interview. He said they are saying about loan, Nigerians, but he said 28 states come to him when that they have not paid, they have to take loan and give to them to pay. It's okay now. They are telling him again to allow state police. He said people that he forced to pay 30,000 with executive order by force, and majority of the state are not still paying it. Now they want to create state police. Then tomorrow they will come back to him that they can't pay the police. That federal government should bring money. He said, why? We should look all the whole Nigeria. Lagos State have it. They have state police because they have the fund to fund it. He said if they can provide the fund to fund it, no problem. That is the problem. We have to look at the dynamic. When they ask Peter Obi about constitution, you will say bring constitution down. I've never seen, I've been checking all over the most country how they will just go. You will just say they should just bring the constitution down. The party don't like take it, and Ahmed is my constitution is there to Ahmed every time. So even when they ask Peter Obi during campaign, sometimes you listen to other people. No, he said we have that. We have one now. We have to go with that. First and foremost, constitution is not what only you can bring down, not what only president can bring down. Even Peter Obi there, when they he cannot bring constitution down. Everybody have to come before we agree, and it can take 4 years, 6 years before we go to National Assembly, before we go to the whole state. It's not one person can do, but amendment is easy. Get some legislator, talk to them, make them understand. That is what he said. You start amending, working with that before you not be making consultations.
I get your.
I don't understand. You just think one person will just wake in the morning, throw constitution and just write it home. Would you accept that?
So Benjamin, I get your drift. So part of my submission to you from those 1 minute internet searches that I've done over time, I'm going to accumulate them together and give you the submission. So that is why, see, we have to be fundamental with what we are doing. See, nation building, I will tell you categorically that Buhari wasn't very honest when he made that submission. That is one. There were a lot of promises he made they made during their 2015 campaign, and today he didn't fulfill any of them. You understand? That they will give state autonomies, they will do that, they will do blah, 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 they will change the constitution, they will do that and that. He promised heaven and earth just to get to the presidency, and he didn't do anything. But in the 8 years that Buhari reigned, what he did was to bring terror to the people. He brought nothing but terror.
We are not talking about that. We are talking about something else. You are diverting us.
He brought. Let me tell you. Let me give you an example of what kind of terror.
There is security all over Nigeria. Don't say terror.
You see, that is the problem.
Buhari is no more there. Let's talk about
it. Gentlemen, please. Let's maintain decorum and let's
no more there. Let's talk about our now.
Listen, hold on.
You asked me a question.
Let's hold on first, please. Let's take a break, please. Like I said, in respect to the Constitution, okay, I think we've had this discussion over time. If we are going to do anything, it's an amendment. If we are going to remove, let me borrow CMO's famous word in that Constitution. We. If we are going to remove the we, it will be done by amendment. He's laughing. It will be done by amendment.
Okay, so let me just make my final submission to his answer. So what I'm trying to say is that everything wrong with Nigeria is basically fundamental. You understand? If in the first place, when they wrote that constitution, they had allowed the Yoruba man,
I'm pausing you with due respect. Listen, you're not going to take us backwards. I ain't going to allow that, please.
I want to give an answer now. I'm not taking back.
I'm saying we're going forward. You said the Constitution is our fundamental problem. Well, one of our fundamental problems. And I am telling you, the Constitution may have its own error, and this can only be corrected by amendment. So, wait.
If you're saying that,
do not unmute yourself again with due respect, please.
No. I won't talk after this anymore. But if you're saying that, that means you're forcing your own suggestion on me.
No, I am not forcing my suggestion on you. We have a constitution, which is a Nigerian constitution. You don't have to accept it.
Which is not acceptable to most of us. Which is not acceptable
No. Speak for yourself. With due respect, we've been having...
Most of us, though, I'm speaking for myself and some other people.
Speak for yourself on this platform right now. You have a choice to do that, or we'll leave it as it is.
We have a constitution. Should we take a vote?
You can make jest as much as you want to, no problem. Who is the next person, please? Mr. TA, sorry, thank you very much. The floor is yours. You have to unmute yourself, sir. We're not hearing you, sir. We're still not hearing you, sir. I think you are muted. We're still not hearing you, sir. I think it's frozen.
He's having a problem.
Hello, sir, Mr. TA. We're not hearing you. Okay.
His network is only like that.
Oh, okay. It's the network issue. All right. Mr. TA, when you come back on, we'll give you the floor. Who is next?
The man with cap.
The man with cap. What's his name again? Mr. Tone. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining the talk and the discussion. The floor is yours. The topic is identifying the one thing that divides us in the diaspora. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay. The question is the diaspora divided at all?
The answer is yes.
Is a rhetoric question, really.
All right, thank you very much.
I beg to differ a little bit. I think when it comes to diaspora, we all see ourselves as Nigerians. We don't really see ourselves as somebody coming from certain tribes. I think we see ourselves as Nigerians, except when some certain forum occur and all that. Then we will start talking about outside Yoruba, Igbo, or Edo, whatever, and all that. I don't think we're divided. I've never gotten that vibe, to be quite honest. That's my take.
All right, thank you for that. Since you've not gotten that vibe, we are gonna take that as well too. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. Please, with due respect. So we're gonna take that vibes. And one of the reasons why I brought up this discussion was a question asked by Madam Nelly as to if we are not divided, or if we cannot identify that thing that divides us, then we are not going to move forward. And why I brought it up is we in diaspora sit in a privileged position in that it's an opportunity for us to have our own impact back in the Nigerian space there. Nigerian made a very strong suggestion that to those of us who are interested in politics should see ourselves in parties or the lower parties that are not as it is with the other major parties. And we also discuss the issue of the Biafra, the war, whatever it is. So we'll take this thing on board. And who is next to speak, please? Is that all you have to say, Mr. Tom, please?
For now, let me just
thank you very much.
I think I'm supposed to speak now.
All right, I'll give you the
Okay, thank you. So I'll be asking questions, right? So before I go into that question, let me quickly object what's his name? One thing Olumide said, right? Which I think is not actually correct.
Anyway, I'm gonna stop you there. Just leave Olumide in the space where he is, please. Just say what you have to say.
No. I want to know, because I need to try and correct myself if I have to.
Olumide, I am the moderator. With due respect, okay?
Olumide, sorry. It's not fair to me not to know.
I gave you the respect.
Where I can learn from now.
No,
Olumide, sorry. The boss said I should move on.
Move on from that, please. Go ahead,
I will obey the last order.
This man has strong democracy.
So one thing that divides us in diaspora, right? So who is disturbing? So I kind of agree with some part of what Tone said. Tone said, like, we actually see ourselves as Nigeria. But however, so what I notice is we see ourselves in Nigeria where we don't have the number to divide ourselves. I don't know if we get it. So, for example, you have an Edo man here, you have a Yoruba man here, you have a Hausa man here, you have an Igbo man here, you have a Rivers man here. We work together. We're kind of like, yeah, Nigeria. But the moment the numbers start increasing from somewhere, especially our three major tribes, there will be some kind of division. What I have noticed, actually, sincerely, I will not say religion. Well, I'm a Muslim, so from my own perspective, no. I will not say religion divide us. I don't know, like a Christian denomination. I'm not sure what's going on there, really. I think, however, most time we still come together. Nigeria, I feel we love ourselves. So, like what electricity has been saying, ignorance. This ignorance we're talking about, they kind of interconnected with the tribal thing. It's just like the racism. Ignorance kind of like, they kind of connected in such a way that why I said it kind of connected is some people in the core north, they have different opinion about the South. They've never been to the South. I've seen people from the South, they have very different opinion about the core north. They've never been there. So it become a problem of lack of understanding, lack of what is actually going on. You know.
Anyway,
So,
let me interject you. I'm not stopping you. For those on the comment section, I didn't stop Olumide from speaking, but I stopped AY from referencing anything Olumide said because I know where it's going to lead us to. So I am not dictating as you are suggesting on the platform. I am the moderator, and I want this discussion to go on smoothly and educative, and I don't want to be dragged into a rat hole that we've been dragging ourselves into in the past. This is a discussion I am moderating. I think I have been fair to everyone, the panelists and those on the list. So I have my reasons. I am not shutting anybody's down or silencing anybody's voice. But like I said, as long as I'm moderating a show, I will not allow anything that will drag us into ethnicity, tribe, or anything or religion whatsoever. I stand on that, and I'm not going to change on that. We want to move forward, and anyone who has a solution, like Tone said, he doesn't see Nigeria, we are divided, and that's a good thing. If somebody comes up with such good thing, fine. So, with due respect to those on the comment section, I just need to clarify that. AY, sorry, your floor is back.
AY, sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. T. AY, hold on one second.
Yeah,
let Mr. T go. Go ahead, Mr. T.
No, let AY finish. I'm okay.
All right, thank you very much. AY, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm almost done actually. So I kind of like that ignorance, for us to eliminate it, we have to ask questions just the way we discuss it now, right? So like one thing I usually do, if I have friends across Nigeria, everywhere. So there are things I want to ask. I will call if I want to ask questions from Ibadan, I'll call my friend from Ibadan. If I need clarification from Anambra, I will call my friend. It's usually like, even most time, me and Man of President, we are on a platform. Because of the objectiveness, I will ask him, say, Man of President, what's your idea about this? Why? If it's like from his area. So I think we need to kind of limit ourselves to sometimes. So this ignorance will be kind of like clear. So we're able to like see things the way they are. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. T, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, guys. Very important topic tonight, really. First of all, I want to commend CM for, because I was late anyway, in joining you guys, but I heard a little bit about the Biafra and also, stuff that went up in the past. So what I'm going to say, is we should leave the past where it is. Let's move forward. Forget because if you go to the north now, you hear another story. Another man will say, look, this is the way it is. They killed our people. If you go to the west, another story. This is the way it is. So we can't just conclude and say, okay, look, it's not the Igbos, or it's not this, it's not that. You see different stories here and there. But one thing I always preach about, we guys, is about love one another, really. Whether you're Igbo, whether you're Yoruba, Hausa, Ghanaian, Benin, and whatever, you're all blacks. Look at
Pan-Africa.
If I look at everyone here now, for example, I can't say this is Igbo. CM looks like an Odo man. You understand?
CM,
AY looks like a man from Anambra. You understand? So
Kedu.
So happy. Look, we need to see the foundation is bad. We know that. I always blame one person for where we are in now. In Nigeria, I won't lie to you. I always blame Obasanjo. If Obasanjo has given the presidency to Awolowo, in 1979, Nigeria would have been one of those countries like Singapore, and whatever today, with the brain that guy has got. But just, looking at what Obasanjo did, giving to Shagari, and Nigeria started going down the drain. I remember when Naira was to $1 back then, in the 70s, So we just have to look for a way, to move forward. Let's not talk about the tribal issues, and because I wish we could do like the way they do in the States. Yeah. In America, for example, even though you could tell you're from different states through the accent, yeah, but it's all American. You're American first before any other thing. Yeah. In Nigeria, we're always talking about Igbo, Yoruba, whatever, which we shouldn't be. Let's love one another. Let's come together, and that's why I was saying that. Look, we Nigerians, we are hypocrites, and you know why I say that? If you all you guys say, if I look at you guys, say you guys know Gani Fawehinmi. Who doesn't know Gani Fawehinmi yet? That guy is one of the most honest guy that we've got back then. He fought for whether you're Yoruba, you're Igbo, you're Hausa, he always justice. He fights for everyone. That guy contested and he got less than 2,000 votes. So where are we going? Why are we fooling each other? So, and that's why I was looking at that. Look, when people say I'm obedient, this one say I'm white, and whatever, I just say, look, guys, look at what you can do to better yourself and Nigeria first before any other thing. You see what you can do to better one another, help one another, be it Igbo, be it Yoruba, be it Hausa. And one thing that I always, when I come on stage and I look at sometimes what people are saying, sometimes we see the truth, yeah, and we try to wash it, when we're talking about, for example, now I don't like what's happening in the East, for example, where people are being quiet. I think it's the quiet, that's the word that we use, isn't it? Quiet, yeah, people are being quiet, but you still see some people, they try to, say, look, what the government is doing or whatever, try to support someone like Samuel Ekpa that is having a 3 square meal, you understand, in where he is. Some people try to street talk, try to say, oh, no, he's fighting the right cause. You understand? We don't say the truth. And if you say the truth will set you free. As I'm talking to you now, go and look at what's happening in Enugu. They're living in droves, in buses, because they don't want to die, living. Yeah,
since on the 31st.
Yeah. What did you say?
Since on the 31st.
Oh, okay, you see, since on the 31st. You understand? If you go to Kano, I was checking, I saw a clip on Facebook. In Kano, for example, they said somebody said something bad about Prophet Muhammad, and he's being stoned to death at this day and age. Live and direct. Stoned to death. So when you go to the north, it's another set of ideas. You come to the east, it's another set of ideas. You come to the west as well, it's another set of ideas. Until we come to the round table, yeah, open all our borders to each other. Let's come in. You understand? Let's an Igbo man make an Hausa man something. Let's, look, I love my Igbo brothers. You understand? No doubt. Because when you talk of skills here, they've got it. You can't fault that. You understand? When you talk about building stuff, they've got it. Now, when you come to the western side as well, the Yorubas, when it comes to books and stuff, yeah, they've got it. Awolowo, he did, back in the days, apart from the cocoa that CM mentioned about, the Nigerian embassy that you've got today is Awolowo. Yeah, he bought that place was bought with the what's it called, the Western money. But look, those ones are now past. How do we move forward? Moving forward, I'm a Christian. I won't fault that. The Bible says, look, love the Lord thy God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your mind, and love thy neighbor as thyself. You understand? If you love one another, then we can move forward. See, CM, no matter how you try to rephrase the Biafra story about how many books you've read about this, up there in the north, they will tell you, They don't want to know because of what happened to their leaders. They don't want to know. So now, what do? Preach love. Love. The moment you show them love, and that's what this guy is trying to do. Although this, what's his name, Kalu, although he might be doing it in the wrong way, he's trying to open himself to the North. I said, look, this is me. The Igbos are not like this. You're welcome. You're this, but still, it's been a Judas towards the Igbos anyway. And some people tell you that it did. Although when you have people that they're governors, and they can't provide for their people, it's totally wrong. And you take all the money and enrich yourself and the family. It's totally wrong. For example, somebody was talking about the river, the Bayelsa State in that area. Bayelsa State, they get the biggest allocation because of the oil revenue. But when it comes to development, what's been done there? So now it's the people's skills, the people. And another thing that I believe that can help Nigeria to move forward, let's bring back capital punishment. If we have capital punishment, that's what was done in China. You understand? And that's why China is where it is today. If you are caught with XYZ amount of money, because I remember back then in the days, some people will bear me witness. Back then, if they catch a thief, they do show it on the live TV. They tie their hands to the back and shoot them.
I have a question for you, T.
Let me land before I'm going to run up now. So back then, if you're a thief, or you go to prison, it's like nobody wants to associate with you. But now people go to prison and come out, and they're still the big boys of the town. That's the way it is now. But back in the days, it's not like that. So now bring back the capital punishment. If you've done wrong, let them pay you. And then when people will say that, okay, a home minister is being paid, definitely things will turn around. You understand? So you guys have the right people. Then you have those that want to build the country, but you said no. So it is what you have that you. So if you're saying, oh, we're feeling the pain or whatever, as you lay your bed, so you lie on it. That's the way it is. I mentioned Ganifa with him now. Less than 2,000 votes. That guy throughout his whole life fought for humanity. You understand? He's someone I know very well. Bolage is someone I knew very well. Those people are leaders, that heroes that want better for the country. But no, when it comes to this, no, he's the one that's got the highest money. So I'm open to questions.
Before Eldon, you asked him the question. All right, go ahead with your question.
Okay. So I would like to rephrase some of my sayings. Maybe the way I've said it before, as kind of how do I put it now? Put up frayed nerves. I mean, with electricity, being a little bit anxious about the language there, about so I'm gonna say now, do you believe that some of these issues, some of these solutions that you've raised, like loving each other, love your neighbor as thyself, embracing each other regardless of what is happening, and do you believe that some of these issues can be better addressed if we allow the indigenous people, I don't want to use the word ethnic, the indigenous people of Nigeria come together and fashion their own document that will be acceptable to all of us as a people, so that if they say they don't want state police, we know that it is the people that have put it in that document. If they say that they don't want to control their resources, it is the people that have put it in that document. If they say that they want to give chieftaincy title to a Fulani man in Yoruba land to come and be king over them, it is in that document, or some of those items that we are questioning in this current constitution that is in the legislative list. if all the indigenous people come together and have it put there themselves, then we know that it is us. And if they want to take it out, do you agree that we should come together and fashion out a new document that will guide our living together as a people, putting our culture into consideration, our language, our different religious backgrounds, and the complexity that Nigeria is right now? Do you believe that this current constitution is okay the way it is, and let us find a way to make it work, or we should come together and redo this thing?
Okay. My point on that. First of all, you mentioned the state police. We're not ripe for state police, not with the kind of politician we've got in Nigeria at the moment. Because look, when you have the state police here, they will even use it for your own family, as in they will use it to target you. You understand? We're not ripe for that. Now, concerning the constitution, yeah, I don't believe they should tear up everything. You understand? Let me tell you one thing. It's just like the parables of Christ. You understand? A sower, it sowed the seed. Yeah. When he sowed the seed, the servants went there. They found out that the seed was growing, and they found out that among the seed there were weeds among the seed, and they went and told the farmer that, look, we found weeds among the seed, and the farmer said, no, let them go together. So by the time of the harvest, we'll take the seed here that's grown into crops. We'll take the crops out, and the weeds, we'll gather them together, yeah, and we'll burn it, yeah. And that is why there's something for amendment of constitution. America that we see today is not like that before, over 200 years ago. You understand? Constitution were being amended day in, day out, day in, day out. I'm the kind of person that believe that all Africa should be one. That's my belief. I won't lie to you. And this current government that they've got, this is the first time we have intellectuals, yeah, having the affairs of the government. When you talk about people that really went to school, yeah, people that have got brains, intellectuals running the affairs of the government. If they can't do it now, if they can't get it right, we might go back to where we are.
Did you mean like Makawale?
No. See, I don't want to mention names. So that's why I said that there's always the bad crop and the good crop, and I believe someone like Tinubu, he wants his name to be written in all these great guys that did well in Singapore, in China, and also those. If one person could turn Dubai around, one person, just one person turn Dubai around, you understand? So sometimes I do argue. I was talking to someone. I said, look, it's as if the blacks here, the way our brain works, I'm not talking of the diaspora, the one here. I'm talking of back at home now. That the way the brain works is as if when they look at the leaders, the African leaders, it's as if the thing that they're not up to it. That because, for example, let's look at South Africa, for example. Ever since the white man, ever since Mandela took power, from South African whites, whatever, the Africans or whatever, South Africa today, I've never heard before that South Africa had a blackout. Now they understand what we call NEPA in Nigeria. You understand? So now, although you've got other leaders that have done in the past, like someone like Sankara, that worked his way up and he did something right before he was being executed by his by his best friend, being used by the colonialists or whatever.
See, I think I got my answer to my question. I got the answer to my question. Thank you. I think somebody else has another question for you.
Yeah, go for it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. Moderator, I can't see the labels on people's names. I don't know. I've tried to check my setting. I don't think it's from my end. If you could activate that, please. Okay, yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it now. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay. What TA was saying, he spoke very well, and I laugh because we can only get that kind of scenario in a state of utopia. Nigeria is rotten at the minute.
Yep.
It can only take a kinetic action to reset it, and that is why I'm praying. I might sound a bit raw. That is why I'm praying that let this war happen. Let's experience what war is, so that maybe it will reset some of our brains. Let's experience. I know, honestly, because sometimes, in life, sometimes for a change, because people.
Mr. Tom, sorry to interject you. When you say war, could you clarify further what you meant? Is it war in Nigeria, or you are referencing to war between Nigeria and Niger and other Africa?
Yeah, that's what I'm referencing to, because people are there are certain people that are really pushing for it, and that is why the guy that is sitting in Aso Rock right now. I don't want to address him as the president of Nigeria. The man that is sitting there now. Obviously, there are some people that have given him the belief that it's the right thing to do and it's the best thing to do right now. Okay, that is another thing for another day. But what I'm trying to say is, if war does not happen, some people will not have their head reset. And yes, we used to refer that as the Northerners. I don't think that all Northerners are not bad people. They are very good people within the North. There are some good people. Like TA reference that he used the Bible, the parable of where Jesus said that you should leave the tire with the wheat. That on Judgment Day he will sort them out to divide. I think we need something dynamic. Unfortunately, maybe it's going to be a blessing in disguise, because people are talking about Oduduwa Republic. People are talking about Biafra Republic and all sort of republic. These guys are not going to give you. There is an institutionalized criminality. There is a gang. It's like a secret cult that are holding Nigeria hostage. Do you know the amount of money? Look at that young lady that was nominated. The lady was speaking in tongues. She wasn't speaking in tongues because she wanted to go and tell them the right thing to do. She was speaking in tongues because she knows it's about making money. People get into government because of money. Now,
Ton, please, before you go further, let's be careful. Don't let us generalize it that people get into government. Not everyone. Because I mentioned Bolage now. Bolage didn't go there when he was nominated as the So people like that.
No, sir. No, sir. With all due respect, I will touch on that as well. Yeah, I know. That's why I said that they are good people there. But okay, a vast majority of people that go, maybe that's a bad choice of word. A vast majority of people that go into public office these days are driven by the monetary gains and all the backhand and the sides and the sideback and the ones that they will get in the Babariga and all that. I mean, look at a man that was caught. For example, a man that was caught on camera, receiving bribe and putting in his Babariga, and right now he's the chairman of APC. What country? How have we got into this place? Criminality is just nothing. And when you shout about criminality and all that, people will look at you funny, like, what's wrong with this one? What's this person talking about? So all what you said, death sentence. Yes, I've been talking about that. I'm a staunch believer in capital punishment, because there's some certain language that Africans understand, and that is force. So when you tell an African don't go there, they will go and dare you. They will do that same thing. We do this. Look at when Idi Agon and Buhari was there and all that. We thought it was Buhari that was making all. Now we know the brain behind all the discipline was Idi Agon. Unfortunately, the man is not here with us now. Okay, he's gone. Now remember then, when although the administration was very brief, but people started behaving like human beings. People were queuing. People had the fear of God in there. People, even people that used to live in the people that worked in ministries and all that, some never even bothered to go to the office on some days and all that, because the man was going in mufti, that is Idiago and all that, and do a spot check on government parastatals and all that. And if you're not found, not that you'll be fired, you'll be flogged as well, So all these things we are proposing is just in an utopic kind of world. So I personally believe that something dynamic has to happen. For us to get Oduduwa Republic, it has to be violent. For us to get Biafra Republic, it has to be violent. So maybe this war, if we go into this war, that's why I'm saying that this war could be a blessing in disguise. Maybe if we go to the war, it will be an opportunity for us to say, you know what, we'll get it, we'll receive it.
Let me.
I need to interject.
Hold on 1 second. You will interject. I would like to state for the record that the view expressed in respect to the war is the view of the individual and not.
It's my view. Yeah.
Not
A disclaimer. It's my view. It's not the view.
I just need to put that out there.
Yeah, it's not the view of this. Yeah, it's not the view of the channel.
Electricity. Can I ask that to Tony, please, because he was directing that to me. I was gonna say, I don't believe in war.
I've seen one. In my short life, I've seen one. In my early 20s, I've seen a war. I've been in a war for about 6 months.
Okay. See, I remember back in the days, I was part of the student union government, and I was the social director. But back then, where we go for Aluta, back in the days, and where you see bullet flying around and some people being hit and you see blood coming out, you understand that, look, war is not good, because that person, that's being hit by bullet is not going to be the same again. That leg can never be the same again, no matter how you arrange it, So I always believe in, because at the long run, even when we, do, all those, say we want to shut the state down, we want to do at the long run, what we still have to come back to the round table and dialogue and resolve it through dialogue. And that's, I always believe that.
Tia, let me ask you a question. Do you think the way the cabals are going in Nigeria, do you think it will serve their best interests for the constitution that we're proposing to be amended? Do you think it doesn't serve? Listen, the way Nigeria is now, and the constitution we have, it serves their best interest. Peter Obi going to the tribunal was a very straightforward case. Our constitution says very clearly, if you don't get 25% of this state, you're not announced as a president. The INEC chairman that everybody vested a lot of trust and hope in, he was there telling us, selling the beavers system. There was the beaver system.
But let's wait now. That is a court to decide that one.
Wait, Nigerian, please don't. I'm trying to make a point.
Let him finish. Let him finish, please.
Down. What I'm trying to say here is, if this constitution was the ideal constitution, that man should be in jail now.
Who's that?
The INEC chairman, because of what he did.
Mr. Ton,
let's be careful. He's in court.
Hold on 1 second. Mr. Ton, hold on. That's what we call due process in life, okay? You don't just throw people into jail. If that's the case, I believe even myself or yourself would have been thrown into jail at one point, because we must have broken the law at one point or the other in our lifetime in Nigeria. So people don't get thrown into jail. But you see, you started when you were given the floor, you said you don't see any division or rankling in the Nigerians in diaspora. However, your argument for clamoring for war and this and that threw me a little bit of balance. So I really do not know. But let me state this let's put this. If the Nigerian police were being paid salary regularly, if the Nigerian police that we have today were being paid salary, the teachers, well, okay, let's focus on the Nigerian police in terms of clamoring for, asking for state. If they are being paid salaries and the situation is okay back at home, do you think people will clamor for state police?
No.
No.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I disagree because the Nigerian police,
Well, that's a very subjective question.
Paid.
It depends on the
No,
circumstance.
they are not. No, wait, Lumide, hold on. The Nigerian police is paid very, very poorly, and that is the reason why we have corruption. I'm not saying that that justifies their irresponsible behavior on the road and all that, getting money from people illegally. But they are not. These people are not trained properly, and they are not paid enough. If you go to an average police barracks,
so are you
Nigeria,
saying that
terrible.
if we have state police, the state police will be paid very well?
Electricity, can I ask you a question? Why did the Southwest governors, majority of them, create Amotekun?
Amotekun is a state police.
Why did they create that state security?
Why did they still stay have vigilante?
But why did they create Amotekun? Why?
Amotekun is not a state police.
Is it a state police?
I know it's not a state police, but
okay, so the focus is on
security outfit. Why did they create it?
It's not a state police. The point here is we're talking about state police, something that approve or goes through legislation that is created.
They did pass it through the State of Assembly. They did pass it through.
No, vigilante in those states is volunteer, is free. Vigilante in Benue is volunteer, is free.
On those State House of Assembly, Ogun State House of Assembly, and the Ekiti State or your State House of Assembly passed it through their state legislature to make it a law.
No, you're mixing.
Let me.
I know. See, I know what I'm asking. I'm not saying that state police. What I'm saying is that the reason why they created it was because of a security issue problem. That was unique to those states.
You're mixing things up.
That's where I'm getting to.
No. Wait, let me respectfully. Yeah, can I just explain to you? Wait. Olumide, let me explain to you respectfully. State police, you can equate state police as well in the UK here. I would say the MI6. Okay, we've got the MI5 here. We've got the MI6. Okay, one of them looks at the internal security of the country, and one looks at international issues to protect the interest of the British government and its people. And I believe in the UK, in the US, we've got CIA, and we've got something else.
Tony, what Olumide is saying is not those. He's not talking about the SSS now. The state police Olumide is talking about like the Metropolitan Police, yeah. Those kind of.
I'm talking about local policing.
Local police, British police. That's what he's talking about.
Whether the city, whether the local government, whether the state. Well, I'm not talking about
Okay. Gentlemen.
Okay. Gentlemen.
Electricity, I've been begging you for me to.
Yeah, you will.
You do the light argument, not the big solution.
No. My solution is not acceptable to you guys.
Bringing a constitution. We are saying a bad solution. Yeah, what we can
call. I think part of the solution is that you have to listen to the
electricity. Take over your house.
No. The house is in full control. I have my reasons why I allow this.
You understand? But you favor the status quo. The status quo. Where go keep you going around
the circle. That's okay.
Leave that one.
All right, can we up please?
For years and come and be talking online. Is that what you want to do?
Gentlemen, okay.
Go Nigeria, we'll vote for you.
me go Nigeria. Not be me and you go Nigeria. Why you not go?
So how do you want to change the constitution now?
I tell you, say that place that Shito country. No worries, no one here. No one here.
We are going to repair it. Don't worry. We are looking for a solution.
No one here. To fight
all those politicians, chase them out.
And they tell you,
we need more people.
Table talk, brother would not.
We need more people. We need more people together. That is only
when I go to begin here, bars goes in a head go clear.
Gentlemen,
let A1 CM contribute, please.
Yeah, we have. I want to bring this.
Online, they analyze problem from morning till night. Solution. Now, no fit practice solution. We get solution. I want practice.
You will not bring solution. Just a quarter. Let CM talk. Let Pajay talk. People are here.
Solution.
This guy don't call.
Which kind of solution you get? Love your neighbor as yourself. That one a solution.
Electricity, please take control.
No, it's okay. Sometimes you just have to allow things to. I just have to allow.
I don't know where. If I say you don't say where today, eh?
I'm on that country. They drive me crazy. Wait, see.
You don't say where today, eh?
Remove him. Very good.
I already did. So if it's ready to cooperate, it will come back. So I'm gonna draft another. Mr. James, I'll be expecting. I'll talk to you tomorrow. So we're gonna have this discussion. We'll continue with this discussion. Maybe I'll make this part 1, or I will go with conflict of interest as the second topic to talk about maybe next week or in the next 2 weeks. So in bringing this broadcast to our end, I will give you guys the floor, maybe 2-3 minutes to give your closing statement or argument. Thank you very much. Starting from a Niger man, please.
Go around now. Let them go first now.
Okay, you want them to go first. Okay, we'll go from bottom to top. Mr. TA, please. Thank you.
I'm going to go back on my love, yeah. Loving your neighbor as yourself. So, either you like it or not, we need to love one another, to be honest. You know, like I said, let's forget about this one is from Ebonyi. It's not from Anambra, and this one is from Obumasho, not from whatever, that we always use in Nigeria just to divide ourselves. Let's love one another. Let's see ourselves as human first. You said 2 to 3 minutes, the electricity, yeah? Okay, good. So if you look at, for example, I remember what happened in the UK, where the war in between Russia and Ukraine, the Ukrainians were given, an easy access to come to UK, even given money as well. Whereas before that, Afghanistan was going through war as well, where, the Western world left there, and even they were trying to go through the back door from France, to get in, but they're not giving professional treatment, And I remember one, one commentator on the news live. He said, "Look, I can't believe this is happening in the Western world. These people look like us." Talking about the Ukrainians now. That they are like us, they're white, so why is this happening? That Putin is this, Putin is that, but they look at the Afghanistan, as lesser people to them, Why? Because they share the same color, the same breed, they're Europeans, So why can't Africans see themselves that way as well, that love one another, With me, whether you're Europe, you're African, you're Chinese, whatever, I see you as human first. I don't discriminate. I hate discrimination. I love people the way they are, because if you go to the hospital and you needed a transplant, they're not going to tell you that this one is from Igbo man, or this one is from Hausa man, or this one. You just want that thing to get it done and move on. That's the way the world works. And that is why I always preach that love one another. No matter how you want to say you want to segregate the country, if you want to create the state police, regional government, or is it not the same people that are in the government that will be ruling? Is this the same set of people? You know, so no matter how you want to do it, I still believe we're on the right track. The constitution needs to be amended. We need to be what's it called? The House of Rep, the senators, the House of Rep, we need to lobby them, you know, for the good things that we want, for the changes that we want in that country. Let's lobby them, you know. And I'm always, you know, in the belief that that country is going to do better. And to be honest, the way I'm looking at it, I believe so much in this current president with the way he started as well, Tinubu. You know, I believe he's going to move things around. You know, I hope so. I hope so. You know, Nigeria, man, I know you might be thinking, no, what you say, man, you know, but see, you have to give them benefit of doubt. You understand? You know, we can't just say everyone is bad. No, you know, let's give them benefit of doubt, no matter what. So I hope that it can turn the country around, because if it turns it around, it will be good for me. And likewise, let's we Diaspora and what you call it, people living outside the country, we should be thinking of how we can invest back at home as well, you know, and in our area where we can, you know, do stuff. Let's put money there. Let's turn the eastern part to Dubai. Anambra, let's turn it to Dubai. Immediately I'll become okay, Chuku. You understand? I'll come and, you know, say, look, I'm an Igbo guy. You understand what I'm saying? Even I look like an Igbo guy. Anyway, so the people that have got money, let's invest back at home, you know, take money back at home. You understand? Turn it around. Then we'll not be going to Dubai, flying out. We'll be going down to the east. And let's turn the eastern part around. Let's open up the borders. Let's people come in, sell, you know, the land to developers, encourage people to come and invest. And let people come in. And I rest my case, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Thank you very much, sir. So thank you. Everybody have his own, but the case is still in tribunal. That's what we have to know. Cannot judge this one is going to do this. That is by own too. When it comes to election, people will be turned to Igbo, some will turn to Ekwere, some will come turn to Delta. When they don't come to election, one collect votes. You can't say, so we say, Mama na Igbo, na Niger Delta. Come wonder, which day?
So is from his journal, some part of it.
But never said it one day now. Don't go sell Igbo there. Now when the election come, that Baba come.
No, he always says that.
Never heard it after election.
He's from the River.
Election come, Jonathan become Ebele. He come put it, say be Igbo that time. Go call Igbo today. Go say be. Thank God, Nigeria with our Yourself.
The father of that politics is Saraki, Olusola Saraki. When you want to deal with Yoruba, you hear Olusola Saraki. If you want to deal with the North, you remove Olusola.
Okay, thank you. Let me just drop my submission because we have already said a lot today. What I just want is wanting my brother love Nigeria. Look at what this guy, Julius, what is his name? Julius, that South Africa man.
Julius Malema.
Julius Malema. Julius Malema. You see the other day, he went to Rwanda protesting for them against the LGB. You understand? That is where we're supposed to be like what this man said. We're supposed to look ourselves like Africa. We here in Nigeria, we are all Nigeria. We can do all these things. Just the problem we are having, we have to know the law. That is because we don't care about the constitution. There is many ways there that we can help all these things we are fighting for. That will be legally. Because we are doing it illegal. That is why they are oppressing us. If we have to, number one, to change anything, we want to change any amendment, we need 2/3. Even in a state, for a governor to win his own state, you need 2/3 of the local government. That's why we have to come together. Talk one. They say let the history behind and let's go to the future. All these things that is behind, if we have a good leader, we can come back and replace it and pay back all these things and make all these things and make all this amendment. But when we are divided, we don't have these people, they want us to be divided. so that they will be there forever. Look at the Ibori son now. Look at Erufai son. All of them, they are giving their posts. Chairman of this one, chairman of this one. See, that is it. People, please. That is my own. I'm just begging everybody. Let's come together, work together. We need group. One region cannot do it. One region cannot do this one. One region cannot have anything. Everybody must come. When we come with love, we present it to people. This is what one Peter Obi, he inspired me on one thing. When they're asking, you don't have a senator, you don't. He said, when I go there, whatever I present to, the first is going to favor him. And his own people say that is why he's elected to be there. They say we not reject it. It's only when you want to rob, you want to steal, that people will oppose you. He said when you bring it to people, you see, this thing, people vote for you, your constituency, to come and represent them for good governor. This thing is benefiting your own region too. Why would you not support it? Which is true. That is what we need to do. That is only the way we can fight all these gladiators. Please, I'm begging to Nigeria. I've told many platforms, I'm still telling people, please, that is only the way. That unity, if we can come together, that unity. There is nothing we want to achieve in that Nigeria. If we want to change all those concepts, but if they say, okay, now you, the Biafra, go, then we ask you have to third of the whole region. Then when people are hungry, because you are, who will not want to vote? Who will not want to vote for you? If they just say want to go, who will not want to vote? Because that is it. But when we're all united, everybody will say, understand. Not this one kill this one do this one bad, this one kill. Those are so many things of war. Those are many things. Those I know. We don't even know what we are fighting about. We don't even know the history. We don't even know what caused it. But we are just trying to divide ourselves. When election is coming, we hear market is burning. Why is it during the election? Since January, why the market are not born? Why they are not saying people should leave Lagos now? Then let the election be coming now. You will start hearing all tribal war. That is only the way then to divide you so that they can get what they want. Please, that is my own plea to Nigeria. That is only one. With unity, we can get whatever we want. Because I'm studying it. The Constitution, many ways, you have to thought. Anything you want to do, to thought must be there before you get it. So this one is angry with you. Nobody will go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to say something about what is happening in the East. It's one of the saddest moments we're going through. I mean, it's sad that it is even coming from their own person, Samuel Ekpa, or people who have hijacked or whatever it is. It's a very sad thing where if you want a change, you don't punish your people to get a change. You don't subject them to suffering. For crying out loud, you lose the purpose of your goal. You won't achieve anything. Do you think if Kanu comes out, let's say he comes out now today, and he start talking to them, they will listen to him? Because Samuel Ekpa is, they said it's his second in command. And so it's a sad situation that is happening there, and I hope that it comes to an end so that it does not degenerate into something else, or else we don't know what will happen in that space anymore. The floor is to the next person, please. Thank you.
Me, ba? AY. Okay. So first of all, I want to start from what Mr. TA said. The love, let love lead. I think that's that's a very big word, like we have to still love ourselves. We have to really let love lead. I believe Nigeria, we can still work. Now we imagine, like, some people are even talking of Africa unity. Then why can't Nigeria, that is just a portion of Africa, why can't we unite? And one other thing I needed to put out there is this idea of the corruption in Nigeria. We need to actually understand that it's everywhere. I kept saying this. There is no tribe that would boast, nobody will boast and said, oh, my tribe did not participate in the corruption in Nigeria. Everybody participated. Our tribes, our state, we are all guilty. The governors, they give them money in all the state. There is no state in Nigeria that is discriminated against, not giving them the correct money that's supposed to be allocated to them. So even the governors are citizens of our state. They are also very corrupt. So the corruption cut across board. So I don't want like we party figures at a region. Oh, this no, I don't believe that. I believe the poor masses, they are everywhere. They are the one feeling the heat all over the country, from the north, from the south, from the west, from the east. They are the one that are receiving the heat. But the gang, the criminal gang, they're sharing the money right from time. Then the one other thing, the war of 18. Tune, I think you should take it down a little bit. You know, I know you're a military man, but I don't think war will favor us. Who is gonna fight the war? Who are you fighting against? Nigeria is 200 million people. If there is war, it's not gonna be funny. There is no Africa country that can accept 2 million refugees. Nigeria, it's not funny. War is not fun. So if we ask our father that participated in the Biafra war from all over the country, they will tell you don't go near there because it's not funny. I mean, even if you don't sorry for yourself, sorry for your sibling, for your people, for your family, it's not easy, man. Not only the bullet, the hunger, the stress, people will just die. So I pray we don't get to that point. You know, we can sit down. And one other thing is the only agitation I believe in Nigeria, I kept saying it, that is genuine. It's only one. It's only the Biafra agitation. The Oduduwa agitation is a fraud. Period. The Biafra agitation, I believe it can be resolved when the government are really ready to resolve it. How do you resolve this? I mean, TA was talking about love. Now, how do you share this love? You know, don't let people see that, oh, you are going against me. You know, give every part of the region what is due to them. Do justice. Do justice to the country. Do justice to the region. I keep kind of praising Obasanjo somehow. I mean, even though he had the opportunity to do better, Obasanjo was one nationalist I really like from 1999. He was a nationalist. You know, even though I feel he would have been able to do better. But when you do justice to the people, to the country, no matter where they come from, you will see peace will come. More peace will come. People, if you're agitated, I will ask you, okay, why are you agitated? You know, why they give room for people to agitate is the feeling in some
sorry,
quarter.
don't worry. When Obi come, all this thing is solved. We have promised everything
You know,
already. The way to
so
go with it.
so
Honestly,
I
he told
really,
us already.
I really,
So
I
when
really
he come, all
want.
this thing will solve.
I
He
really
says he's going
pray.
for dialogue. All those criminal, all of body. That is what even CM have come to that. You have said it. So that's why that will go back to. It's dialogue.
I
It's
really
dialogue.
hope.
All these things will go away.
Yeah, I
Is
really
it not
hope.
the poverty that caused all these things?
Yes,
Hmm?
yes,
So
it's true. I
the
really
North,
so.
sorry. This man, what is his name? Gumi. That's why me. I listen to all this man. People are just rejecting. No, it's that. No, I listen to in interview when they interview him. You know what the problem of I don't know the way I will mention their name. This thing happen in the North. This bandit, all this thing. You know
Bandit.
their problem. In with the other man, that former NHAIS, that man, said they went to there more than many times. He says the government that is not listening. He said the problem was they went there with their life, they risked their life before they now give up. Those governors in the North will be telling the government something here, collecting money, and don't they want them to go and dialogue. They tell the dialogue with them. These people have come. Their problem is that they said the Niger Delta was giving amnesty. This man said in the interview, he said they was giving amnesty. Go on.
Sorry, I heard
daily politics.
No, I even watched this man live, former governor of Zamfara State, Sani Yerimi. That was a very.
No, I was talking about what Gumi said. Let me just finish that one, please. Sorry, I know it's your time. What Gumi? He said they said federal government give Niger Delta amnesty because they were fighting for their own resources of oil of their resources. So then to hold the land and hold diamond, gold. That's what they two are still fighting for. That they should send them to school. That is what they did for Nigeria. They send them to school. They give them money. They send them abroad. That they should do the same for them. That is the agitation they have. Which I don't know how Peter Obi get that when he said it during the campaign. He said it's poverty, it's education. I will turn that around to this one. Exactly why I listened to Gumi more than 1 hour.
You know the truth.
We have to know all these things. What the make people go?
The banditry you see in the north, it started very long ago. These governors that are talking today, they are part of it. They use these people for election, use them, they gave them weapon, gave them gun. That is why you see today they canvassing for them. The banditry in the north is completely different from what is happening in Niger Delta. Niger Delta agitation was genuine, even though some of the militant they now siphon, they hijack the system and collected and loot the money and just go away. But the thing is, the Niger Delta agitation, you can't compare it to what is happening in the north. What are they agitating for? So this is the honest truth. We got to tell ourselves the truth. But however, the whole somewhere I was going, yeah, the dialogue is very important. You got to, when people are crying, listen to them. Listen to them. You have to listen. You know, like TA said, we can understand the past. Let's forget it. By the time you bring love, start doing justice, start doing good stuff, everybody will fall in places. So now it's just like I'm doing good CM to CM, and somebody is telling CM, oh, it's your father that did something in the East. How is he gonna believe? Or even if somebody said, oh, I did something bad to somebody in the East, CM will say, no, he will defend me. Oh no, this guy is doing good. Like he loved me, he loved my people. You know. So this is how it works. So you have to create love all over the country. Do justice to everybody. Let people be seeing it. Even the children that are growing up, they are seeing it. When you do justice, they are seeing it. You will see the mind of people will change. We will have a better country for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ton, CM, you'll be the last person to speak, please. Mr. Ton, go ahead. 2 minutes, please. You have to unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, hi. I believe everybody has spoken with saying love, 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 which again, I still believe it can only occur in an ideal situation. That's what all of us we desire, a better and more stable Nigeria than what we are seeing right now. But I personally, this is my own opinion, I personally think it's going to be hard to achieve. TA said giving Tinubu a chance that he could perform, blah, blah, blah. These are all, but the real reason why we have not gone down to the fundamental issue, reason why we're having all these problems that we see today. If those fundamental reasons are not dealt with, I believe that we can move ahead. And dealing with those fundamental issues might seem brutal or crude, but it's something that has to be done. That's just my take, really.
Thank you. My prayer has always been, may we never see war.
Amen.
That's me. That's Amen. My prayer.
I totally agree with you on that one.
It's easier to start. It's difficult to stop.
May God not brought war to Nigeria again. The blood is too much.
Thank God that the civil war that happened did not go beyond that stage. So you don't see any country that goes to war and fully recover or fully recover. So it's very difficult. Yes, when it starts, then you will not be saying the same. You will not be saying the same story.
CM, during Nigeria's civil war, Nigeria population was, I think, around 60 million. Now, with the 55. Population tripled.
So please, I want to appeal to those who are clamoring for war or asking for war to take a step back, think again. But you know, women and children suffer a lot.
Electricity, they are just saying they are not the one to authorize it now. So just their opinion.
Well, they are saying it, but people are listening. And some people want to take advantage of it. And some people look at what Samuel Ekpa is doing. Is that in Nnamdi Kanu's vision? The answer is no.
Electricity, just to add to what you said just now, look at what Trump did in the States. And that's what is going down for now. Look at what happened.
Yeah, so
you're totally right. Yeah,
we have to be very, very, very careful what we wish for.
Okay.
Sam, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Electricity. I think in my closing remark, I will take off from the question, Nigerian asked, solution, all those things, and I believe so. My solution, I thought it wisely, is dialogue, because Nigeria is not a country of one people. When you say Urobo is like you say Germans. They have their culture, everything. You say Jukun, the same thing. The way Igbo have their culture and tradition and value system is the way the Fulani, the Hausa, the Bini, the Ijaw, everybody. So on that basis, the only thing is like Nigeria is like United Nations. Let us see Nigeria as UN. The only thing Nigeria needs, only, when I say only, it can solve so many things, is dialogue. Continuous. You can't be tired. And there can never be any limit. No, I lie. Because it's a generation thing. Now the class of 66 are fading out. IBB can't come back to power. Buhari has completed the trial. Obasanjo can't come back to power. Danjuma can't come back. All those people that fought. It's only that they're trying to bring in the class of 99, Ibori, Tinubu, and all these people. So, but God won't allow that because of for obvious reasons. Now, what I want to say is this: we need dialogue. Like my German was asking, we need dialogue because this war, you see, Russia and Ukraine are fighting. We are here. Do you know when the thing will end? They will still come to the table. Just watch. Eventually, Russia and Ukraine, yes. So if they will come to the table, why fight before? Do you know it may cost you, I don't know how many million it costs to manufacture bomb or this thing. If you throw it somewhere and there's no person, the thing will just sort of cause a crater or gully in one type of forest or land. This costs you million. That thing could have been invested in healthcare facility to improve life expectancy. So war never solves any problem at all. It never. But it's part of human nature. So in Nigeria's own case, I believe in is dialogue. We've gotten enough to guide us, and we are nearly there. That's why if there's any reason, the 2015 to 2023, Buhari's 8 years, I keep saying it, we've never had a leader who came openly to be divisive. We've been having even leaders. We had Abacha, we had Babangida, we had Murtala Mohammed, even Obasanjo as a military. We have Abdul Salam, not to talk of Obasanjo as a civil. We can't be naming them. But nobody came with the intention openly divisive, except Buhari, this last one. So, and he really dealt with Nigerian economy. Look at where we are. So to recover, I think I've said this somewhere that Nigeria cannot go below what it is now. It can't go below. From here now, it should be to rise up. I believe so. So we need dialogue. And I commend you, Electricity, for initiating this. Probably this is like the way I think we've gathered enough from each other, we learn. But it should not be the end. It's like the beginning, because the more you dialogue, the more you keep the issue of war very far away. If you notice, anytime you are dialoguing, you keep, that is, if it's a nation to nation, then nobody is talking. Okay, now we are talking of in the table. Who is talking of? Because if you are dialoguing, you are not awarding contract to go and manufacture, but because you are dialoguing. When you are dialoguing, even it may start before as a quarrel, later it will be decreasing. You see, so dialogue is the best thing Nigeria needs, and we are nearly there. If not that Buhari came in, let me put it this way: all these things we want. Do you know Michael Zekome said when they went for 2014 conference, on more than 1,000 items they agreed. On more than 1,000. Do you know that Ozekome said to the extent that they said some states feel that if they remove or if they allow Niger Delta to manage, even if it allow everybody manage the resources in your own, do the way it was done in 1950s, 60s, you bring 50% to the center, keep 50, do all these things that made the cocoa. Awolo. Okay, can you imagine if Awolowo had, after selling cocoa, he will send his commissioner for finance to Lagos, go and get a check for us to spend. He will do something, but he wouldn't be like that. But the thing is that everybody is managing. So Ozekome said that in 2014, they agreed on everything. To the extent that some state, they agreed that any state who feel that I can't cope up, maybe Imo and the Abia may say, let us come together. He said they agreed on it. Local government can say, okay, when you come to Edo State, you said something like East and Northeast and this, and they said, okay, let's come together. Just to make sure that we have only one local government chairman to manage resources. He said, you are free. When you want, you can. They said they agreed, and that is the power of dialogue. Because in that case, you are saying your mind. And when you finish all this dialogue, what is constitution? Communicate. The communicate you reach, that is your constitution. That's all. Just put a Lego practitioner, they put it in the more terms and they put section to it. That's all. You see, that's what when people talk about, that is the dialogue. That is what Nigeria needs. And when we are dialoguing, it will be dialogue of equals. Dialogue of equal. Nothing like nobody is lording it over. Whether you control, whether Igbo is in 5 states or 6 states, then Ogoni is in one corner of rivers. It doesn't mean when we sit on the table of brotherhood, we are all equal, because everybody will say what he wants. The minority, those that feel that they are minority, we like a protection. Say, look, this is what I will do. If the situation comes like, we agree on it. I mean, this is human development. We agree. Dialogue is the key. That's what I'm recommending. We continue because anything can come up under dialogue. Anything. When you are dialoguing, you don't have limit. You discuss everything, and as you are discussing it, the other side is getting to know you. You are getting to know him. You are meeting at a point. Okay, like look at what we said today, this night. Did anybody do the normal abracadabra? Things we are moving. We are talking of dialogue.
CM,
So that is
CM.
it. Yes, please. Yes.
I was gonna say, look, when you're talking of dialogue here, always put love with it. Without love, there cannot be dialogue. So please, always let people know that thing called love here is so important. You know, love, dialogue goes together. Then you achieve anything. Please.
And about sorry. And about number 2 again. You know what? Today, now you can see everywhere. Like CM rightly said, everywhere is very calm, good, because you have to let people hear this side and hear this side. Let everybody say what is in mind. It's like when you are angry with someone. If you don't say what is your mind, they are shutting you. There is no way you can go to listen.
Exactly.
That is the way. Because this thing, I'm praying God should not let it end like this. We can able to be coming. We will see. When people now begin to hear, because see some comment, people like it, people are so very happy commenting. We see more people can come, because sometimes you will see some place you want to talk. When you talk, they just hold your throat. Like you are evil. Like we are no more Nigeria. I'm so happy today. So you don't need to wait to become 1 million before we start it. It's like this.
Niger, well said. Niger man, well said.
I need to put out one thing though.
Yeah.
So last week I was actually listening to you guys. I didn't know you guys have program on Friday. I listened to I was working, so I got to just listen to this thing. I must actually give some credit to electricity. So last week I was like, oh, I don't know electricity can be so objective and open-minded to listen to everyone. He really did a very good job, and he repeated it today. So I think electricity, keep up your good work, man. Yeah.
Without you guys, it's not gonna be. It's not
round
going
of applause for electricity.
Yeah.
Without you guys, it won't be what it is. So I thank you. As we bring the broadcast to an end, remember fairness, justice, equity. Please let the poor breathe.
Let the poor breathe.
Let me be the poor now. Let me be the poor. Thank you. Make I breathe.
Let them president for that side. We don't know.
All right. Have a lovely weekend and God bless you.
All right. See you guys.
God bless you, everybody. Everyone, thank you.
Thank you.